Right, and I do believe we are off. Let me send out the pings, and here we are. Now, I do formally have to apologize. We did run into some slight issues with the restreaming, so we're immediately popping into the first game already. So that's off, and then I believe very soon we'll be joined by Suede as promised. We've had some technical issues in the setup. Speaking of the devil, and there he is. Hello, Suede.
Yes, thank you for your patience. I'm glad we could work through this together. So, how are you today on this fine Saturday morning here in Europe, Lemon Cake?
Well, thankfully, as a person that doesn't leave Europe much, used to it. Although, if I say it's morning, that might be a bit of a self-report on my sleep schedule, considering it's 1 p.m. over here.
Oh, gee, oh my lord. Okay.
Um,
Ah,
but
get
yeah,
confusing sometimes, but
okay.
here we are. So,
Yeah.
tell me about your experiences with Polytopia.
I played a decent chunk back in the day. It was, it weirdly enough on computers because I believe it first it came around as a mobile game, but it's it's a game that's quite like nice to pick up because plays quite quickly as a games, and I've enjoyed it in many ways. Finished the single player in many, beat the on the hardest difficulty and moved on. And then I started watching people play multiplayer, and I was like, okay, this is beyond me, and caught it here. But I've kept tabs on the game, and very happy to be invited here. Certainly a game I'd personally commend. What about you?
I've heard about Polytopia in passing, and I've heard good things about it. The one biggest probably experience for me, do you know that Elon Musk tweet where he
The
said
Elon
that
Musk tweet is infamous indeed.
it's better than chess? Yeah, that it should replace chess. Yeah.
uh, have,
Anyway,
having played both, it's a fascinating statement to say.
that
Uh,
wouldn't be the comparison I would jump to necessarily. Yeah, that don't seem
no.
quite to be in the same genre. But I do appreciate. I think there's a need in the market for turn-based strategy games that play each other in a multiplayer way that are quick. So that's something that Europa Universalis doesn't offer, and Civ doesn't offer it. Heroes of Might and Magic, these are popular multiplayer games, but they just take too long for most people.
Hmm. The thing is, Polytopia can get like going late game, but there's quite a few late game tactics, and shall we say, a late game of Polytopia is what would be like a very quick game of Civ. Does that make sense?
Fair enough.
If
Yeah.
someone wins very early in Civ, that's around the time that someone would take for a long play of Polytopia. So I do see that point. Um,
And it seems like a lot of the core things that we like about 4X games are here. So like exploration, technologies, combat, obviously, development.
It's a in the same way that I think there is a difference between complexity for the sake of complexity, and chess can get very complex if you start looking at all the openings. I say as a person who's looked at all the openings, simplicity can indeed lead to emerging complicated systems, and this is one of the things you're going to see quite a bit in Polytopia. Especially is if we take a look at the stream right now, we're going to see that the fine gentleman over at, I believe they're currently looking at Hoodrick. I certainly hope they're looking at Hoodrick. Yeah, so he's had quite a bit of forest to work with, and I think he's gotten away with quite an aggressive double market setup. So he's going to have quite a big of an economic lead over the Amarches over here. And we'll get into this more as we play, but there's something you're going to notice with this game. Certainly, is more of the emergent systems, if that makes
Of
sense.
course, yeah. Sorry, just to make sure our streams like are
Mhm.
up to date. Like you're saying
Mhm.
Dreamlander on screen right now with 22 seconds left. Does that sound right?
On my set, it says 10, 9, and we've just switched over to Hoodrick's view with 2 minutes 23, and he's just picked up fishing.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm just like 2 or 3 seconds behind. Sorry, I'm
Mhm.
actually watching your stream. There's like a 7 second delay or so.
Yeah,
I'll see
fair.
if I can switch to the original.
That's probably a slightly better idea. I did put in a slight stream delay from the source because of in case there's a moment of lag or buffering. So
Mhm.
that's just a heads up on that regard. But yeah. Oh dear. 1 second. There we go. Okay, we're back on my end as well. I'd love to see it. But yeah, no, that's that. Right. We have quite a few games ahead of us as well. That's something to get through. And one thing I'd also like to find out is that this is, for the most part, going to be 1v1s. There's a lot more for plays. I think it gets a lot more interesting when it's not a 1v1 as well, when you have like a more of a diplomatic approach when you have multiple tribes on the board. but I think for a world final, the diplomacy might get a bit too debatable.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. On that note, Hudrick is really going in on the market. I think he's if his opponent doesn't make a play soon, like the economy is going to be ridiculously unbalanced here. And I think the worst part is Umaji, Dreamlander, he can see those markets going up. So he knows he has to make a play now. I'm just not seeing it. Or at least make his own economic play version. He's got a ruin, which might be something, but... Okay, he's going for bombers. Interesting. For those unaware, he's committing navally, which could be an idea. Pushing through the lands to those both either south or north is going to be quite easy to get bogged down. It's quite a big open ocean between them. Could be the play they need to make. Well, we'll see how that works out. To be fully honest, if I had to pick a winner right now, I think Hudrick has this in the bag. There we go. Do the players choose the tribes they're playing? I believe they had to. I believe that it was like a tournament they went through to see if they they picked tribes to play the tournament to then use those tribes in the final, if that makes sense. So it's like you pick a tribe, you get good at it, and then that's the tribe you play in the final. Because there was a open style, I believe, tournament within the game previously, or they took the top elo players from the game's internal MP league, and then those players were the ones that were sent over to this.
Okay, sorry for that. Just had to check on my own stream. I'm back.
Fair enough, no worries at all. Suede is very kindly sending the dirtier version over, or at least the one with Lace commentating. Can't call that the dirty version. Lace is another very well-known, or dare I say, Paradox content creator who's casting the main event.
Yes, yeah.
So,
so everybody, if you want the official commentating, then you can go over to my channel. You can see that there. But for me and Lenman Kate, we are right here, and we're going to be doing more talk about strategy games in general, but also like because I'm new to Polytopia, he's going to be walking us through some of the basics of the game. So you mentioned Hudrick was the one doing the market build?
Yes. So the way that markets work in a very quick TLDR is that some places have forests. At very late game, you can plant forests, but it's very inefficient money-wise, so you don't tend to. And if there's a building you can build called a lumber mill, which gains extra yield based on the amount of lumbered forests around it. So maximum lumber mill is size 8 if you have all 8 forests. But then there's a building called a market, which based on the level of the lumber mill gives you stars, aka economy boosts. But what can happen is that if we take a look at Hudrick's over there, the two cities of Olik and Goli have 2 lumber mills close to each other. That market built in Olik is getting stars from both lumber mills that are adjacent to it. So that's a very, very strong market there for its economy. And you can tell by its height, the taller the market, the more stars it provides. Instead, though, Umaji has really committed to Navy. He's gone straight down to bombers. Bombers are not very good at surviving. They're not very tanky as boats, but they do a lot of damage. It's basically boat artillery, if that makes sense. Very vulnerable to return fire.
All in on like kind of military build here. If it doesn't go well, then it's gonna get outscaled.
His whole should we say nation is he opens with riders, which are very good rush down cavalry, but they're not actually very tanky. They're even less tanky than the starting warriors. But the problem is, if you look at the map, it's very easy for Hudrick to kind of cut him off in the south, which they even go for, and in the north, he's quite a bit of a chokehold. So he kind of got shut down there as well. And I think he's pivoted. He's got a couple of ports into these bombers, into a naval player here, which makes the most sense. He's going to be able to fight navally. And as you can see, the Giants is getting the super units from building your tall cities up. He's putting them on boats. So he is certainly making a naval play here. The question is that enough of a play before, to put simply, Hudrick makes all of the money and wins on that, right? It doesn't matter if you're trading inefficiently if you're making twice the stars, right?
I guess we'll see, yeah.
Border expand on there. Okay, I think he's seeing the naval play and, getting ready for his own ports. But the economy difference at this point is insane. If we take a look at Hudrick's 50 stars compared to, I believe, something close to 25, the rushdown, the rushdown emojis are ecoed 2-1 right now. So even if they're trading 2v1, they're losing, basically.
I see.
Mm.
So
Mhm.
correct me. This is it's not simultaneous turns, right? Just
No, so it
turn-based.
would really break Polytopia with its simultaneous turn, so that would be interesting to say. It is sequential for all us Civ enjoyers, but because the gameplay is much faster, it's fine, and because you get to watch the other opponent do their turns live, if you have played it yourself, it's a fine enough system, if that makes sense. Like
It's not like chess where you're just watching them think for a minute and a half in the classical game, and then suddenly you have to move.
I think
And
it's
I'm
just
guessing
the
that
input differences, to be fair. Like you have to do a lot of things. You're taking tech, and if you are upgrading cities, and your cities have been scouted, Fog of War is like light Fog of War, where if we take a look at, for example,
as soon as you see
Hoodrick
it, yeah.
scouted cities, is once you've seen a city, you don't necessarily see the units inside, but if the city upgrades, you can see it. Like if you've scouted a city in Civ, and they start building a wonder, you can see them build that, even if you don't have vision on the city, if that makes sense.
Of course, yeah.
Mhm.
I actually prefer lighter systems for Fog of War.
Um, I think that's fair. It's just the current system they have here. But it means that if you're also just watching and you can see the opponents doing something, like even if it's some economic scaling, you're at least aware of it if you've scouted
That's
them.
another advantage, yeah.
Yeah, and they have scouted quite effectively here, actually. I think we missed this because we were going through some setup, but Umaji got a very, very lucky scout early.
Ah,
So we'll see. City-wise as well, they've both taken a 5 versus 5 because you're meant to, like, if you look at the terrain, in terms of the terrain is what the game thinks you should have for like your city distribution, and both of them have their like intended cities, if that makes sense.
because of the tile set, yeah.
Because of the tile set, yeah. But it
And
also
none of
is
them
a
have
good
like
way of
fallen too far behind on expansion.
no, they're both equal there. I think though, if you take a look, the capital for Hoodrick was Golly, I believe. So it's quite easy for them to grab those immediate cities around them. If anything, they could have made an early play for. Is it a bit hard to tell here? Jayoi? Words are hard. The city names in Polytopia can get a bit whack. But you're not going to make an early play as a more economic civ, which is Hoodrick. It's a bit weird to say that they're economic civ. They start with roads, so their whole thing is they can get places fast, so they kind of can be a rushdown civ. But you're starting against someone that opens the game with cavalry units, right?
Yeah.
It's not like someone you want to be rushing down. And, at the end of the day, you can build expensive roads early, but horses can just outrun you there anyway.
So what should we be looking forward? Like, what would you say are the victory? How would we know if Hudrick is on pace for victory here?
It's pure domination as a task set. There are other modes in the game, for example, highest score after 30 turns. But this is pure domination. You need to own all the cities, so it's a case of win
I
and
mean,
start winning.
as an observer, like how would you like what would be the canary in the coal mine where you know that he's going to take the game or his rival's going to take the game?
I think economy is a bit part, but also how you're using that economy. And if you take a look now at Hoodricks, those catapults are going to be able to shut down. I think the naval push. We'll see if that is enough though. But it's kind of hard to tell. It really does depend on how you play it. And at the moment, weirdly, despite the commitment to bombers from Hoodrick, haven't seen many from him. The other thing to bear in mind, bombers are expensive at 15 stars plus the base unit. We're talking basically an entire turn of economy just to build one bomber. And if they get hit, they are quite fragile.
Mhm.
I'll be honest,
And
if I had to make a guess here, I think Hoodrick really he's locking down defensively with catapults. Catapults have 3 range, so pretty much the equivalent of artillery. And that is pretty brutal in the defensive, because they do quite a bit of damage. And while you can
and
push through catapults,
like
it's hard.
Thetat's not giving up on contesting naval priority either. He has ships in the water doing damage to the bombers coming from Umaji, right?
Well, Umaji's yet to get a single bomber out. They've taken the
Oh,
tech. The other thing with the bomber tech is that there are starfish out in the sea. As you can see, there's one next to near the capital of the Hudi. What was the name of that tribe? God, the tribe names are very Hudrick tribe. But to harvest that, you also need the technology for bombers. But harvesting it is, I believe, like 25 stars. So that could have been a economy play almost.
Roadblock,
Like
yeah.
if you see 1 or 2 of those stars, it's actually worth grabbing the bomber tech and not building bombers, assuming you can harvest them. And I've missed it if they have
Ah,
already harvested those, if
okay.
that makes sense. So that could have been the play here. I just haven't seen a single bomber come out of Imaji here. The thing is with bombers is they are vulnerable because on top of, again, let's say you build a warrior with the cheapest unit, and then you upgrade him to a bomber for 15 stars. So that's going to cost you back 17 stars. 2 archer shots, and archers are 3 stars each, is enough to kill a bomber. So you want to keep those safe.
The cost effectiveness, yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, they are catapults on water. And yeah, Hoodrick is making a... I would not have expected Hoodrick to be pushing over land here. I feel like if you have economy, it's better to be in a wide open place where you have money, where your money can translate to more units and you can use your more units effectively. But he's actually pushing the north in... he's actually pushing the north quite successfully here. And I think the reason for that is that I believe there's just not much from Imaji actually defending. I think he has kind of committed navally a lot of those giants on water. Probably just expecting him to not push on land. No, I think this is going to be a game for... I will be very surprised if Hoodrick doesn't win here now. Again, the economy is almost incomparable. And yeah, even more giants being pushed out. So the way that works is that higher settlement cities, as they gain population beyond a certain point, little blue bars, every single time they fill up a blue bar, they can either take a park, which gives you a score, aka in a world final, that's BM on your opponents. Or you can take the super units, those are the 40 health giants. They are nominally the strongest unit, but they basically don't have any special ability beyond just being I am strong and smack things hard. Apart from when on water, in which case it's a very slow ship, but every time it arrives in a tile, it deals splash damage to all the troops around it. In a literal sense, I guess, because it's such a big ship. But if you are fighting with other units, for example, riders, their ability is after they smack something, they can move. They gain movement, so a lot of units have those kind of unique abilities. Giants are very simple.
Jesus.
They're just big and
Okay, yeah,
smack
so the
hard.
income is more than 2 to 1 at this point.
Okay, well, Imaji has recovered to 30 compared to 50. It was more of 25. Okay, 34 now. I think Imaji's realized that they don't have a chance here unless they go back to eco scaling, so they're probably going to slow down with the units. Maybe a little too late now, but okay. He is alright. He started to commit to his own. So in the same way, there's lumber mills for if we take a look at all those forests that Hoodrick has. There's also the farmlands can give you windmills that have the exact same effect, if that makes sense. And I think that's what Imaji is going for now. We'll see if that works. Try to distract from naval invasion. True. Thing is, Imaji's an early game monster, and if you look at this map, it's really shut down Imaji. You can't really push through 2 tiles in the north. And bear in mind those mountains, to go on them, it's good to go on them, but you need the climbing tech. You're not pushing through on them, right? Because you don't want to, like, Hoodrick still hasn't got climbing tech. He still can't go on those mountain tiles. So in essence, you have a very, very small land to bridge to do an early game rush with. It's not a good map. Not a good map for Imaji here. That's the problem. I've also just realized, I think Hoodrick start with archers, not roads. Which is slightly awkward from me. Got a fact. Sorry, not one of the 4 default tribes.
Do you think this is a situation where they would know that it was a bad map from the start, or is it something that they would slowly discover as they find the game tougher than it should be?
Thing is, I think you're right in the case that it'll be something they'll slowly discover, but one of the big advantages of Umaji being that early game monster is, of course, starting with horsemen instead of your starting unit as well being in... So everyone starts with the worker, you start with the horseman, right? You are just better at scouting implicitly.
Yeah.
So if the map is bad for you, you find out the map is bad for you a lot faster.
Yeah. So one thing I like about multiplayer Civ is that if it's a rough map for you and you need to do something stupid, something desperate, you know that pretty soon, and the enemy might not know it. So you have information that they don't. And Polytopia, that could be true too.
That's absolutely fair. That being said, I think if we look at the terrain distribution, it could have probably been a bit of a scare for Houdini here as well. because Umaji terrain is very close to your capital, and in general, if you are playing something more economic, you want to discover your opponent's terrain as late as possible because it means you have a bigger distance between
yeah.
them. But yeah, oh god, it's really not looking good for Umaji. He's being pushed back from the water now as well, so I think he's pretty much given up naval control just to squeeze out a bit more economy. And I mean, he's getting that economy now. He's getting those defensive giants. It is good to be on the defensive in this game, certainly, but good in terms of trading efficiently, but not good for, winning the game, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Um,
And how much of an effect, like if you're defending, how much are they able to mess with your infrastructure, like your ability to produce stars, etc.?
so if, for example, you try and build a farm, but there's a person standing on the tile you'd produce it to try and produce a farm, you can't. But it's not as devastating as you'd think. One of the worst things, for example, you can actually do economically is that you get extra population for having city connections. So you can cut off city connections by taking the capital, for example, but at that point you've taken the capital. The other thing to bear in mind is that, as you can see here, for example, Hudrik is occupying Gigion. Gigion is not going to provide stars on the turn has been occupied, so he is hurting that economy implicitly there, right? However, it can be liberated. The other thing to bear in mind is that whilst it has been occupied, you can't train units, and the capacity to train units, if you have 100 stars but you only have one city, you can't spend them, right, on military units. So that's another thing to be aware of.
I'm
But
looking forward to starting the next game from scratch and having you tell me about the early game and seeing the players discover the maps themselves.
that should be more interesting. I think the next game is not going to be... I'm trying to think of who else will be a really early game monster, but we are seeing the early game monster not be a monster in the late game now, unfortunately. Oh, and there we go. We now have bombers coming out of Hudrik as well. Oh dear.
You used to play this game like pretty regularly. How long ago was that?
Oh, quite a bit. I'm going to date myself very well to say I quit right before the Naval rework, but then right before I also was invited to this event, I remember the game and played quite a bit again, so I've kind of relearned the Naval rework. We'll have to say, I think the Naval rework is good because the old Naval system was very much... You have three types of ship: the cheap ship, the better ship, and then the best ship. And now there's a bit more rock, paper, scissors within the ship types themselves.
That's nice, yeah.
Instead of just you build the best ship, if that makes sense.
100%, yeah. I think a lot of games sleep on like having good naval combat.
Oh,
I've heard your opinions about it.
I've made my video essays on the topic. I think
Yeah,
naval
people know
combat
my
is just
opinions.
conceptually so cool, but the problem is that you try and make it realistic, and realistic naval combat isn't cool. Oh, there we go. We're actually seeing out of Imaji right now of how you can gain farmlands. So farmlands are the best in terms of economic yield out of square, apart from parks or unique monuments. Monuments are a whole system that you get for specific things. So, for example, there's a killer monument for killer units, but then you can only build it once, and then you're done, right? But to get a farm on an empty tile, you need to plant a forest that costs stars, burn the forest that costs stars, and then plant a farm. So it's quite a star-heavy process. That being said, Hudrik has to make his plays now because Imaji is kind of caught up economy-wise, 51 to 49 stars. Like, they've recovered.
Fair. Okay, yeah.
So, and I think there's
at what
certainly
cost,
a
though?
unit
Like, the
lead.
cities are
There's a
being
Cernet
occupied.
lead there's a lead for Hudrik, but that's my point though. I think if Imaji survives this, they're back on a square footing, and we're gonna immediately see our first late game Polytopia game on the first round with, I think, pretty both early game rushdown civs.
But like if Hudrik was planning like a sort of like power spike with his market build, and then he made solid progress but wasn't able to knock his opponent out, he could be like a bit confused. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to know how to adapt your build.
I think that being said, though, my question is how on God's green earth now does Hudrik get kicked out of the water? If you look at his current navy, he just owns that now. That's his lake.
Yeah.
The best options
Looking
are
like Civ 5 right here with the Carpet of Doom.
pretty much. So that's sometimes late game Polytopia, and that's really bad for, well, Imaji as well, because their whole thing is maneuverability, and when you have a wall of units, that really does not favor maneuverability compared to just having a lot of strong units. Both of them haven't picked up climbing yet, by the way. As you can see, both of them are avoiding spending those stars on climbing, so they're walking around mountains.
I'll need to like get your input as to what are the key texts for each of these players in the next game, but What does climbing do?
So climbing, it lets you get onto the mountain tiles. You cannot enter those normally, and that's very good for scouting. But the thing is with technologies is, first of all, the more techs you have, the more expensive the next techs get, I believe. And every single city you get also increases your tech cost. So you
Oh,
have
this
to
is
be
surprising.
almost selective about your techs. Yeah, not as much as you'd think. There's also one tech at the end of the climbing tree after philosophy. Very Civ 5y and very Civ 3, I know. But after climbing, you get meditation, because obviously you're allowed to meditate only on the top of high structures. After that, you get philosophy, and philosophy decreases all techs by
Love it.
33%. So if you know you're taking a lot, putting off philosophy can be an idea. Philosophy otherwise is pretty useless. It gives you I'd call a pretty troll unit, but the Mindbender, if someone tries to use this in the World Championship, that's going to be BM immediately. I'm just going to say that.
Mhm.
The way that unit works is that if it's a priest from the old Age of Empires games, so if you have
Of
a unit
course,
next to
yeah.
it,
Classic archetype, but
he smacks it and
hard to
converts it
balance.
to your unit. Here's the problem with the Mindbender, is that it's very actually bad. Oh, there we go. We have Hudrik has picked up
Climbing?
climbing now. Because the way that normally works is that if you have a unit, you'd walk them up and you'd smack. Also, cloaks coming out of Hudrik. Okay, we'll get to those in a second. But you'd walk a Mindbinder up to a unit. But you can't smack on the same turn that you move. But units like Warriors can, and then Mindbenders are very, shall we say, weak.
Issue, yeah.
So what happens is that the only way you can really use the Mindbender is if someone makes a mistake and basically moves the unit next to a Mindbender. And even the AI is programmed not to do that. So if someone's doing that in the final, I will be very, very surprised.
Mhm, mhm.
Steam ZR early game defenses and early game offensive. Let's see. That's true. There is a starting tribe. The other thing with climbing, by the way, is that it reveals. So some mountains contain gold, and gold can be a very good economy scaler as well, with forges and that whole route. And that's the route to swordsman, for those interested. Basically, the strongest melee land unit, if you exclude giants, which I mean everyone just gets for being playing tall, right? So that's that route. Neither of them have gone for that. Oh, Hudrik is going for knights as well. Okay. The way cloaks work is that if you sneak them into a unit, you can incite revolt in a city, which spawns a bunch of not very strong, but like 8 units around the city that can be very annoying and can certainly shut down a play. But
Mhm.
they are very weak units, but they're hidden. And what happens is if a unit can see a cloak, you get a little pop-up that there's a cloak in a tile next to me, but you don't know which tile. So if you have 2 units that see a cloak, you can kind of guess within which tile the cloak is, but there's a lot of, in practice, finding the cloak games
There's
around
a
that,
little
if that
like
makes sense.
exclamation mark appear above their head when they notice them.
No, it's a very little small grey arrow, but I see what you're going for. No, when they notice, they just get revealed on the map, and they are very squishy, like they're weaker than warriors. So they don't live long once noticed, but it's something to bear in mind. I don't know if... The question is, has Umaji noticed he's got cloaks coming out against him? Because if you take a look at, for example, his southern city, he's been capping and recapping that for a while, but there's not many units in the area. They're mostly fighting up north. Which means if
Sorry,
you
his
sneak
southern
a...
city. Which one's that?
They've currently zoomed out, which makes it a bit annoying to
Yeah.
try and read the names, but the Umaji southernmost city, the coastal south
Ah,
place,
I see. Yeah.
not many units around that, but they've been capping and recapping it. If a cloak gets in there and spawns like 8 pretty weak units, even if they're not that strong, can be one-shot in some cases even, they still just body block and can probably prevent recapture, so we'll have to see. Might be a play. Might be a play. I'm curious what the next matchup is, but this is also Polytopia late game, for those wondering. Now I think
Giants.
we're pretty late. Yeah, certainly. The other thing with bombers, by the way, is that they have a nominal range of 3, but that can be even higher. The way that... Oh, okay. Hudrik's gone for a naval cloak. And I think he gets away with it as well. Is that... but the bomber range of 3 is nominally 3.
Mhm.
Because they have an ability called Splash, and he's got the cloak off. Okay, that's going to be a big trouble for Umaji. But they have a Splash ability, where if they hit a unit, they also deal damage to units around them. And he's getting another cloak off. Oh, okay, it is not a good time to be Umaji. I think he's about to get double cloaked. You also do get stars from that. Not that Hudrik is in much need of them, but... Yeah. Very good counter to the cloaks, and that's coming out of Imaji. So I think he's noticed is the knight. The knight's ability is that after he kills a unit, he gets to move and attack again. And that makes him very good at killing a bunch of very terrible units, like those Insight Revolts from the cloaks. So it's not over yet, but it's not looking good. And I think the southern city, I'll be very, very surprised if that city holds. Well, it probably does. I think he can deny it. He can, because there's a cloak occupying it. But multiple turns, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I'm curious what would be his his win how would he get back into this game if it's at all possible?
There's a universe where he doesn't die here, but I don't see a universe of him winning. I'll be honest. It's
so I know in some pro esports, they have the requirements for players to stick it out to the bitter end and have the loss screen appear on screen. Is that the case with Polytopia? Do you know?
I'm not actually sure. Speaking of, Imaji just resigned, so I guess that's the answer to your question. And it makes sense. I think he can defend here, but if the only time you do that, if you could play for a draw for 30 turns. But it makes sense. It was just... It's a very clean... It's quite a clean play by Hudrik. You know, he saw the Naval play and then just basically did Naval better. So yeah, first win for Hudrik Dreamlander against Dreamlander. Thetat? Is that the best way of pronouncing that? We'll call that there. But okay, there is also going to be another... You as a Garlic Swordsman yourself would of course appreciate the idea of rushing someone down with Swordsman. There is a tribe called Vengir, and they tend to be very bullied because basically they don't start with any early game economy techs. So some nations, like for example Imperial, start the game with economy techs, and that's obviously very good to get scaling going. Vengir doesn't start with early game economy techs, and then there's early game things like, for example, fish is an early game resource, and then you build harbors for late game, and then you can gather fruit, but then you transition to farms if you go that route. Or you go into, for example, climbing, then you discover gold, and then you can research mining to get the gold economy going, right? All of these options. Well, Vengir, they start with Swordsman, the best land unit, but it's a slow unit. And they have the early economy resources nerfed, but then the late game resources buffed. And the long and short of it is that in many ways they're laughed at as one of the worst tribes to play. But there is actually Vengir representation in tournaments, so I'll be very pleased to see if they get a game.
I've been meaning to ask this for a while. Would you consider yourself to be caught up with the meta? Like, I know you played big a bit ago, and you took a bit of a break.
I've done my revision, mainly because I started playing Polytopia again, and then got a couple other Polytopia people I used to watch. Gully TY, I believe, he's recently stopped doing Polytopia, ironically. Like, I think he uploaded 3 months ago, but was very active previously. If anyone's heard of him, watched quite a few of his stuff, and he used to do just a lot of multiplayer Polytopia. It wasn't World Championship level, so he wasn't like top of the leaderboards, but he was a leaderboard player, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm looking at the list of civs here. So we got Umaji and Hudrik, of course.
Yep.
Imperius and Bardur, and then...
Oh, that's going to be...
And Luxador.
No, it's a bit hard to like apply S tiers and so on, but both Bardur and Imperius are early game monsters. Both start with early game scaling techs, and both scale very well, with Imperius scaling very well on farms into markets, and then Bardur scaling very, very well with forests and hunting. So
they don't really have a weak phase of their game then.
Pretty much. And the other thing is that both of them, just because of that early economy, are actually quite good at resisting early rushes. Because there are early good economy, you know, the best way to defend an early rush is just to be able to have so many warriors you pop out early because you're rich, to be able to, you know, body block that.
Oh, here we are, game starting.
Yep, and we're back to the rematch. Hudrik versus Imaji. This, though, if I have to wager a guess of the map, might be a bit more favourable towards the Imaji player. Because I think there's going to be a lot more terrain and less water. Yeah, and
I like that the map templates are more flexible here.
Certainly. And they're both opening towards each other, which makes sense, both spawned in the relative respective corners. What is Hudrik's ability? And I was wrong, they don't start with roads, they start with archers. Ooh, archers are great at defending, but they're great at defending against most things apart from, well, the early Umaji cavalry. Or riders, more specifically.
I will just run them down, yeah.
Pretty much, so... Yeah, and he's gone for the Explorer, which makes sense here. He gets lucky. So, one of the things you've noticed is they discover the corner of the map. The way the economy works is that you need to harvest things like fruit to get +1, and he's already turned 3 meeting opponents and getting, so that was a very good explorer. But the way the economy works is that if you harvest a fruit, for example, for 2, or you build a mine for, it costs 5 stars, but it gives you 2, like, population progress, and a fruit costs you 2 stars but gives you 1 population progress, but the fruit then disappears. You gain a population bar, and that fills up your city. That's how you level up, right? Well, if you discover the corner of the map, you gain a free population. So it's almost like a 2-star or 2.5-star economy boost of discovering the corner of the map tiles.
Just instantly, okay.
Yeah, and if you look now, you can see the Suede economy from Imaji coming. Like, Hudrik has just got their second settlement online now. There goes their explorer. But compared to, like, how much Imaji's already done, like, Umaji is about to capture their third settlement. And that city in the middle is technically, according to the game, an Umaji city. But as you can see, Hudrik's actually closer to it just on tile count, right? But how do they defend that? Because they can spam riders out of Onodka and Kibaya, and that's going to be a difficult thing for them to defend. And the question is, do you go for that? And I think you have to, but if you tie up a lot of your resources early on, you build archers instead of warriors, you don't take techs because you're building all these expensive units and losing them. Not sure. I would not know what to do here. Thankfully, I'm not playing. Yeah, Rome versus Vikings will be the later economy one, to be clear, but yes. Sorry. I think the map favors Umaji here, by the way, if I had to wager a guess. Ooh, and also Suede, if you take a look now at the stream from Umaji, one of the games decided on the spawn up north when we slide back up to that. One of those settlements is being considered a Hudrik settlement, but you need to commit navally to get there, if that makes sense. And
Sorry, so the settlements are the little tribal
little
villages,
huts.
the
Yes.
huts, right?
Yes, so if you look above Kibaya, there's a little settlement that's on that green terrain, so it's considered a Hudrik settlement. But I think Umaji, I mean, he's basically already there, right? Even though it's technically closer to the Hudrik capital, because there's a big body of water in the way. And it's a large plain. Yeah,
there's actually 2 kind of like on the bay there.
The map has really not good look for Hudrik. Because there's a big, large water, again, almost donutty, to the left of Ruri. But that kind of means that while this land is being contested by Umaji, they can just send one rider to pick up a bunch of cities and get a bunch of economy. That being said, Hudrik is going for that middle settlement, and it's not really being contested by Umaji as much as I thought it would be. Oh, he's building. Okay, he's pre-roading. Yes. Okay, he's contesting it, and he's gonna prevent the capture. Never mind, I take that back. He did go for roads. Roads riders are, yeah, a pretty brutal combo. He's going to be zooming. And he's going for the capture with the rider. That is... He does see that he loses that rider, because I think both of those archers can move up and shoot. And then that rider's gone. And he sees that too, so I think he's going to move that off, but... We'll see. He's prevented the capture. I think this might be an Umaji win already, if I can call it. I'm not sure what Hudrik does here. The thing is, to be fair, if I'm Hudrik, look at that forest distribution. There's going to be some really good sawmills there. There's going to be some monster sawmills. The sawmill below Berle is a 5 sawmill, if that makes sense. A 5 lumber mill sawmill. That's pretty good. And if you get the border... Yeah, so 5 pops worth. And bear in mind, you convert pops into giants, so super units. Yeah, sorry?
Do you think that on like the top right, like the northeast corner of the map, or side of the map, do you think there's like a small land bridge that would connect Hudrik to the settlement spot?
Could be. Neither of them have explored it, but the question is, if it does connect that, that's not really a good place to fight over. You build an archer, he can shoot you like 3 times before you cross that, in the same way there is in the south. So, if anything, that will probably actually help Umaji, because they're probably not fighting on that front. And if Hudrik commits to a naval play, you can. That's less water for them to maneuver in.
Okay, we're seeing this now that Umaji's pushing north, and we'll see if it connects.
True. The thing is as well, if you look at Amaji's techs, they had the tech tree open, they've really not taken many. I think Hoodrick's taking techs here, but they are... There's 2 cities, it's rough. There's so much land as well if you look on the left of the map, where the game was like, yep, that's...
You're definitely going to reach
It's not
there,
Amaji land, but yeah, no, I think the Amaji riders are already there, so they've got this. Like, Hoodrick is just screwed, yeah, bottlenecked, absolutely. I think you... Like, what do you do here? You may want to rush knights, because there's one thing that skills a swarm of riders very well, and that's just some well-placed knights. But that might be a bit too far to get to. And yeah, four cities now upgraded. So for those for those at home who haven't played Polytopia much, when you get the first upgrade on a city, your capital produces 2 stars, and when you capture another settlement, it produces 1 stars, and also increases your unit cap. So I believe Hoodrick is now at pretty close to unit cap. But the long and short of it is that when you get the first upgrade, which requires 2 population, you get a choice. You either get an explorer, which can reveal a lot of information, or you get a workshop, which gives you +1 stars forever on that city. And we've seen 1 explorer out of Hoodrick, but given he's got 2 cities, that's, you know, a decent chunk of stars he's left on the table. He's basically lost 25% of his economy. Not 25%, but his economy could have been 8 instead of 7. They have a bit of a Mexican standoff as well. Hoodrick has denied the capture on the middle, but at the same time, they can't really push. Those forests do stop the riders moving.
It seems like there's like a not a super tight choke, but with those archers, he should be able to hold it off. But I'm wondering what happens when Umaji comes in from the flanks with his horsemen.
Well, the point is that okay, you do hold them. Your Hoodrick, right? You hold them off in that middle bit, and what happens there? You've got 2 cities, and you've held off an empire with 6. Great, you just lost later. You know.
Exactly. Okay,
like you can hold them off, but pretty much. One of the things, by the way, you're wondering at home what you do is that when you spawn an explorer, normally the camera locks in for your explorer, but by leaving the game and rejoining, you don't have to follow the explorer, and like you save yourself some turn timer on doing that. Unlike some of the older Civ games, and let's be honest, some of the newer Civ games, you're actually allowed to leave the lobby and rejoin without needing to resync for half an hour. That's one of the newest innovations that the Polytopia developers have been able to achieve. We're not quite sure how they managed to do this, you know, but we hope they share. Okay, if we're not seeing what Hoodrick's doing right now, they're looking at math. They can get catapults now. Turn 7 catapults is early. And the thing with catapults is they one-shot riders, and they really outrange riders. And this is why he's not capping that city, by the way. If he caps that 3rd city now, I think the tech cost for that for catapults to go up, and he won't be able to grab it. He's gone for it, he's gone for it, he's gone for the catapults. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures, but if there's going to be one thing that works, it's going to be catapults. The thing is, a catapult is 8 stars. 1 catapult, right? And if a rider gets a smack on that catapult, it's good as dead. It's not quite dead, but it's good as dead, right? Oh, and Umaji's... so you can build roads in neutral territory? Yeah, okay. Umaji's starting to siege the capital now. He's really pushing his advantage. Which makes sense. But... that's definitely not a good thing for Hoodrick. But if they can get some catapults online... But that said again, 8 stars per catapult. That's pretty much Hoodrick's entire economy per turn on 1 unit.
And we can see Dreamlander in like the thumbnail now. He looks like he's in a flow state. He's feeling himself.
True, he is. He seems happy. With that being said, Dreamlander does not know catapults are there, and his giant he just got. It's a very expensive unit, but it's dead in 4 shots to a catapult. I think catapults and archers are basically the best unit to giant, the best counter. And speaking of though, that makes sense. That's the resignation out of Hoodrick. He's not even going to play for that. I mean, you've committed a lot of stars that could have been spent defending yourself on a catapult unit that you can't even build because your capital's under siege, which means he probably denied the star income from that. So forget those 8 stars. He probably made 4. Yep. I mean, if you want to see an Umaji early game rush, there you go. You just saw it, and a map that favored it. Umaji got quite unlucky with the distribution of huts and couldn't get his early economy going. So we'll see. I believe they play best of 3 or best of 5. We'll find out soon. I can see our professional caster. I don't know that.
I can check the schedule now.
That will be appreciated. Yeah.
It says quarterfinal until 3:30 Central European Time. It's 3-5. Probably best of 3.
Probably best of 3. It's also a hard case for something like, you know, cricket matches. Or, see, football, at least. Not American football, for the Americans watching at home. Yeah, it's a best of 3. We're not sure. Is that, you know, these games can get quite late. And a rushdown game of Polytopia, like, you know, we just saw, can genuinely be over in 10 minutes, where you just see, okay, it's over. But you can also get quite late, like the previous game, and that could be half an hour. So it's a bit hard to schedule.
Depends on the factions too, right?
Absolutely. I mean, if you have 2 late game factions come in, Wenger mirror matchup, we're going to be here all evening.
Thankfully, Wenger's not on the schedule.
Is Wenger not? No, I swear I saw Wenger on the schedule. They're in the banner bar. You can't just put Wenger in like, ah. So I used to play Wenger.
Imperius, Bardor, Umachi, Hudrik, Shinchi, and Luchador.
Oh no. So I used to play Wenger, because the thing with playing Wenger is that if you win as Wenger, it's very impressive. Because, oh my god, you won as basically the worst tribe. But if you lose as Wenger, no one cares, because, like, obviously lost as Wenger, right? So if you want to save face at home, play Wenger. Wenger.
I'm guessing for team games that doesn't quite apply, though, right?
I mean, I would not be happy if my teammates picked Wenger. I would strongly encourage them to not play Wenger. Because I think Wenger succeeds in one very specific... They're off again, but Wenger succeeds in one very specific environment. If you go super, super late, because then the early game doesn't matter that much, and you do get more late game resources, you get more gold and farmland than everyone else. The problem is that if you go super, super late where that starts to matter, you can go into forestry for plant forest and then chivalry to burn forest to make your own farmland. But there is like this very specific gap. Not like end game, but like late game. Does that make sense? Where they have an advantage.
Look at that lumber mill spot.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's an 8. There is they did unfortunately on the Polytopia Reddit, I find out, have to ban posts of people saying the perfect lumber mill spots, the perfect farm spots when you get all 9, because there were so many. But they're still very rare to get in the game.
This game is exactly like Civ then, okay.
Fair. I will also immediately say that is a monstrous, like, if you take a look at Umaji, one of the things you can grab in the game is border expands to make each individual city stronger to get an extra, one extra tile of border expands. But you can't work more than 1 tile of border expands, much like in Civ 3, where you only get 1 border expand, right?
Yeah.
But Umaji got very lucky with hut spawns, because they're very close to him. And that means Umaji's city, like, he is able to get a lot of those cities up faster. And
there's the corner.
Yep, he's scouted that. And he's also, oh god, this is bad. They're both very close to each other again, so that's going to be another Umaji advantage. But now the middle's a bit more closed up. Forest does impede rider movement, and those 2 mountains, if there's not more mountains, are going to be bad for Umaji. They really don't want to be spending stars on climbing. We'll see. It's quite like... Hudrik is near the middle, but with that forest density, and I think he's not screwed on stars, it might be a lot more equal here. That said, Umaji can definitely grow from behind. They have a lot of room to do that as well. If you look at that capital as well, double farmland can be very, very nice. Hudrik is about to grab 3rd city, and there's forestry. Yeah, he's going to chop for warrior, okay. Also, the forest that we saw, you can build a lumber mill for 3, so it's not the most efficient. Obviously, it's better. Sorry, you can build a lumber hut for 3 stars, right? For 1 population. So it's not the most efficient type of pop growth. But you can also chop a forest for 1 star if you ever need to squeeze out an extra star to do some things. But then obviously you lose the ability to, build a lumber mill there. So you can do chops.
Now. Okay.
Sorry?
Direct conflict now.
Yep, they saw each other.
Heads. So would you say that generally, like, Hudrik would outscale Umaji in this matchup? Or is it just the
I
maps repeat
think it
series?
actually depends on the early game encounter, because one of the nice things with Hoodrick is they don't have any inherent economy bonuses. They don't start with organization, for example, but they start with archers, and archers are very good on the defensive and not bad on the offensive, which means actually they're very good at rushing down. They're very good at shutting down a rush down civ, like
I see. Yeah.
Umaji. The problem is Umaji is just probably the best rush down civ, so it's actually a very good matchup from the staff members here in that regard, right? Umaji has the tools to pressure, and Hoodrick has the tools to shut them down if both play well. So
See.
neither have implicit economy boost. I think the only real one to say is Hoodrick has more forest density, so better potential lumber mills. But that does take a while to get going. Lumber mills are behind math, which is also where you get the catapults.
And limiting the movement of the unique unit from Umachi is probably also a decent plus.
So to be clear, riders aren't everyone gets the same units, but Umaji starts with riders from day one, which is quite good, compared to having to tech them. And the other thing with the Umaji riders is because they start with a rider instead of starting with a warrior, which is what most other people start with. They start with a rider, and having that rider off rip day one is quite good for scouting, exploration, and expansion. So that's the thing to bear in mind.
Kind of like Babylon, I believe, in Civ. I might be wrong about that, but I believe there's a faction in Civ 6 that starts with a unique unit as their scout, or as their starting
Could
unit.
be. Was there? I believe Civ 3 expansion. Now I'm going to Civ 3
I don't think it's
quiz.
Babylon, but
Civ 3 expansion of Civ start with scouts, and there's a Civ that gets a unique scout type.
the Incans, and they do not. That would be
They
ridiculous.
don't start with a unique scout. Ah.
Well,
But they
because the
start
enemy
with a
faction
scout.
doesn't start with anything, right?
Yeah, of course. Do they not? So, do they just wait? But they still get the scout, right? I think they still get the scout. So they just get like one scout that you can never build again.
They can never build a regular scout again.
The one and only regular scout down.
And the expense the unique unit scout is twice as expensive, so it's kind of a disadvantage at some time. But you're an agricultural civ, you don't need it. Anyway,
Yeah, that do be agricultural civs. But yes,
having
hello.
the change in the starting unit is very impactful.
No, that's the other thing is that that's why Vengir has like it seems really strong. You start with the swordsman, right? That seems really amazing. But the problem is the swordsman moves as a warrior, so it's not good for scouting. By the time you get to the opponent's going to see your terrain before they see your swordsman. So they're going to see, oh, Vengir. That means there might be a swordsman coming over to me. Let me grab archery. And a swordsman, great unit. He's still he's like 80. He's still going to be, I want to say 90% dead to 2 archer shots, right?
Yeah.
So while 2 archer shots don't kill him, a unit on 1 health isn't, gonna build your own empire. Oh, and we're gonna see if we take a look now, there is a settlement, unfortunately for Hoodrick, which is not great, which is a 1-tile island. To grab that settlement, you need to build a port and then go over there and then land on it. So it's a very expensive proposition to grab, and it's not going to be a good settlement because what does it have for its resources? It can get fish, and then it's kind of done. It can't really ever get lumber mills or anything. And unfortunately, that's a Hoodrick settlement. It would be a great city if it was a naval game because you could get like 3 ports, so you could get a bunch of units out, right?
A naval game isn't like a map with like one big inland sea.
Pretty much. Or let's say there was a map generation where we had the previous game where there was a big, inland sea as a more donutty. That would be, if there was that kind of island in the middle of that donut, that would have been a very contested city. But in this game, what is that?
Getting catapults on a city like that would be great positioning.
Would be, but it's also going to be in the middle of the ocean, so it's going to be a good thing to target. So, yes, if you can keep that catapult alive. And naval units tend to overall be quite squishy relative to the damage that naval units can output. We haven't seen it from either players. There is a unit called the Defender, and if you guess what it does, I'll be very unimpressed because it's in the name.
I think it's like the priest from Age of Empires 2, where it converts people.
Almost now. Unfortunately, it just sits there in defense. It does a lot of damage. The way it also works is that if you smack it, it does a lot of damage back, but if it smacks first on an attack, it does like no damage and takes a lot of damage back. Ooh, in the ruins, they just popped out a veteran swordsman. Veterans are something you're going to see a lot in single player and basically never in multiplayer. If a unit gets 3 kills, As you can see, for example, it's turn 7, and the amount of kills that Umaji has gotten is 0. But if one unit gets 3 kills, it promotes to a veteran unit, which gives it extra HP, and then it full heals when it promotes. I feel like I'm describing Civ mechanics.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And like ruined, I didn't notice the ruined huts on the map, but I'll have my eyes open for that for now.
Fair. Well, if we take a look at Umaji right at the bottom, they just popped out a veteran swordsman. Great unit. The problem is the starting Hoodrick archers are a great counter to it, and B, it's 5 years
said,
away
yeah.
from the front. So
When it gets there, it'll be devastating, though.
yeah, devastating for the. It might be a no, because it'll be a veteran, so no, it'll be a pop. Because if he saw a normal swordsman, he said, okay, he might have taken the swordsman tech, right? Ooh, also, one of the things we just saw out of Hoodrick, there we go, the sawmills are going up. Unfortunately, no good market spots there unless he wants to chop one of his own sawmills, as you can see. So if you think of a place to place the market next to those 3 sawmills, not many. But he's taken the good sawmill spot. Definitely going toward those.
I got
3...
my Reddit tab open right now, and I'm screenshotting this. And
You're about to get banned. It's over. He's got 3 cities there against Umaji's like 5. It's just Umaji's cities are nowhere near as developed as those sawmills, and catapults can start coming out now. I think Umaji can't really push this, though.
You think Hoodrick's in the lead here?
I think Hoodrick's safe. I don't think Umaji can push him. The problem for Hoodrick as well, if you take a look in the south, he can't really contest the south, so he's probably worried that Umaji's... Oh my god. Oh, Umaji's... So you can get techs out of ruins, which are great. Guess what Umaji got? A second swordsman.
Sorry, a 7-second delay. Let's see.
Yep.
Not climbing.
Well, you need climbing to go for the mountains. Hoodrick probably thinks he can't go south. But here's the problem with that statement.
Another swordsman?
Yeah, he did go down swordsman. But Hoodrick is probably scared that he can't go south to the cities there. But he doesn't know that south there's literally nothing. Like, no hut spawn there.
Mm-hmm.
So...
What was the tech, though? I didn't catch that.
He didn't get the tech. He got a second swordsman, literally at the opposite end of the map. So by the time the swordsman arrives there, it's going to be like turn 15, and Hoodrick is going to have 150 catapults. Which are even better at countering swordsmen. Umaji is starting a bit of a push, but they've also gone for a very interesting capture up there. That like almost city-state place, if that makes sense. The problem is that city is great like, to be pinged by archers.
Like on the Lebanese coast. That like tiny little land bridge connecting it to the mainland.
Yep, Jalim in this game. But yeah, as you can see, the thing is with that city is you put a catapult from Wells, definitely not Wells, on that fruit, for example, and you basically, if you put one catapult, you shut down half the units you can build, so the moment they get built, they get shot, because the unit doesn't get movement on the turn it's built. You put 2 catapults there, and literally every single unit you build, you can just turn 1 remove. So you can shut that city down entirely. And I think Umaji is not even going to try and hold it. I think they can see that it's a foregone conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
So in essence, they've kind of scouted.
The archers could like shoot kind of from the forest along the southern coast, right?
That too, but it's, you know, being shut down with catapults is even more brutal because you can attack. You can theoretically attack those archers on the southern coast, right? Umaji can attack those. There's no way he's gonna. If he can attack the catapults inside the capital, he's already won.
Yeah.
You know.
You just. I kind of see the geometry of. It's kind of thing if you play enough strategy games, you can kind of like see the angles. Some angles are bad, some angles are good, and that is a rancid angle for Umaji.
Yeah, I think to be fair, there's no way they should have that city. They are having that city to almost tie up Umaji, but sorry, to tie up. Well, I guess tie up themselves because what's their plan here? Okay. They have 3 cities to 3. Make that 5. Well, 3 core cities versus their core 3Ds. They've just grabbed another city up north, and they've gotten that small Jamil. But once that inevitably goes to Hoodrick, they've got a beautiful early game lead here. But what do they have to show for it?
You are able to like plant the cities on enemy tile sets, right?
Of course. The only thing that terrain determines is basically a preemptive. This is the enemy next to me. All terrain also works in the same way, in the sense of like if I get the ability to gather fruit, I can gather Hoodrick fruit. I can gather Omaji fruit. I can gather all different types of fruit, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
So it is literally purely cosmetic. You could remove the terrain from the game in terms of its, shall we say, art style. Oh, look at
Yeah.
that beautiful sawmill, by the way, and a second giant coming out. The thing is, with 5 cities against 3, Hoodrick already has a better economy. But I was going to say that if you remove the tile set from the game, you do lose the ability to scout your opponent's terrain and know what you're up against before you meet them. But aside of that, it doesn't serve much else in terms of its purpose.
Ah,
As a
yeah.
classification, it just does look pretty.
And adds to the aesthetics and the arts of the styles of the different factions, which is
No,
something.
absolutely. And I mean, the other
And
big
from
part is that
raw gameplay mechanical angle.
mm,
Interesting. And I think these players obviously do know who they're up against, at least after the first match, right?
I believe they know preemptively. The thing is, it can also be a good way of scout because the way the terrain works is, on average, the game says, okay, is this tile close to the capital? My capital or the opponent's capital? So as you
Ah, yeah.
discover terrain, you can soft calculate the opponent's capital. Not like a good calculation, but, you know, a guesstimate. Remarkably, though, Image is actually holding on to that city. It's costing them 2 stars a turn to hold on to it, and this making 2 stars. So at the moment, that city is increasing their tech cost. But I guess it's holding up for Houdini City, units as well.
Yeah, and if he's going to be locked onto 3 cities there, like he's not going to get the one on the island anytime soon.
No, I think that's the thing. Oh, he's gone for Hoodrick's gone for roads. Okay, and he's gone for the markets. Okay, there we go. You're about to see this beautiful, beautiful marketplace come out of to wealth. They're on 22 stars now. Yep.
Keep teching deep in one turn. Well,
I think you were
but
saving those stars, seeing can he get away with that push. Would be my best guess. It's
yeah,
markets are a very expensive proposition, but once you get them, they're a great way of making money.
and like you said, fog of war. There's no fog of war. Like once you've explored someone's land,
Mm.
so Umaji would know that these markets are up and that he's spent a lot of his stars on this.
Yeah, that is committed. That being said,
But
if
these
you just
giants
look
are.
at his sawmills, you kind of know it's coming. you know,
Yeah,
it's a pretty not the most hidden strategy. I'm
but he might think
fascinated.
that there's a window. But with these
Oh,
giants out, the case.
by the way, the swordsman he got in the south. I think what he's going to do is that if you look into the south of Imaji's like boat, he's just going to get. I think he's going to use that boat
Ah,
to get the settlement, then build some ports in that settlement to basically port that swordsman over. And I think that's going to be less time than spending those 8 turns marching that swordsman across.
exactly. Yeah. Well, two birds with one stone, and then also locking down six settlements from Umaji, 6 versus 3.
Certainly good, but I mean, if you look at the economy right now, he's what 5 settlements versus
Yeah.
3, but it's 15 versus 22.
And then the
So
text costs, like you said.
the tech cost is going up, and you do get unit support. So the amount of units you're allowed to recruit, you're just not allowed to go over the amount. But you also get unit support from the size of the settlements, if that makes sense. So it's like population basically is your unit support. And there we go, some very, very beautiful markets going up. I'm
So I'm
very
glad
sorry to
he's.
say for your Reddit screenshot, by the way, he did burn down one of those forests to build a market.
Oh,
So it's now just a 7. It could have been an 8, but I guess we don't go for the perfect solo mill in the World Championship.
yeah. Some things were not meant to be.
It's not chess team, no please. Oh, glad you
I'm
recognize
glad
Suede.
that
Mhm.
I'm glad that Magi's going for such a kind of idiosyncratic. Like it's very asymmetric as terms of a build, in terms of what the two different civs are doing right now. One's like building very
Mhm.
tall, and one's going very wide, and we're going to see what comes out on top.
Absolutely. The thing as well to bear in mind is this is not really communicated much. I mean, I think it's communicated if you start reading tooltips, but people don't read tooltips. Is that the faction does change your starting technology and starting unit if that's something that's affected, but it also changes your resource distribution. I talked about this a bit with Vengi, for example, but Hoodrick has a lot more forests. And if you take a look at the amount of forests in
I noticed that.
Umaji
Yeah,
versus Hoodrick lands consistently, like you can tell about that resource distribution difference. What
he's
that,
really thinking about that
yeah,
population growth or border growth.
I think he's gone for the late game here, which is more... So population growth gives you 3 pop immediately, but he picks up both farmlands. So it's a better thing to go for the border growth if you then have the 10 stars later to get the 4 and then, have more tasks to work with. But yeah, for sure. I think he's hunkering down for another late game encounter, I believe. That being said, what was I going with this? Omaji can't do Hoodrick's build. They just don't have the forest density, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So,
and sorry, you said the lumber mills, the marketplaces scale with lumber mills. Is that true?
So they scale with, so for example, you see the farmlands? In the same way that lumber mills can be built around upgraded lumber to gain extra population based on those, and then market scale with the level of the lumber mill. Marketplaces also scale with the level of forges. Those are things that you build around gold mines. And the lumber mill and the markets also scale with the windmills, which is what you saw out of Imaji last late game. And windmills are scaled around the farmlands that they're built around. And they also scale with each other. So if you build a marketplace next to a level 3 forge and a level, let's say, 2 windmill, you get a level 5 marketplace. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if you build it next to a level 3 lumber mill and a level 3 lumber mill, you get a level 6 marketplace. So, total level of. I won't say it's that complicated, but it's certainly a dynamic. This is from the member going tall. I mean, if you look, to be fair, those marketplaces do look quite tall, right? Yeah, also, there's no way... I think... So, when your city, like Jilin there, is sieged, right, and you don't have any nearby units, the only way to free that is something called a giant pushing. You can't recruit new units, but if you were to recruit a unit like a giant, it would push off the current unit that's sieging it, and if there is no tile for it to get pushed off, it just poofs into the void, which if it's something like a giant is a great way of cost-effectively killing a giant. So, can be a tactic. That being said, if you take a look at Hoodrick here, they are starting to push for their giants, backed by archers,
yeah.
so I think they've just gone for it.
So can you maybe explain how city captures work in Polytopia?
Yes, so cities, when if no one's attacking them, to put simply, they're obviously not being captured. But if a unit moves onto that city, first of all, at the start of your turn, you don't get any stars from that city. Secondly, you can't build units inside that city until you free the city. So let's say someone starts sieging, then you kill that unit with an archer. You can now build a unit in that city after you freed it with an archer shot, for example. But if you don't, and that unit spends a full turn, because it takes it uses up the rest of its movement, and then it can't attack once it walks onto a city. Oh, there's the bridge. There's the bridge play. For that swordsman. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I was looking at the entirely wrong player. Houdini denies the capture on that small island as well. Not looking good for Omaji. But to finish off the captures, once you've spent a turn and your capture has not been interrupted, have you heard of Advanced Wars by Web? Or Advanced Wars?
No.
Fair enough. Was a old...
a Game Boy Advance game?
Kind of. There's been a bunch of versions.
I know the idea of the title. Yeah, sorry, it's just such a long shot reference. But continue.
Fair. But there's the concept of interrupting captures in that game. So if you don't interrupt the capture, even if it's a 1 health unit, that doesn't interrupt. But if you don't kill the unit or get them off the city, next turn they can spend the rest of their full movement again, transferring the city ownership to you. Now, if you build roads,
I like the mix between turn-based strategy games, like that kind of influence from 4X, but also from tactical strategy games here.
It's very, you can definitely see the influences from things like Age of Empires as well. I mean, the mind-bending unit is literally just the priest, but called mind-benders. They did buff them, actually.
Like the early game economy, the way you harvest from the tiles directly.
I see, yeah, that's fair.
You get your goat or your... Sorry, I'm not super recently having played Age of Empires, but take livestock first, hunting, and then gradually build up to farms and other more sustainable sources of resources.
I mean, it's actually a pretty good analogy. Pretty much this is that, you harvest your fruit and then you're out of fruit to harvest, so you have to go for other things for resources.
I was more of an Empire Earth child, as the black sheep of the family.
Of course. There's also the other thing to bear in mind. If you build a road or port connections, you gain 1 population if your city is connected to the capital. Then your capital gains 1 population for every city connection. But if you, for example, let's say someone's got a connection to the capital, then you capture that city, you can actually lose population as well. Because you'll sever the connection, you won't gain the pop from that, so you can, You can go into the red on pop
Okay.
from captures, but yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like he wasn't able to contest the capture here at all. He tried his best for a while. And now he's actually not going to be ahead in cities.
Not at all. He has built a ram, which is a melee boat unit, and he's going to be able to get that capture back. But the problem is with those roads that he's built and that bridge, bridges are quite expensive propositions. It's the question becomes, do you want to deny that capture? And the answer is, I'm not sure when you have such a swarm outside your capital.
Hmm.
He doesn't have vision, but if you take a look at that, so Giant's very expensive unit but 40 health. One catapult shot on a Giant in open terrain, so not getting any defense bonuses from mountains, is 11 health. Right? It's 3 shots to kill a very expensive unit with a catapult. Quite cost effective, and it's not like there's ammo to worry about as well. Oh, and there's Killer Monument, so he's killed his units. He killed 10 units, so he can now build a... Monuments are one-time things, but they give you 3 population when built.
Yeah.
Did he deny the... He moves to deny that capture as well, and he gets away with it as well. Damn. Not a good time for not a good time for Umaji. I think that's going to be another Hoodrick game here, to be honest. Because even if Umaji survives this giant push that has come towards his capital, and let's be honest, I think he does. My question is, what does he do now? Right? His core cities are behind, and he's losing his city count gap. Well, if it's a best of 3, then I think Hoodrick's going to win this round, which is probably good for some of the other civs that don't have to worry about an Umaji rushdown.
I wonder how closely the upcoming players are following this game and wondering how the matchup affects their own. Like, of the other civs in the game, so let me look at the schedule. So quarterfinals, it will be Inchi against Luxador.
Mm-hmm.
And then the... Okay, sorry.
Some of them have some fascinating names. They're very well stylized. I love them, but pronunciation can be difficult.
Okay, Arthur, or the winner of this game will be against either Imperius
or Bardo.
Or against Bardor.
Yeah. I mean, ironically, Imperius and Bardo are both very strong, but they're very strong in similar ways. Early economy and good early techs. So, you know, that doesn't change much for whoever wins here. You know, but... At least I don't
Either
think
are
so,
like
but yeah.
super vulnerable to being rushed down.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, it still changes your like if you know you're up against Hoodrick, and you're playing like if I'm playing, let's say, how do I phrase this? If I'm playing Imperius, for example, and I'm up against Hoodrick, and I know I'm up against Hoodrick, right? I know I don't need to like. Sorry, if I'm Imperius and I'm playing against Hoodrick, I know Hoodrick is not going to be able to early game rush me as effectively, and they'll be able to shut down my early game rush. So one, I'm not going to bother trying to do much early game pushing. Like I'll offer some pressure, but I'm probably not. Yeah, I'll go straight to try and economy scale, right? And it also means that like because I don't need to worry about that early game rush, it can be more greedy on the open.
So there's a bit of a rock paper scissors that you see sometimes happen in both MTG and Civilization multiplayer, where it's like if you go for a rush, you will beat the players who are kind of playing very greedy. If you play greedy, you'll beat the players who are playing mid-range, and if you play mid-range, you'll beat the players who are going for rushes.
Yeah.
So
I do agree that, absolutely. I think there's certainly that dynamic here, and yeah, Hoodrick does take the W with Margie resigning. Very similar. I'm just going to call it here. I was like, yeah, you can beat this invasion, but what happens now? And yeah, that makes sense to resign here. But I definitely agree. I think there's that mechanic to it. Hoodrick, for example, very much built from behind in many ways from those 3 cities, but he just went tall and committed to the catapult.
Okay, yeah, there we are. Okay.
So I think that's Hoodrick moving forward, and Theatat. Dreamlander is, yeah. Is he going to be coming back, or I'm assuming is there going to be like a 5th play playoff? A 8th play playoff, if that makes sense. I'm not sure, but we'll see.
So I think the way this works is like 6 people in the... I think he's eliminated based on what it says about the tournament structure. And there's people with higher seeds who they will face in the semifinals, and then the winner of those 2 games will go to the finals.
Fair enough.
Next match will be, I believe, Shinchi against Luxador.
That's going to be interesting. So Luxord, since he starts with climbing, which is one of the earlier techs, and it does reveal gold early, so it can be a good economy step to go down, if that makes sense. But it doesn't actually start with many economy bonuses. Its main economy is it gets a good distribution of early game resources, and can pivot really well into late game with gold mining. Luxador, meanwhile, doesn't start with economy or tech, but they start with their capital upgraded. And that's just good. You know, you start the game from day one with a nice big capital. Well, an upgraded capital. And they free walls, I believe it, unless they've rebalanced it. I'll be a bit of a self-report if they rebalance the free walls. Walls work very similar in Civ. They give you a defensive bonus on the city, right?
Yeah.
And so if they have a very nice capital.
Super useful in most matchups, but a good peace of mind sometimes.
Can be, and I mean, it means that if you are trading on your capital, like if you're trying to defend a rush, that is very good. You notice when we're playing, a lot of the time, you'd see most players actually take... So when you upgrade your settlement right before the level of the border expanded population, you choose between city walls, or do you want to gain 5 stars? And normally people take the 5 stars to keep their economy scaling. But in places that you know are going to be contested, obviously it's good to take a walls instead. The AI also loves to take walls. Even in their Valkyrie cities, it can be
walls can be a new trap in a lot of games, but like in Civ 3, like planting on a hill, it has that same effect of like 50% defense bonus, 40%, and it be like you can get away with something. It lets you play more greedily if you know you can fall back on that defense bonus.
No, absolutely. I mean, the thing is with. For example, Civ is just by being a bigger game, for example, in the case of Civ 3 or every Civ, basically.
Less likely to be in contact with someone's capital, right?
Firstly, yes, but secondly, in a game like this, when there's 4 cities on the line and that's the entire map, like going wide is 5 cities versus 3, each individual city matters a lot more.
Oh my god, are you seeing these introduction graphics?
Oh, they're beautiful. Oh yeah. I borrowed some of their statics for some of the thumbnails, by the way, so massive thanks to Polytopia I did I was in touch, was like, oh, could I get some well actually no, they messaged me and were talking about this because I mentioned I'll do a little like stream announcement video as well, and they're like, oh, thank you. By the way, where are you going to get the graphics? I was like, I was going to screenshot them from your website, and they put me in touch with their artist actually, who just sent me all their graphics in base files.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for that. Preemptive praise to the Polytopia.
For making the stream happen.
Yep, absolutely. But there we go. Yeah,
I'm going to take a bit of a break before the next round starts, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Luxador, I believe. Nah, Vengra is the way.
I need to like check on my own stream and make sure.
Of course.
But I'll message you on Discord and we can coordinate.
Absolutely.
See you in a bit.
See you. Right, there we go. Right. Let me just double check. Yep, all of that is good. Did have a tiny little bit of issues with earlier setup here, but there you go. This one there. Thing is, I've heard they even buff Vengir, but what? How could you be Vengir hater? Their terrain looks cool. You know, you've got skulls on your trees. Come on now, Rodrigo. You've got skulls on the trees. Like, what more do you want to ask for? It's the aesthetic. I know it's like dark and edgy, but the starting swordsman. You can't. I mean, you can ask for a better unit. Okay, fine. But it's a cool starting unit. It's the Bulbasaur of Polytopia. Okay. First of all, rude and accurate. I did pick Bulbasaur, but it's an unrelated conversation. You can't call me out like that. If I wanted scars on trees, I'd collapse. Where do you live, the real priest? Where is the place with skulls on trees? That sounds grim. Like, I know the outside world is scary, but it can't be that scary. Anyway, for lunch, for the record, Slovakia. Oh boy. Slovakia is not that bad. Ever since your divorce with Czechia, I'm not sure you guys have been doing too well, but I'm sure you're doing absolutely fine. You guys can't complain. I don't think it has skulls on the trees. I've also picked up, for lunch, I'm very healthy, I've picked up a very nice, large Panettone, and that's it. Polytopia. I did see a mod, by the way, where they, to Polytopia, where they just gave, they made a militia tribe, and then the riders are replaced with jeeps, and then you have small arms, medium arms, and big arms fire, and you have special unit called nukes and so on. But yeah, still, I haven't been to the. I don't think I want to go to the Skull Forest now because it feels like you're not joking. Bardo is. I feel like a lot of Bardo gameplay is because they have so many forests as well. It's actually going to be quite similar to Hoodrick as a long-term game plan, but they only just early at getting. Lemon, you're better at commentating this game than the paid people commentating Deadlock. Oh, what happened to Deadlock? I'm sorry, I'm a bit out of the loop on Deadlock specifically. I believe that's a shooter, but I'm very bad at shooters. As it might see, I like to take my 3 minutes of reacting time to things. But I'll take the compliment. And then 16. I would like to formally encourage everyone to go outside, at least sometimes. It is good to get some fresh air, and good for the environment. And so, formal encouragement of mine is good for you. But I will, nevertheless, very quickly say the other problem I had with shooters, especially when, what was it, Overwatch 2 was taking out, is all of the flashing lights genuinely started to give me a headache. Maybe that's just me, maybe I have one of those things where like you get headaches from flashing lights or whatever, but it just does not seem like a fun game to play. It seems like I'll be in pain if I try to play games like Overwatch. The amount of flashing lights and things going on screen, I'm like, okay, calm down everyone. We don't need fireworks. There we go. The disgusting light of the day star. The real Bresso, are you a Dwarf Fortress fan? Have you gotten yourself that subterranean adaptation? Tournament doesn't have the funny tribes. Rumors have reached me, but I don't think they nerf Semanti enough. I'm just going to put it out here. I think Semanti just sweeps this tournament. And I think the only reason Semanti doesn't dominate ELO as much as it does is because people are knowing and expecting Semanti, so you can just not have to deal with centipedes. How did you know you're a Dwarf Fortress player? Well, you don't want to go outside, come on. And also, let's be clear here, it's a Paradox YouTuber watching a Polytopia game. Who here hasn't played Dwarf Fortress? Need to play Armor. I've been told good things, I just never got around to it, but yeah. It's more likely than not that you are a Dwarf Fortress player. Shooter for old people, fair. I'm not that old. I just don't like flashing lights. You know? I have also gained a very secondary problem. This is going to sound very British, but I have concluded my tea. It's very sad. Psychoanalyst. Sorry. Well, I'm getting psychoanalyzed myself. I am out of tea. And this is a national travesty. Forget the current matchup. This must be resolved at some point. I have some water bottles next to me as well. Full of water, to be clear, so my throat can keep functioning. My formal apologies as well today. More excuses, but I have been very ill for the last 3 days, and I'm getting off the illness now, but my throat hasn't fully recovered, so if I sound a bit more coarse or rough, then yet again I apologize, but I hope it's still fine. Or at least fine enough. There we go. Right. 20 seconds till the next game starts. If I had to guess, I think that ZZ wins this, because I think Luxador's early game advantage is not going to be enough to just not get outscaled by ZZ. So we'll see. If I had to assume equal skill and not getting screwed by terrain generation, my money is on ZZ. Right. Now that being said, there you go. We're getting all back off into the fancy graphics. The Hoodrick guy is just like, yes, hello, that's me. Oh, glad the Dreamlander guy's having his time alive. Do they sell these shirts? I'm gonna sound very corporate, but just a red Hoodrick shirt might be a mood. Oh, now we're getting shots of, is this Stockholm? Or Denmark? I think that's Denmark. That's Copenhagen, isn't it? Or it could be Stockholm. I've definitely offended someone in the process. Unfortunately, don't have the live audio. Yes, I'm here, yeah. True, I am a fan of the voices. Is this Copenhagen? I actually can't tell. Oh no. See, if you go to the, the stream of the commentators, it'll certainly be more clear. But oops. Anyway, I believe they're setting up the game now, and my money is, I think Xingzi is stronger. We'll see if Luxador can make it up for it with better luck and skill. That being said, Luxador riders, they look cool. And I believe we're off. No, we're back to the graphics, thank you. Almost off. Climbing is underrated. I don't disagree. It's just, there's also a case of, if you start with climbing, you don't have to gamble. Because normally if you take climbing, you're looking at potentially taking mining. And sometimes you can take climbing, and then you have no gold, and you're like, okay, well, there goes a tech worth of stars, right? But if you start climbing, you have that information right away, and if there are any ruins early game that are hidden by mountains, you can just get them. So, I see it. I think it's also... Xingzi is buffed by the fact they have better resource distribution. Do check it out, by the way, the real brace. Like, I know it's ironic, but like, it's also a free game on your phone, and you know,
and I'm from Germany.
You don't have to buy it on Steam if you're not a fan of it. But feel free to check out. I think it's an excellent mobile game as well. It's like,
and
given the standards of mobile games, yeah, by the standards of mobile games, it's insane, and it holds itself up as a, you know,
local wind orchestra.
It holds itself up as a computer game, but also is playable on mobile. So I'm in a very, hey Suede, I'm in a very, like, genuinely, the fact it's on mobile, the standards by mobile gaming I know are very low. You have to go watch lives to revive. Imagine playing Silkson or Hollow Knight, and you have to watch an ad to, you know, sit on a bench, for example. So by those standards, Polytopia is genuinely a league above its own. And I was going to say it's not pay to win, but I guess Samantha is technically pay to win. Grumble. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure it could only help me. I mean,
the game looked pretty cool, and when I asked him what it's called, and yeah, that's how I originally started.
Hey, sorry,
And then I took a
testing the
break
microphone.
for 4
Looks like it
welcome
was
back.
using my
And
laptop microphone
2 years
before, but
ago,
my new laptop actually has a half
I
decent
started
microphone.
playing
But I
Yo.
was speaking into the mic for no reason.
your audio has certainly improved, and I'm going to have to slightly turn you down because you're now a bit louder as well.
Get here was really
problem.
hard.
But there we go.
Had a lot of games.
Okay, and yes indeed, if you are, as you put it yourself, a brain-rotted gacha player, well, it's only up from here.
I made it here, and
Have you heard about our Lord and Savior,
Yeah.
Civilization 3? I'm sure Suede
fun
Civ
time
3
here.
can weigh in on that.
I have, in fact.
There is, though, an unfortunate reality, that is to say that... oh, wait a minute. In the stream, because there is a Polytopia stream sounds, can you hear the stream or not? Because I can't locally hear the stream.
I had it open before the clean stream, and there was like some star noises, like some very quiet stuff, but not much.
In that case, they were doing interviews and I was entirely talking over them because I can't hear that on my end. Let me fiddle with that in a second. Entirely talking over them because No, that way I can hear myself as well. That's probably not a good idea. Well, that's awkward because I would love to be able to also hear it, you know, when they're doing an interview. Not that I need the commentators, quote unquote, but yeah, they were doing an interview. Yeah, I'm very sorry. I'll try and shut up for those. But I can't hear my own stream audio normally. You know, if it's recorded on my end, because I'm restreaming it. If that makes sense, I can't hear it on my end. And I'm wondering if I can make myself hear it. OBS input, network buffering.
So my name is Pierre-Emmanuel. I'm from France. People call me PE, but on Discord I go by Le Libérateur. I had an account on Game Center, and the little icon was a chicken. And I thought it was funny to like liberate chickens or whatever. My main hobby is Polytopia. I play a lot. I like playing with the community. It's nice to just hop in the voice chat and have people join and talk about the game. It's really fun. I used to play some chess. I think like a lot of Polytopia players, I play chess. But I mainly focus on math. I'm studying math this year to become a math teacher. It's not like studying math will help you.
Yeah, okay, you were
not
absolutely
like,
talking over the interview.
Because I like math. The same.
I'm
the,
so
the
sorry.
reason why
I'm
I like
gonna
math
shut up
is
now
the
because I
same
think they're
reason why
talking
I
over
like strategy games. Because I like to use
I
logic. Like
I
to,
wonder if there's a way for me
use
to.
my reasoning when playing
not do that,
Polytopia.
so I
I like
can
to
hear
get
it,
like the
so I can
optimal
comment on the
strategy.
interview.
And yeah. So my brother came here with me. It's very nice to have him. He's the one who showed me the game and he knows how to play.
If you
so
just
he can
open the
give
stream
me
on another
advice.
tab, I can.
He's like
I
my
can hear what
coach
he's
coming
saying.
here telling me, be careful, don't get greedy, you know.
I have tried that. There is a
know
very
what you're
tiny
doing,
problem. I can also hear
play with
myself,
your strengths.
and
He's a
that's
very
not
good
good
player.
if I'm then
If he
restreaming
took
that.
the
If that
time,
makes
I
sense.
think he would have been able to get a spot.
So
I would have loved to play
think
with
it's
him.
I've got headphones in.
same, but I'm just worried about like
I've got headphones.
listening to myself twice. But love the poses. I do love the poses. Right. I'm very awkward now because I'm very worried. I really hope that I'm not talking over the interview. And I can't tell with the screen, like... Is that just music? I hope not. Screen, like... I think it's just music.
It should be pretty obvious if they're like right now they're doing it.
Right now they're doing the interview. God damn it.
Okay, let's let the interviews play out, and then we can join for the next round. Unless, could you maybe tell me about these civs? You're talking. I caught you. You're talking about the climbing bonus from Shinshi.
It's... How do I phrase this without... See, Thingsy is a very... I think Sensei has the advantage here compared to Luxdor, because they have slightly better resource distribution. Climbing, while not an implicit economy tech, the fact that they can access mountains right off rip is very good for both scouting. And secondly, let's say you want to do your economy around mining, right? Not every mountain has gold. So, in fact, I think it's like less than 50% have gold. So when you take the climbing tech, you reveal the gold, but it can be that you
like
go...
a few mountains to be confident that there might be gold.
Yes, but you can also reveal, like, you can also have 2 mountains and both have gold, and you can reveal, you can have 4 mountains and have none of them gold, because it's 50% on the map distribution, give or take. Don't quote the exact numbers. So it can be a bit dangerous in that regard, because I believe they generate the mountains first, then sprinkle the gold in. So what can happen is you can take climbing, and then you have no gold, and you're like, okay, well, that was pointless. But there's quite a bit of, like, information you get from just having climbing off rip. And obviously it does help scouting, because you can get on mountains. It helps, yeah. And it means that also if there's any ruins, because actually I think ruins are more likely to spawn on mountains, you're more likely to just get those fast. Compared to
Can
Luxador,
you see the ruins on mountains if you don't?
You can always see the ruins on mountains, yes.
Okay, well that's good incentive, yeah.
The thing is, as well, is just compared to... So I think
they're
right
chatting.
off rip, yeah.
Sorry, let's finish what you're saying, sorry.
Yeah, compared to the off-rip bonus from them, I can wait. I can go the ultimate advantage. I can mute the Polytopia stream. I did it.
That will work, yeah.
That'll work.
Is that allowed? Is that legal? Sorry, keep
Don't
going.
tell them.
Sorry.
Don't tell them. I've muted them.
Remember, I'll remind you to turn it back on when.
Good idea. Yeah.
Time comes.
Yeah, this thing does have competitions. But the thing is with like Luxador is they start with a better capital. They start with walls in their capital, and they have more stuff coming in from their capital. This means you don't actually need to worry that much about early game tech to like upgrade your capital in early cities. You still need to, get them, but it means you kind of like hit the ground running. But no early starting techs and a defensible capital. The best thing about the defensible capital is if you're fighting someone like Umaji, and you're trying to face a rush down, you have walls in your capital, you'll trade very well defensively. Guess what Zinzi is not going to do? Rush you down. Guess what Zinzi's even less incentivized to do when they know that your capital has walls? Rush you down in the early game.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very pro Zinzi setup.
Interesting. Okay.
Setup here, yeah. Assuming equal skill and reasonable terrain, I think Zinzi should win. But Luxador has a lot to play for here, and strictly speaking on paper, right off rip, they're going to be better off. Like I just want to say for the first 10-15% of the average game, they're going to have the economy lead. Both also start with warriors, so both their exploration and early game expansion in that regard is going to be similar, because the climbing tech leads to swordsman. Good unit, don't get me wrong, not going to help your exploration and early game, especially because you're not building swordsman early game, right?
Well, we saw that in the previous game where the guy popped 2 swordsmen from huts and they very, very slowly walked their way around the map.
Exactly. So they're not a bad unit. They are strictly an upgrade over warriors, apart from the fact that they cost more. So they're actually a downgrade in that regard, and you need to tech them. But in that
they just
regard,
come at a time where there's more mobility, there's more range, and so they kind of get zoned out.
Where I think the swordsmen actually do well is that in environments where we saw in the first game, both of those nations could have used swordsmen well. They are good if you just have a lot of units, not a lot of mobile units, just like big front lines. They are strictly speaking an improvement as a blocker unit, and a blocker unit that can sting. Stat-wise, they are 3-3 versus warriors being 1-1, and it's not based off ratios like in Civ, but it still kind of is, where obviously 3 attack is very good against 1 defense.
Mm-hmm.
So very strong unit in that regard, but it's in the ideal world, if everything's going really well and you have all the money, you're zoning with giants anyway. But yeah,
fair enough. Yeah.
And the other thing with Luxador is, of course, they have their capital upgraded already, and because they still keep their starting early game like fruit and resources around their capital, they have a much easier time pushing giants than Zinzi. So if I had to give a very bad estimate, I think Luxador has the advantage in the first 15% of the game. Then there's like a window between 35 to 45% of the game continuation of the average game, where they have that slight advantage because they can push a giant earlier. And everywhere else, I think Zinzi's ahead. So two windows to play for. Let's see if they go for it. Let's unmute the stream. I think next break I'm getting myself more tea.
Good idea. I'm actually staying at a hotel, so I might order room service at some point.
Oh, we got the premium casting. Exactly. I think it's like there's a bunch of games I play, but they just don't end up on the channel, Like
Same, yeah.
You play a game and you're like, I can't really make a video out of this. And it's probably a good thing to play games that aren't entirely for, shall I say, content. Because most people wouldn't want to watch it, and then you can enjoy playing the game.
That's true, yeah. And it's good to have nuance to yourself. Like Rise of Nations, for example, is a game I liked quite a bit, and I'd love to have the chance to talk about sometime in the future. It's never come up.
Fair? Well, I guess you brought it up now.
Here's the time, yeah. It's the first time.
First time indeed, yeah. I've been
How about
trying
you?
to
Is there anything that's like been on your list to talk about that you haven't had the chance?
Usually, but then I forget that list until it comes up. So, I have things I want to talk about that haven't come up, but because you're now putting on the spot, I'm like, I know there's a list. What's on there?
The stuff that's like on your mind is the stuff you talk about all the time.
Oh, of course, as a narcissist, I only ever.
There's this obscure game called Crusader Kings 2. I don't know if you heard of it.
Oh, no. I mean, have you heard of this obscure small publishing company called Paradox Interactive?
Are they the ones who made City Skyline?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
City 2000. That's the ones. Yeah.
No. They made that like architecture in prison game. That's the one. You remember that one?
RimWorld. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's like no. It's not RimWorld. It's like this RimWorld knockoff, but like you only have the prison game, something. Oh, I think they were working on a sequel, but.
I'm not deep enough into Paradox lore to know what this is supposed to be referring
Oh,
to.
there's a game called Prison Architect.
Is it one of their less popular ones?
No, it's actually one of their more popular ones, but it's very popular as specifically a prison management game. So if you want to go design your own prison and manage that, that's good. But as you may guess, there's not much overlap between people that want to do a management game of running a prison and
Fair
people
enough.
that, play Civ.
Well, good for them branching out.
Yeah. Fair. Paradox Interactive sounds like a vampire. Yeah, of course. And Bloodlines Vampire to the Masquerade, whatever that title is absolutely a strategy game. Yep. No questions about that. Speaking of though, where's my game? I've been promised my Luxodon versus Zinzi showdown. Where's that? Is that happening?
We might have to actually listen to the stream for that.
I just have music. I just got music. The game hasn't started yet. We've had one first round initially, so we had that off, but we're now currently awkwardly waiting for that promised Zinzi and Watch Luxodon just sweep all 3 games, and I'm just going to be immediately shown up.
I'm seeing an interview right now. Is that
So the way to get here was
Not what you're
really
seeing?
hard. Like,
No, I'm
I had a lot
getting
of
big
games
background
where
music.
If I lost one more
Oh, no,
match,
we're back to
I
interview.
would
Sorry, the
be out.
interview's just returned. I'm going to shut up now.
I'm glad I made it here.
Meister Lempe is actually one of the first people in
Okay, we're
on
streaming the
Discord,
same thing.
linked to
Oh,
Polytopia.
no, we're
So
back
we
to
go way
interview.
back.
Sorry, the interview's just returned. I'm going to shut up now.
We've been playing on the same
okay?
team.
I was
for a
like
long
7
time.
seconds behind or something
I
because the
also
official
know
stream
him
also has a
from
delay.
Poly
That was what I was
Champions.
watching, but now I'm going to be
Also
up to
played
snuff.
him a decent amount of times in Challenger mode, Polytopia tournaments
the
before.
official stream also.
I think he's a pretty good player. I think we have pretty evenly matched.
Cute that
tribes,
they have the shirts of their
so
faction.
it's definitely
Yeah, that's I
interesting
do like
matchup.
that.
So do you think they like pick
But in
a
my
single
opinion,
faction for the
Meister
whole
Lempe is
tournament,
one
or
of
do they have the
very
option to
versatile
flex, or
players.
it's not
I
like Super
just
Smash
playstyle
Bros. Where you
quite
can...
easily.
I think
So
actually in the
it's hard to
qualifiers
predict
for
what
this,
he's
they
gonna
pick
do
the
in the
faction that they
games.
want to try and qualify
But on the
with,
other
and
hand,
then
I think I'm
played
more
like
predictable.
against other players, or
Like,
they
I
might
always
have taken
the
them
same
from the
game
Elo.
plan,
Do
which is
correct
to
me if
go
I'm
for economy and
wrong. But like
build
they
up,
knew what
like,
faction
go
they were
very
playing
passive.
and what
And I think
faction they'll
he
be
knows that.
practicing
He'll probably use that to his
before
advantage.
like the tournament even started.
Yes, I think I will
So
win.
Interesting.
very
It
much
could be
implied
fun to
what
allow them to
people mean.
An
flex.
interesting matchup.
And like
though.
you do get
We'll
like
see
some, I don't know how bad the hard
Whoever
counters
makes
are
it
in this
through.
game, but
I'm
it's
sad
nice to
that
like
I'm
have
playing
like
him
the personal
because I know
association.
he's a
with that
very strong
faction,
player,
like,
and
feel like this is me.
if I
in the
win, I'll be
tournament.
sad to beat him.
I
But
want to say there's no
yeah,
true
I
hard
think I have
counters
my
because there
chances.
are
It's gonna be fun.
4 other tribes
And
that
it's
play
all
very unique
sportsmanship,
games.
so there won't be any grudges.
3 more
Yeah.
normal ones,
But
and
I
then a
think
4th one
if
called
the fun is
Climactic.
balanced, I
And
have,
Climactic is
good
like
chances of
their
winning. I
setting
think
is they're
I'll
kind of like an insect tribe race, and they are very good at rush down insects. And as you may imagine, Climactic dominates kind of the the rankings. They've been nerfed a couple of times, but they're not in the tournament today. And I think if they let them pick, I think they ever will be playing Climactic.
I see. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no mirror match there too. Like
No, yeah.
not like Super Smash Bros. Where you have Fox versus Fox versus Fox versus Captain Falcon. So we got good diversity in Civ factions, and we're gonna be able to see what the different factions do and how they interact with each other instead of how they interact with themselves in the mirror.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, unironically, once you remove Climactic and Aquarium is no prizes for guessing what Aquarium is very good at. Very specifically
Just the
good at
mountains,
yep, mountain gaming. But by removing those 4 because those tribes have unique tech trees. So if you played a lot of Polytopia, like Climactic don't have traditional riders or units. They have an entirely unique tech tree. I wouldn't say it's entirely unique, but for example, they get a different type of farm, where when you build a farm for 5 stars as a more normal tribe, you get 2 population immediately. The Climactic tribe gives you 1 population on your 5 food farm, but then it gives you another population on the turn after, then a 3rd population on the 2nd turn. Does that make sense? So it's like you actually get 3 pop from your farm, but it's spread out over more
Staggered,
turns.
yeah.
And things like that. So anyway, I was kind of happy to be honest.
Are these newer released factions too?
Some of them have been rebalanced. I say all 4 were released back when I was still playing a year and a bit ago. I think they've mainly focused on keeping the balance on them quite a bit. One of the things I've actually tweaked is starting stars. And with that said, we are off. Both quite far away. Very, very good capital. Okay.
I'm looking now, and it looks like Illyrion, Aquarian, Polaris, and Samati were DLC, I believe.
They were
or
indeed.
played on.
But yeah, they haven't had anything new relatively recently in the last year. But, looking at the Luxador capital here, if they get that border expand, could certainly be monstrous. But very awkward sea tile right in the middle of that land as well. I'm not a fan of the Luxador capital, to be honest. The more I'm looking at it. That being said, if we also take a look back at the Zinzi capital, a lot of mountains, which
flowers.
is fine. A lot of trees. Those are your cherry blossoms. But only 2 gold mines? Like 3 potentially. Not the best forge spot. I mean, good enough forge spot, but certainly be better. And already going to be... Yeah, Luxador picks up climbing as well. Oh, they are close. I've just realized they are close. You can see on that Luxador expand, Zinzi's already spotted their borders.
Yeah, they're both kind of along the southwest corner of the map.
Oh, this might be a mini colonial. Yeah, we've got a map reveal from the casters there, but yeah, they're both spawned on the same continent on the left. There's a continent on the right. So potential for a colonial gameplay, but there was one settlement between them, and they've already been grabbed by... Yeah, okay. It's really not good Zinzi land here.
Does Zinzi get... They're the ones with the walls in the capital, or sorry, is that...
No, Luxador gets the walls in the capital.
Okay, well, they've lost... Luxador is kind of like pushing their zone of control forward, so that might not be as relevant, but with close encounters, that can be a bit more valuable.
I think that's not in play. What's probably more in play is the fact that Luxador's on 3 settlements while Zinzi's about to capture their second. It's a very, very good start by Luxador. I'm not a fan of their capital, but I'm a fan of everything else. The other problem is that if you took a look at Zinzi's land, you want to build your forge adjacent to as many of those gold mines. There's only one tile that gets all 3 gold tiles adjacent to you. And that's the tile of your capital, right? And you can't build a forge on that. So that really sucks, basically. It's interesting that Luxador also went climbing here, like almost mirror matching it up.
I was going to say, yeah, like the access to certain tiles that the other doesn't have could be a relevant factor, but
not anymore.
They want to take that out.
Yeah,
I guess he knows where he can see the gold now.
Yes. And he sees that, as you can see, if he had gold on the mountain below Emery, it would have been relatively nice. And there you go, that turn 5 early giant. That's what I was talking about in that part. He really pushed that out earlier. I guess it just goes to show how bad I am at the game, because for me, rushing a giant is like a turn 7 thing. And he's out here getting it on not the best capital for them on turn 5. We do see an archer out of... Oh, that explorer is so unlucky. He for Zinzi, because for Luxador, because Zinzi got a swordsman out of a ruin. And Luxador would have seen that with an explorer, but he didn't. The explorer was 1 tile away from discovering that. So genuinely, just like by a tiny speck, is free. Now, Zinzi hasn't seen that giant yet, but they have an archer. They pushed that on the mountain. That's gonna... It's not a good thing for Zinzi to be immediately on the defensive, but they are, and that's gonna be not easy to push through. Going for a boat giant, I guess that probably makes sense. Yeah, I think they do need boats for Zinzi, I believe, to really keep expanding, which is an issue. Because at the end of the day, Zinzi does not need boats to keep expanding. My apologies, words are hard. They can keep going north here. Yeah, there's not really actually that much ocean. They can just expand over land. While I believe Luxador's a bit more blocked in. Depends if it's a donut still. But we shall see.
Can it happen that the water intersects with the side of the map?
I do believe it can. I mean, I've played ocean maps.
we haven't.
There's no game rule there. Yeah, we haven't seen that so far, but there's no game rule preventing it. Unless maybe the map generation they're doing that. Yeah, Zinzi has most of the map locked down unless Luxador is sailing. Yeah, I mean, it depends, because there could be a path, but then it'll be a very bad path, so Luxador needs to go sailing. And my question is, okay, I think they already have, because they've got the naval giant. they've opened sailing here. Shall see. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I necessarily agree with moving that archer off the mountain. I guess they were trying to push, but they should not be pushing right now. I think Zinzi thought they were a bit ahead on that early game military, when they really were not. And there's archery from Luxador. Yep.
Well, that swordsman's coming eventually.
Well, he's seen it now, so he's had 5 business weeks to prepare. Yeah, there we go. He pops his archers back onto the hills. He's going to be able to get the kill here. Does he just give up that city, though, against that giant? I mean, it could be a play. It's just I don't know if I'm necessarily happy with that play. It's a tough one to do. Like, that's such a turn 7 early giant. You have the archers to counter it, but he's still going to do quite a bit of damage. Oh, he considers that. He considers that explorer, but he's not going for it. Yep, there you go. I don't think you can interrupt that cap, really. You can take an archer shot at him, maybe 2. Does Luxador go sailing here to try and scout a bit better? Because that gives you scout boats, which are, you won't believe it, much better at scouting. We'll see. Okay, archer out of the... Can he... Does he shoot the giant here? He's not even going to try it. No, he is. He is okay. He's sending the swordsman to deal with that giant. Fair enough. And he spots that archer, so gets us off on that. That's nice. Right. This map is bad for... Yeah, I mean, they get the early mountains. That can be nice, but... Oh. I've just realised. Suede, you've been talking, haven't you?
I have not been talking, no.
Okay, no, never mind. I thought my headphones disconnected.
I'm listening, but I've been oddly quiet.
Fair enough. I was worried. My headphones sometimes disconnect. I was like, oh god, am I interrupting Suede live on stream as well?
I would text you if that happened.
Fair enough. I've got my phone on mute.
Tragic.
Oh, it's joke. It acts to a problem sometimes if I'm like oblivious to get in touch. But either way,
it's hard when you're streaming. There's just so much to take into account.
Yep. What can I say? I'm also not the best at multitasking. Thing is, Zinzi got more mountains, right? The problem is the mountains are on the edge of the on the edge of the map. What are they? They're not that helpful for you. And Luxador has climbing as a counter, so it's not like they're a full-on barrier. I still think late game that expansion up north for Zinzi is very good if they get there, but Lux, they need to survive for that. They just at least have something to look forward to if they survive. Because these early giants, I mean the archers as well are going to be a bit painful to push through, but both of them are around archers.
I do love the custom animation on the Shinji archers.
So Zinji has 2 skins. This is their ninja skin. They normally have a different layout of skins and aesthetics as well. See, they're showing off their skins for the World Championship. So normally their warriors don't walk around with big katanas. They also still have clubs. Yeah, okay. He's trying to go for that giant.
I like you have like the Rome civ. You have the England civ, and then you have the insect civ.
What's the England civ? I'm curious now. What would you call that? Hoodrick. Oh, I see. Yeah,
Hoodrick.
True. Longbowman. That's the aesthetic. I think through it that way.
Sherwood Forest, very Robin Hood coated.
That's fair. I was normally associate, England civs with boats though.
Ah, true.
So.
We didn't. Well, they did some good boating in game 1.
That is true. It's just no unique boats. I think apart from the Aqua chaps, Aquarion, no one actually has much unique boatage, or really is boat. No, there is one that starts with fishing. Yeah, there is one that starts with fishing, so kind of.
True.
Who starts with fishing? Such a self-report, I can't remember. I'm proud insect civ represent. Okay, well, Simon. Oh no, he's not. He doesn't play the game yet. He doesn't know he's called himself a Simanti player. But yeah, I think the map does not favor. Like, I think the capital for Luxador could have been better, but it could have been worse. And it's not. There's no good forge spots as well. Like, where do you forge here? As easy.
So Shinji just lost
Shinji,
his third city then, right?
I mean, at the cost of a giant, and that's quite a big cost, but also at the cost of a city. I think they defend that now, yeah. But I think they also killed the giant. Giant is half dead. And I think Zinji survived here, but 4 versus
There's nowhere for
3.
There's nowhere for the giant to run.
No, and okay, even if it runs, let's be honest, it runs and then you heal at 4 HP a turn in your territory. So in 5 turns you heal back. You get more utility, I believe, just by keeping the giant around.
Fair. Okay, yeah.
Then yeah, and there goes the giant out from Zinzi. But I think you get more utility than running him back, because you have to, I guess, consider the amount of turns he's not on the front line, you know, absorbing arrow shots.
What else are they going to do with those arrows exactly?
Well, shoot your other units. Interesting. He pulls back a. So one of the problems with archers and catapults is that if you train them and then you shoot from your capital, you can't now build a new unit in that city. So chat can't build a unit now. Not that I think he was, but that does impact your unit economy and unit counts. And also,
work the same way, yeah.
Civ confirmed access. He's got the sailing tech. He's made his way over to the New World here.
Ah.
So I think he's just going to be dominating. I think he gets the settlement facing Yashuzi. Certainly easier for him to hold on to than Zizi.
And Shinji hasn't explored that much. I'm wondering if he actually sees what's on the eastern side of the map.
He did pick up an explorer from Yashuzi, but that's not doing too much here. He's kind of got.
Like, will he know that he's being outscaled here potentially?
That's true. I mean, he has to, because he saw like his terrain is next to Exia, and he's seen that city, and one of his cities get captured. So if you've lost 2 cities, and you face an early giant, you've probably guessed they've upgraded their capital even more for an early giant. I think that's known, and I think he's seen him crossed. So yeah, he can see he's been outscaled on the back as well. Thing is, he's got the giant now, so he can push, but by the time that's done, Luxador now has his army of archers up. I want to call it for Luxador here. Disagreement?
Well, you haven't been wrong yet.
Oh. I guess with 1v1s, there's not much. Like, I would have loved to see, but it would have been so much like Diplo going on. Like a 4-player free-for-all.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Because then, like, your decision to focus someone or fight someone or gang up with someone is a thing. And they did, I say relatively recently, I think around 6 months to a year ago, have the big diplomacy update where you can establish embassies, sign treaties, and, you know, sign peace agreements and things like that. And peace agreements work like non-aggression pacts, so you're just not allowed to attack someone for a while unless they change again. Yeah. Kind of. So,
the wall of units from Shinji.
Yeah. So you got a promotion on that archer actually, which is incredible. I did joke about not getting any promotions out in the World Championship, but that's 3 kills on that archer, which is he's killed 5 units in total. So that one archer. I think he didn't expect that promotion himself, but yeah. Is he gonna get? This might be a place to know. He still goes to resource, but see, even on a very frontier city like Zlexi, getting 5 more stars, even with a 20-star economy, is worth more than a city, like a city wall. Still, and you would have thought that's a very frontline city, right? But I don't think we'll see many city walls apart from the capital of Luxador. Which is a shame. Oh god, yeah, okay, Luxador's definitely scaling. Another giant coming out from them at the back there.
Yeah.
And he can see another giant up front. Is that a knight out from Zinzi? I missed that if that is, but if that knight is allowed to run Rampart, well. rampant.
Just the difference in stars income and in population is absurd here.
Well, that's kind of what you get. Zinzi's definitely playing from behind. That is a knight. So just so we are aware, the way that knights work is that if they get a kill, they get to attack and move again. So if someone has, like, because they one-shot things like catapults, you can both smack and then ride away. Oh, those are riders. Never mind. Makes sense. But if they were knights, you could basically, like, chain... You see all those small units, you could clean them up in, like, one night. Unfortunately, that's going to be quite expensive. That was a rider skin. He is looking at chivalry. He is looking at chivalry. You can you see it's grayed out, but if you click on it, you can see the cost in stars of the tech. So he is still like considering chivalry. He's checking the cost of it, but it would clean up most of those units. The problem is that a knight is going to hit a brick wall known as a giant, and then not going to do much else. A knight, great damage, great mobility, not great defensively. I think just slightly better than like a warrior. So that said, though, Luxador, all of these giants out already, and definitely ahead in economy. Even if they get some really good knights off, right? I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, just the map control too. Like
3 cities versus 6 now? 7?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
that's...
God.
Oh, for God's sake, you can't say that on the internet anymore, I forgot. Well, literally, I saw him get a 6 and 7 city.
It doesn't click in my brain. Oh, God.
You're not allowed to say things anymore. I've just decided to keep ignoring it. Yeah, that's it. It's over. It's 7-3. It's fine. Can you? And they have defensive bonus crawl. Of course, you can still use arch support. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Kiku's fishing and they're Polynesian, by the way, from the earlier discussions. I'm just yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they're, I guess, Polynesian. Yeah. No, the ninjas are masters of asymmetric warfare. I like how the Luxador player still looks a bit stressed, despite having he can now see most of the map. He can see how far ahead he is.
He has
But I
5
guess the
billion
question-
units. I'd be pretty stressed too if I was macromanaging
So
that much stuff.
you actually gain more unit time per
I see that.
disproportionately gain more turn timer based on your unit count. So it's almost
It was
better
3
to have
minutes,
more.
and then Shinshi has 1.
Yep.
Just over 1.
You do get some more turn timer based on cities as well, but it's actually more tied to unit count than it is to.
Interesting. Are you able to
So,
bank
yeah.
time if you end your turn early?
Nope. If it's used, it's gone. Obviously, you're allowed to think about your techs. You can check your tech tree, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and things like that. So you can check costs of things on your opponent's turn. But you also kind of want to be looking to see what your opponent does, where it positions his units, and see, because if they play the animation of a city upgrade, you can see that's that's information you're gaining. But
True. Mm-hmm. But yeah, just if you the map is being cut 2/3 of the map, just down a straight line that Luxador controls.
Yeah, unfortunately, being 3 tiles from the 3 tiles between of the 3 tiles between the Zinzi capital and that middle city, and 2 tiles between the Luxador capital and that middle city is all it needed. For him to basically knock that down. And that's map distribution for you. One of the issues with procedurally generated maps compared to preset ones could have been interesting if they were preset maps, but I think that would have really taken away the exploration aspect of the game. If you know the map. So I said that could have been interesting, but maybe for 1 or 2 games. If people knew the maps and could plan moves and account for their opponent's moves as well. But that would be a very different game of Polytopia that you'd expect to play yourself.
Cheese plays, and I prefer the random maps. I like that about this.
I think maybe 1 game could have been interesting, but yeah.
Fair, yeah. I know some people are going to say that it was scripted, or sorry, not scripted, but based on certain maps, certain players, certain civs could have different advantages, and it could be less competitive in some sense. But I think it's worth it to get the full experience, the pure experience.
The other part is in with races, tribes like Umaja. I'm thinking of the old Master of Orion, where they have different, literally they were called races. They have buffs to expand, scouting. So if you're something like Zinzi, one of your bonuses implicitly is that you're able to get on hills faster, so you can scout faster. Umaji have horses, open riders, and they've been nerfed in other aspects, like their resource distribution, because opening with riders and having a rider day one is that quite a strong ability. And there we go. We see knights out of. We see Zinzi taking knight tech.
Okay.
So he's got that. If he gets a knight off into basically the south, ooh, that's gonna be dangerous. Does he have roads? That's the other big question. If he has roads, but yeah. No, but my main point though is that I think the tribes are balanced to some respect, best they can be, around their ability to explore as well. And that,
true, yeah, absolutely.
If you give everyone a pre-told map, you are implicitly nerfing the good exploration tribes.
Agreed,
and it takes away the decisions of like, do I take climbing here and gamble? I have a lot of gold, or do I am I Zinzi?
And I have the game again. Yeah.
By the way, look at how terrible Zinzi's luck is. So they have extra weights, I believe, for getting gold inside their mountains.
Yeah.
Look at their mountains. It's meant to be around 50% gold, and they're meant to have extra gold in mountains. That is grim. And there we go. Lux.
I like it. As soon as you see him like pull at the boats and start shooting the city, that's when the concession happens.
Yeah, I think it was also the fact that he got the knight off, and then the fact that knight was shut down immediately. You lose the the shock factor of the knight. Like, oh, I didn't expect this knight, and then it's immediately a very expensive unit that got killed. Yeah. If you can bank it, I'd probably just have the entire time economy. Oh God, please no. But no. Alright, when the first game goes to Luxador, I joked about Zinzi having an advantage. Now we're going to have a Luxador sweep. But no, I still think Zinzi is a bit better overall. That map really screwed them over. Not a favourable map at all for them, which is a shame. Right. Setting up again. Oh, it's a bit hard for me to tell if they're doing interviews or not. Okay, they're off
like
again.
They're just right in the next game, yeah.
Yep. Fair enough. I don't... That could be a very interesting Luxor capital. I think it's a fine capital. Now, though, look at that beautiful gold. This is the kind of gold... There we go. Look at that gold mine distribution for Zinzi. That's what you want.
Yeah.
And I think you go for a border expand here, and he's gone for hunting.
With 3 gold, right?
Sorry?
A forge spot with 3 gold.
Yeah, that's very nice. He's already been scouted. It's turn 2, and Luxador's already scouted him. I think you got to scout
Again,
the
pretty
ruins.
close spawns here.
But now Luxador has the middle on his end, and I don't think he can interrupt that cap.
Yeah. Interesting, like a very Aztec lake start for Luxador.
With fish, so at least it's not the worst, but yeah. Luxador has chosen to not reveal himself, so when you meet someone, let's say I send an explorer out, you gain some stars, which in the early game can be very strong, because you gain some extra stars. There you go, see? Zinzi just met Luxador, so he gains 3 stars there. He's just gained those 3 stars last turn, but Zinzi hadn't, because if you explore someone and they haven't met one of your units, you don't get those stars. So, instead of trying to go for the interruption of the capture, he actually moved away there trying to delay the meeting. Interesting play for sure. But no, I think Zinzi's spawn here is just better. Luxador's still on 1 settlement and Z about to go on 3, and they're going to turn 6 to catch up. Ouch.
And I think he's going to need climbing again this game too, right? Luxador?
He might go for it. I think if Luxador would also have a very nice forge if those 3 mountains next to him had gold, but he doesn't know they don't at the moment. They could be thinking there's a forge gamble here when there isn't as well. That would reveal them. I think climbing is not wrong. There's a lot of mountains there. Sorry?
You mentioned that you cannot move on to mountains if you don't have climbing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So shouldn't she potentially just park like on that mountain 2 tiles east of his capital? Could they just park archers there?
So you can't attack up the mountain, but what happens is normally when you kill a unit, you move onto the tile. You fail to move onto the tile. Same for sailing. Normally you would need to Now being on a mountain gives you a defensive bonus. And it's a non-trivial one, but it's not a win button.
Yeah.
Okay, finally we see Luxador decided to go end their 1 city challenge. Both of them are checking score, So you can determine a lot of things from score, like the amount of points you're on. So the amount of points you're on is the thing you can establish from score, indeed. But like cities and tech and those things contribute to score, so you can, by keeping an eye on that, you can kind of see how your opponent's doing. Like if you've seen a lot of cities and not that high score, you can see they haven't taken many techs.
Is that from exploration too? That like the plus 5p?
I'm not sure exactly on the score breakdown. I know you get some score for discovering the corners on the maps, but those are also visible when you look at the corner of the map. There's like a little tower that builds based on the amount of people who have discovered it. So yeah.
So this map actually is maybe like a new world or old world map.
Kind of, but I think there's just going to be some small islands of the coast if I was to wager a guess, unfortunately.
I think there's more land than that. We'll see.
Yeah, also, sorry, the higher the score of your opponent, the more stars you get from meeting. So it's sometimes better to delay meeting to get more stars, but early game stars are just so much more valuable. I feel like you want to get your meetings done and get those stars for scaling. Because late game, you will run into issues where you have the economy to buy things, but you don't have cities to train those units in. Or maybe that's just how I play. Maybe I'm too bad at the game. Okay. That's the problem. I'm not actually like a pro level player. I'm more of a, I've beaten the game on very hard equivalent, right?
I see.
So
But you said you looked into multiplayer but never got too far into it?
No, I've watched other people spectate and discuss their strategies in multiplayer and like going through their turn order and everything. So I've like recreationally watched some people do it, if that makes sense. But I've never played it myself, so like I'm aware of what that entails. But if you are here for the peak commentary, sorry. I only
it seems sorry. It seems like most of the water is on the Luxador side of the map.
It is yet again. I think there might be a map setting, and if you probably watch the official broadcast, you'll see that prevents the water touching the borders. But that also means because you have you're not like locked into a donut map, but because most of the map generation, when you go and generate a map in the game, it basically asks you what percentage of the tiles do you want to be water. If you prevent the water touching the sides, you get a donut a decent chunk of the time, but you can also get something like this where there's a bunch of middle land and then kind of like bigger lakes around you.
Long bridges, yeah. I think Shinji was able to take that settlement and zone him out.
I think I'm going to see a bit of a repeat from the previous matchup, although Luxador is yet again go for those early giant again. I mean, turn 6 giants are not incredible, but still.
Luxador doesn't have climbing yet, so Shinji has the option to push in here if he's not focused on scaling.
I think Zinchi should not push into that giant though. That's asking for cover. And he can see that giant, turn 6 giant. That's the end of that. He zoned him out of those settlements though, but it's now Dinty's turn to own 2/3 of the map. Let's see if he utilizes that well enough. Although, the actual cities are not as tall as Luxador's, which I guess is to be expected, but there is an idea here to push for Forge and Mining, which he certainly can see. Forge Mining is very nice for pop growth specifically. I think it's drawn, I would say it's drawn with farming, but farming you can kind of just eventually do everywhere, if that makes sense, for efficiency. And those 3 golds, yeah, he's looking at it. Caught it. He's looking at that mining tech. He's thinking of it.
Oh.
But I guess his question though is how is he going to counter that? He's the only thing he can build as warriors. He has really not taken many techs. He's gone forestry and climbing. Okay. He's taken sailing now. Great. How does that count? Oh, he's taken sailing so he can upgrade that city. Fair. How does he counter that giant is my question. Oh, there's like double huts there. There's some insanely good hut density up there. Look at that. Like 3 more huts. I think Luxador is going to be forced into a rush here, and if he doesn't win this rush, Luxador outscales him. And there's a lot you can do with warrior spam, just... Will that be enough? Still no climbing, which is actually going to slow down the giant quite a bit. because he can't just go into the
Yeah.
mountains. He's also got archery, so he's going to push with archers behind.
Like he's gonna be filtered through.
You can
Tries to make it
technically cross
popular.
style, but it's you've kind of revealed to Zinzi, but the fact you didn't move your giant immediately forward, that you have not got climbing, I think.
Yeah.
Although you could also be saying like, oh, I'm not doing the push yet, I haven't built all my archers yet, but I feel like if you do have this giant out this early, you are pushing it now. And oh, he's gotten his archer ready for a smack. It's a very, very cost-efficient smack there. The problem is as well, like, per turn, Luxador is getting, I'd say, around 1.5 techs. But look, Zinzi has got so many cities, he's making 13. He's getting, what, one tech a turn, basically, from his economy.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the problem with not having that many high built-up cities, if that makes sense.
It seems like both of them are making an effort to contest Naval. I'm wondering if Luxador can leverage their tech advantage there.
Maybe, but I think in both cases they're... Let's be clear, Zinzi is not ready for this giant. Luxador is about to find out Zinzi is not ready for this giant because he got an Explorer out. And you just saw him bring his arms up like, oh, he has nothing. Yeah, now the frantic movement of the giant forward now. I feel like I can almost feel it, and it's like, you need to go now. Yeah. I think it was almost a bluff, actually, by Zinzi saying, yeah, I'm ready for this giant. And there goes archery. Okay. He's gonna he's chopping to get extra archers out. Is that gonna be enough? I mean, they're here. They are, like, the giant's 2 tiles away. And you lose that city, that's gonna put everything at risk. That genuine despair of, like, the explorer reveals the city and he realizes, oh, you have nothing. Just goes to show the importance of information.
Yeah.
The other thing to mention, we've kind of talked about parks previously. That gave you 3 population, right? If you reveal the full map, so you get rid of every single fog of war tile, which is a bit of a luxury, shall we say, sometimes. Oh, there we go, and Luxador is climbing. You do get an extra park call for revealing every tile. So that is a thing. I wonder if you go roads here, because that would help you push with the Unisword you have. Or do you push from behind? Like, you just build up more units instead of going for roads. We'll see. If Zinzi wants to... Zinzi's not taking tech. He is going straight for those captures. Okay, his tech is going to be very expensive now. That said, 6 cities are 6 cities, so, you know, once he gets that going, that's going to be an issue. And he is upgrading all of them, I'm assuming. Here, he gets an Explorer just to reveal the corner, but... Is he ready? I'm not sure if he is.
This is an 11 city map, interestingly.
I don't think they're inherently evil. That is a very good trade into that archer. Yeah, they're not always even. I feel like it's... The terrain can be a bit off in terms of whose capital is closer to whoever, but... Yeah. I guess it's a good way for the final as well, to keep it implicitly. If it gets really late game, by definition, someone's going to have at least one more city. And, you know, eventually, if you are getting super late and you've researched every technology, right, that doesn't tend to hold you back that much.
Well, in two games ago, there was 9 city spots, and the most recent one, there was 10, and now we have 11.
Interesting. It is... I'm not specifically... Yeah. He's just letting that guy sit on the mount. No, okay, he's... Yeah, as you can see, I don't think he was ready. Like, the units in the south, he's actually putting back to try and defend the north, but that means he's going to be pushed back. He wasn't... Might have been a bit too greedy here.
Glad to see someone get punished for it.
Well, he's not punished yet, we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's going for... I think if he gets roads next turn, he could like get those new units he built very quickly in. But Yogsi, I think he'll be able to giant push out of Yogsi. The problem is that okay, he gets a giant in Yogsi. Is that enough? Probably not. And him grabbing roads will be all of his stars, so he probably can't giant push and even grab roads, which means he can't exactly get that giant up. Even on roads, giants walk up to 2 tiles, which is not the most helpful ability. The other problem is, with that giant outside of Jucha, he can't really build archers now, because they'll just get one-shotted by the giant. So that giant is almost denying archer builds out of Jucha.
So, important question. Are canal cities possible? Or any form of canaling? I know you could do bridges here.
Well, I mean, you can't choose your settlements. Unfortunately, if you have a naval unit and it steps foot in a tile, it will disembark from the boat. So while technically possible to canal, you will disembark your boat and then just sit back on. So if you just build 2 ports, that would work the same as a canal, because you would disembark onto the port and then re-embark. So not really. I'm very sorry to all the canal city enjoyers. For my apologies.
Disappointing. I wouldn't go as far as literally unplayable, but...
Well, I mean, is there a Palace minigame? Exactly. The thing is, here's my question. I don't think Zinji holds on to Jucha. Like, immediately. I think that's going to be capped. But if that falls, is that still going to be enough? Because Luxor will run low on unit cap. As a point
what
out.
determines unit cap?
Both basically city population. So both cities come with +1 population, but then if you're greater cities, they get more pop, which increases unit cap. There's also a per city unit cap. So
Luxor has pretty high population here, though.
True.
They have more population than Shinshi at the moment.
And they are about to capture 2 cities as well. So, I mean,
Jesus.
but yeah, both are under siege, and I think neither can be freed. If you look at as well, Paksugi in the top, Paksugui in the top right. There's no units there. There's a half-house warrior in a dream, right? That's right open. He has a bunch of troops coming in from his old capital, and a potential to giant push there, but I think he got a bit too greedy, genuinely. And I'm not sure he gets away with here, because, well, I think he can defend his capital. My question becomes then, okay, you've got your 4 cities against... You've got 4 underdeveloped cities versus 3 good core cities, and then, you know, you've lost, like, 3 border cities. Right? Very far behind. I don't see it, maybe. And, yeah, he calls it right here.
Jesus. What a turnaround.
I saw... He got 2 studs on the map, but that was just not enough. That's remarkable. Well, I like how I said Xingzi has the advantage and then Luxor does a sweep. No canal cities, no down there. Thanks for the commentary. Hey, I've been very good at my predictions so far, but I feel like it's also not the hardest thing to predict when you look at the map. Usually. Apart from, I think Xingzi had the advantage, but yeah. Both cases got punished. Those early giants, I think it actually goes to show the main skill level. Because when I think early giant from Luxor, I'm like, you can get a turn 8, turn 9 giant, right? They're getting out a turn 6 giant on not the perfect capital. Right? So, that's the skill difference for those watching at home. If you think you can get your Luxor turn 6 giant out consistently in MP, well, I'm sure you'll do very well on the ranked ELO leaderboards. Alright. That being said, though, I believe we're going to be taking a bit of an extra break to before the next game starts.
There's a fast sweep, yeah.
So I'm going to go use this opportunity to acquire myself some more tea.
Good call.
And I'll let you be.
Yeah, I'll pay attention to the stream, and I'll try to be back when the
of
gameplay
course.
starts.
So quick break, everyone. I'll be back in like 1 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll leave the streams running, so if you guys want to, there'll be interviews with the players if you guys want to catch those.
Yeah, great idea, actually.
And
Let's make sure those are muted.
Really, really awesome player graphics that flash on screen.
And the poses, you can't forget the poses.
Yeah.
But now we have Luxador and Barber matchup as well. That's Barber can do a lot of really good early game pressure and like early game rushes while scaling behind that. But Luxador is very good at defending against specifically early game pressure, so it's going to be quite the matchup. Anyway, I'll let you gentlemen be.
Take care. See you in a bit.
Right, hello, I'm back. I've been promised that the game starts now, the game. I was about to say Paradox, please fix this, but I can't actually blame Paradox for this one. This is unacceptable. What the hell? Right. Let me double check to make sure I'm not interrupting an interview. Paradox for this one. This is unacceptable. Nope, it just some. Hello, Bresson. Hope you're enjoying that. Hope everyone had a nice break, dare I say. But there we go, yeah. Should be returning for the famed England versus Rome matchup. Oh my god, this is just like Anno 117. What was the? Is it Anno 117? It's Anno 117, right? Yeah, Pax Romana. It's just like Anno 117, Pax Romana. There we go. Right. I've promised the game. There's work by game. There it is. They're off now. Nice. Okay. No, they're back to doing that poses. Well, very impressive. I do have one very sad news to say. I am out of tea. Rest in peace, me and my lack of tea. I am out of tea. Rest in peace, me and my lack of tea. Right. I'm always playing Paradox. True. Oh. Barugo, any reason for a EU4 not EU5? Lack of funding to buy a EU5? Lack of funding to buy a new computer? Or not a fan of the game, dare I ask? Yeah, John Paradox took my tea. John Paradox himself got it out of my hands. Hey Suede, when you're free to join, welcome back. I think they're gonna do an interview. Not sure. We have been. It's the start time is 1 minute ago. We have been promised the game. Well, no, that's the thing, right? Is that I went to go get tea, and there wasn't any tea left in the house. That was actually the last tea bag before I sat down. So it was either just some normal water or some boiling water, and I decided to go with normal water. Quite a sad state of affairs, I will concede. Right, that's a lot of transitions. Can we get the game, please? Maybe some black tea. Oh, I do appreciate it. Now I'll be popping out to the shops after this. I have been, as I previously mentioned, unfortunately, the last 3 days quite ill. Didn't help time to make all the editing and everything I wanted to do, but got through it. While I'm recovering now, it did mean that I consumed all the tea in the house previously as well. So yeah, I'll take it up with Spiffing Bird himself. You don't have the machinery to run. Yeah, sounds about right. It's a bit of a weird problem with Paradox games. I think compared to the average modern AAA game, their games are a lot less demanding, but they're also a game released in 2025, so they are going to want you to run at least hardware made in the last half decade. So yeah. Honestly, find E5 much more bland so far. I think it's a feeling you have, and obviously I can't disagree with the feeling. My main problem is that a lot of the EU5 content is, as I've recently complained about, very well hidden. Like, the entire Anglicanism religion. Great, loads of flavor and content there. Good luck getting it. It's an RNG fest, so yeah. Spiff took my tree. Oh, Spiff took my tea to get his infinite tea. Can't believe it. What sort of British person has... I'm not British, by the way. I just sound British. But either way, no, unfortunately I just ran out of tea due to excessive consumption, I'm afraid.
So my name is Arthur. My in-game name is just Arthur L248, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
But
So
end of the day,
Polytopia,
it's
right
your
now,
call to
I'm
make, and if you're
university
enjoying it, you're
student
enjoying it.
at
And
Naval
I've just realized that we've taken over
I
an
study
interview.
finance
My
and
formal
computer
apologies, I'll shut
science,
up now.
And then some of the things that I like to do outside of that is go play badminton and also going out to watch movies.
I've just
with my
realized that we've
friends.
taken over an
I
interview.
study
My
finance.
formal apologies.
My favorite movie is probably the Now You See Me franchise of movies. I haven't watched the third one yet. Really excited for that coming out soon. Or has that come out already? I should verify that. Okay, wait. Let me re-say that because apparently it has come out. I started playing back in 2019, and then I took about a 3-year break between 2021 and 2024. Polytopia had started hosting the Polyseums that they do every month outside the World Championship, and so that's what really brought me back. In terms of how much I play every week, honestly, I'm not sure. I would say it ranges between 5 to 20 hours a week. In my total lifetime, I probably spent a couple thousand hours playing Polytopia. I would never have imagined that I'd be able to fly across continents to come play a video game like Polytopia. And I've been playing this game for a very long time, so it's really interesting to know that all that time has not really been wasted, and I got to have this really cool experience as a result of all the time that I've put it into this game.
Sound like a Victorian thug. Oh god. Need elf axe elf. Well, we all know both elves and Greaskins are technically just different social classes in the UK, right? Right, well that said, speaking of the UK, we're about to get our Hudrick versus Imperius matchup, as promised, please. Oh wait, they're probably going to interview the other guy, aren't they? Oh, we shall see, we shall see. What do you mean, the guy who... you can't... they don't just give out citizenship and, like, let you live in a different country if you sound like them and consume substances, right? From a colony, perhaps.
My name is
I do live in
Kipat,
the UK,
and
to be
I'm from
clear.
Thailand.
I was moved here from a young age, but I was not born in the
name is
UK.
Lalida.
Or a
I'm
dominion
his
of the United
aunt.
Kingdom.
He want me to go with him, so I'm available. So
I have never been in Europe before, and it really make me nervous.
no, I know nothing about Polytopia, but I know one thing that it make him happy when playing it. Do you have fun?
Yeah.
I think he's a very good nephew for me. He is a bit shy, not talk much, but he has good heart, and he's a person that care other people very much. Their parents and his grandpa will watching together at home in Bangkok. Thank you, and thank you the Meaty One for hosting this event. This give us a very good experience.
Well, I do believe that's both interviews, but what did they say? Psychology. Do we have to support Hudrick now due to psychological reasons? My formal apologies. I know. I think Bardur and Imperius are drawn for best tribe, if I had to say. If you don't count, Samanti. I miss the most wholesome thing of I'll watch my own VOD. I'll watch my own VOD. Oh, they like calendars and wine. Excellent choice. I'm sorry. But I know Wenger sucks. That's part of the appeal. It's a terrible thing, but when you win, it feels extra fun, I guess. You know, it would also be more fun if they actually started the game. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, give me something to commentate over. Can't even complain about them having good land or bad land. I think Imperius has matchup here though. So Hudrik is nice, but the early Imperius economy, and Hudrik not being able to punish that early Imperius economy. Yeah. We'll see. Hudrik can still beat Imperius, obviously, but that does involve really going online, hard committing to eco. And I think if Imperius does hard commit, it'll be close. We shall see. We shall see.
About them. I haven't played either of them that
Go
much
to his bubble, but I
in
like
the
that
past.
again.
I would say they're both very strong players. I've seen them play, never played them. I'm definitely looking forward to facing either of them.
I think Xingji is
faster
slept
than
upon,
I
but I
thought.
think
I think
Bardur
the game
is
will be
solid, and I'm over
a lot
talking
longer,
about God.
like when I play in face-off.
T-Tad is playing Hudrik, and as we saw in the face-off live stream, those games can last very, very long.
I'm very excited. I was very excited. And I don't know about the game, so the man beside me had to explain.
I think overall it's a bad thing. I mean, of course, your nerves are going to affect the way you play, but also it's a normal thing. I'm sure that everyone here who's competing is nervous to a certain extent. So it's definitely going to be important, not just based on our skill level in and of itself, but also how can you make yourself calm and how can you make sure that you're not rushing, you're not taking too much time, and that the nerves don't kind of take over.
I hope there are big leg in the middle. Yeah, I think that's the best for Hudrik.
I'm feeling pretty confident for the games today. Not too overconfident, but I think everyone should be going into it with a good level of confidence, or else why would we even be here playing today? And so hopefully both my matchups will go well, and I can take back home the cup.
Right. Are they still doing interviews? One second. No, just fancy music. Okay, I'll take this opportunity to. Alright, they're getting ready. They're getting their keyboard and mouse and shortcuts ready. I do wonder if you got like used to playing on an iPad, how different would it be to play like on the iPad versus phone is the same, but yeah, getting used to computer versus the other thing. Well, I want to play an E5. They're not that fun. I think a big part of E5 is just how much better tall gameplay is versus wide gameplay, and yeah. All right, they're starting. Nice. Alright, and we have our spawns. Okay. Decent spawn, a lot of hunting. Oh my god, that is a beautiful organization spawn for Imperius, and they're quite far. Early opens seem fine. Okay. Yep, that's Imperius for you. Okay, there's still good lumber mill potential here. Very, very good lumber mill potential. We'll see. Up in the North City over there, there's a 6 step. Okay. He sends one warrior to pick up that early food. Can he double organization to an upgrade here as well? Probably shouldn't, but he can. Okay. And he goes Explorer. Makes sense. That is a very, very good explorer. And he reveals capital. Oh, that's a disgustingly good explorer. Okay, this might be a bit of a naval fight. They either fight over land off to the side, or they fight over the boats. And if they fight over boats here, and Hudrick with those early archers, and definitely a movement catapults, is gonna certainly have the advantage. Okay. The Imperial spawn is disgusting. And they're quite far away, so they really can't be punished. That is a really, really good spawn. And they're going straight for the boats. Is he going to try and sneak an early... Oh... Like if there's an empty capital here. That the... Oh, okay. If he can just, like, slide into an undefended capital. Let's say they're trying to save up for something. Oh, that would be disgusting. That would be disgusting. I don't think he can, but... If he goes sailing here into an explorer, he could. Do you go for that? Such an early sailing open. Do you go for that? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of shutdown, don't get me wrong, but there's also the case of... It's your first game. If you lose, you can definitely come back. I think if I'm Imperious, I go for the funny sailor boat. He doesn't, which is sad. But, oh, and he's already got an over there as well. Oh my god, that expansion, that's going to be brutal up against 3 cities versus 2, sure, but early that's brutal. And there's the 3rd city, and look at that 4th route. Oh god, what does he get out of the ruins? Okay, that's fine. Pop into capital is good. Pop into capital gives free resources as well. He's 3 lumber was away from extra pop and 1 extra level. And he goes for the explorer here, and there it is. There he gets the meeting. It's a bit hard to tell just how ridiculous it is. That's good for him. He gets the corner, the extra pop as well. One of the things I've really noticed this game, specific, well, not just this game, but in general, is they tend to take a lot more explorers than I would have. They really value vision, which makes sense. That does make sense. I guess you can always build up economy, you can't always obtain vision. Is he going to go double lumber hut here? It won't be an awful play, but I don't think he can giant push. I don't think it's literally possible. Well, I say that. He's kind of setting up for it. He wants 1 more lumber mill and a fishing. Yeah, Archer there means that if he pushed that warrior, he could. City's going up. Another upgrade, that is disgusting Imperious economy. Okay. That's good for him, means that warrior's basically going nowhere. It's quite sad that he has such a large section of the map. Sectioned off, but relatively useless. We fear the auntie. But that being said, 4 cities versus 3 here. I do think this is looking very strong for Imperious, but Hodrick has everything to play for here. He picks up the 4th city, he picks up the corner of the map there. Does he go into fish in here? Guess he probably should. He gets his turn 7 giant, and a good addition, don't get me wrong, but what is he doing with that giant? Because by the time the giant gets anywhere, he's gonna... Imperious sees this giant. Right? I guess he doesn't know he sees that. I'm assuming you're putting the park down. Yeah, Imperious sees this giant. What's the counter? Forces Imperious into either archery or catapult. Well, into archery or... I'm trying to think of what else would be good enough counter for it. I don't think swordsmen are more painful than archery. I think just archery. Riders are a bit too awkward on this terrain to counter the giant. And you'd want to be a lot. I think archery is just the play here for Imperious. Shuts down that big central lake as well. Okay. And they're getting some free swings off. Does he want to upgrade that city? He has gone Riders, to be fair. And it's quite an open playing ground. Okay, he's gone Riders. Against Hudrick, though, that makes more sense. They probably will be getting a bunch of their archers out, although only 2 so far. Probably because it's almost expected. Oh, boat. Boat giant makes sense. Boat giant makes sense. Less vulnerable against the against Riders. Certainly more vulnerable would have been against their against archers, but not quite what he's facing at the moment. I'm assuming he retreats that archer and shoots, but archer does just still die here, I think, unfortunately. Does he second giant? He second giants. Okay. Turn 8 second giant, double giant turn 8 is pretty brutal. He's going to retreat this, unfortunately. I think it's dead. Unless he roads it. He'll be able to counter kill the warrior though if that pursues. Yeah, it's not clean terrain, unfortunately, Hudrick for pushing sawmills. And Imperius can see, they can see that they've got 2 giants out. Oh, he can road into the... Oh my god, okay. That's disgusting. Turn 9, you're roading huts like that. Oh, that's... Okay. Bombers, maybe? He can road plus... harvest. And he gets a second explorer. Which does reveal some more. Okay, I guess he gets a giant of his own. We'll see. He has most vision unlocked now as well, so a lot more open play on this regard. The threat of those 2 riders really locks down over land for Hudrick to push. The lack of archers, or frankly units, though, at the moment does give potential. Okay, he's going for scouts, so... Can he get that boat in? I think Warrior on Lonmus defends, but not too well. Interesting. Yeah, they're going to take some good swings on that. That's the problem with boat giants, is you can take some good swings on the guys. What does he do here, though? He can't... There's no way he's going to be greeding. Oh, that's disgusting. There's... The greed is disgusting here. If he gets away with it, that's just BM. Bridging onto that hut. Do you let the city fall? He's getting his own giant, but that's disgusting. I'm guessing he... What? Warriors in... How do you prevent him getting onto that with 6 stars in a dream? Is he just sitting there realizing, oh wait, I just let him walk in? I mean, Warrior in... You obviously can't research anything, you've got 100 cities. Warrior in Lynn Matten and then a Rider in Fendripy, and then... Giant doesn't kill, it lands, so it does a bunch of damage, but... That is disgusting, greed. I mean, he's got his own giant, so he doesn't lose the game here, but I think he loses the city. You know... Don't... Oh my god, what is this greed? And he goes into a workshop. Does he plan to giant push it? Walls Warrior. Got our first wall set up. Okay, okay. Alright, alright. Polytopia be ambitious, true. Okay. He reveals the ruin. Interesting. I mean, as a giant, you land that? Because landing it does do the landing damage. So you can kind of spunk, but he's already down to 34 health. And obviously that one warrior in those walled cities is going to trade very well. He does, but that's the thing. Like, that's now quite a walled settlement. And I guess that's 5 stars well spent. I say 5 stars well spent. He dropped a goddamn bridge over there to get onto that early. That's disgusting. Like, it literally 1 extra turn early. I think with all those riders, he just holds that. How many more games after this? A couple. Quite a few, to be honest. Feel free to come back later for the actual final, but there you go. I think there's 1 semi-final final. That would make sense. But I believe it's quite a long stream, to be fair, so make of that what you will. Sitting in here for the long haul, dare I say. Oh, okay, that's very good. He just got marketplaces. The problem is that he doesn't really... I guess he can do farming? Like, it's not a good tech for him to have marketplaces here. What is he going to do? Save up 100 stars? Yeah, okay, he's going for Boat Giant as well. Giant has landed, so no more free rider swings on that, but that's a shame. Like, how does he hold on to that city? He still hasn't got archery. I think he's going for archery now. Well, that second giant going to be landing soon. That's going to be pretty brutal. I mean, that's some good greed. He's getting away with it so far, but that's disgusting. That is disgusting. Oh, of course he giant pushes. That would do it. I was thinking, how does he defend this? But the answer is giant push. I feel like greed has been rewarded so far very well, and I guess it just goes to show that you can get away with it. Because I promise you, if I was doing this in my own games, I'm not getting away with this greed. Or I guess more likely, you're playing against Samanti, so you're not getting away with any of this greed. But a wall giant, yeah, that's going to defend. There's no archers in sight as well. There's a very good giant plonk on that Juggernaut boat if you get into Lononous and you land. And the archers are starting to come out, but yeah. You don't get it. Where's the proximity cost, the antagonism? It's EU0. They've been simplified for the modern audience. Hey Chris. There you go. I don't think he sieges that. Like, he can ping. Sure, he can ping their giant for 3 health, but... in the long run here as well, he's behind on cities, behind on eco. It's just Imperial's domination. Yeah, EU1 was a bit more advanced, sorry. Any of you ever tried EU0? EU1, or the original European Universalis? It was literally just a set of, like, scenarios to play. It wasn't really a grand strategy. Definitely feel the original inspirations there, I say, but in fact. I mean, he's going for that giant. He's pinging him a bunch of times, don't get me wrong. And I think the other giant is suddenly going for Manulo, but... can you take a good swing on that? That's a not bad swing. He chooses to heal instead, and that's fair. He gets the giant out? I guess that's it, yeah. Better train a warrior. He can start swinging. And you probably want... I was going to say an archer in your capital, but I guess that's fine. No attacks from him. Relatively passive. Interesting. Well, at least Hudrick has lockdown naval dominance? Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, Hudrick's making some pretty good plays here, but while I think there's a universe who can maybe even capture a city, by the time that happens, he's out of luck. I think double ping and then giant can cap, but I'm not sure. They're going to go try and kill units, that makes sense. Okay, and they're moving the other giant over as well. That giant, unfortunately, has now spent a decent chunk of time just wandering around and not doing much, which is not good. You want your giants to be active. He can start pulling his archers up as well. What's the late game build him? Because I know, I can tell you Imperius' late game plan: a bunch of farms and a bunch of windmills and a bunch of markets. Those archers are pulled up as promised. God, for turn 12, this would have been like a turn 20 in one of my games. Yeah, 2 damage pings. Ouch. We shall see. But I kind of already want to call this for Imperius. I think he holds us down on lockdown. Giant equality has been achieved. 2 giants versus 2 giants. If he can get some archers trying to get some pings off, I think he'll be trading a lot better. Is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna do that. Interesting, he goes for that. Makes sense, and he's trying to... For those unaware, those warriors deny the cities, deny the archers being able to move forward and start pinging the city. They can obviously ping the warriors, but he'd rather low-cost warriors get pinged than giants. Only 1 unit ahead, but 2 cities and a decent chunk of income ahead, yeah. A bunch of farm wins and markets as endgame. Imperator Rome 3. This is Imperator Rome -1. Imperator Rome 0, of course, was released Imperator Rome. We haven't had Imperator 1 yet, but yeah. Imperius do be that forbidden Imperator Rome gameplay. Yeah, there doesn't have any windmill spots that really stand out to me as insane. He's looking at knights. That won't be an awful build, but like, I don't think he'll be that good here. Like, it's very closed up terrain for knights. I think this is more catapult land if I had to wager a guess. That is brave. You put that giant in the water, that's very brave, because he's a lot more vulnerable there, but he can do more, and of course he does it, and he's going to defend it with back it up with an archer, which is even more brave. Okay. Well, aggressiveness gets rewarded. Wasn't Imperator Rome 1 base unit of Summers Rome? Yeah, but this is Imperator Rome -2. Really going down the old versions. Imagine if, like, a video game company releases, like, a new IP. Like, Paradox decides to make a World War I game, or they make, like, a Stone Age game, right? And they make it Bronze Conflicts, they call it that, and they release Bronze Conflicts -2. Yeah, we'll release Bronze Conflicts -1, Bronze Conflicts 0, They just start counting on the mind. Like, nothing stops you doing that. You can do that. There's no laws preventing you doing that. Yeah, so you see that 40 health giant? Yeah, it's down to 26 already. This is the problem with putting giants on the water. Down to 22. Very potentially vulnerable. Does Hodra go for bombers here? Might be a bit too aggressive, but I think he's had to give up on Lonomus attacks. Remember that prehistoric platformer? Yeah, make that a strategy. True. We're gonna make Hollow Knight into a grand strategy game. You play as the Pale King before the events, and you have to build up Hollow Knight. If you haven't played Hollow Knight, this doesn't make any sense, but don't worry. New grand strategy from Paradox. They get the IP from Team Cherry. Okay, now he's just suiciding warriors into that because, I mean, it makes sense to don't have unicaps. Did he get defenders? I think he did. Yeah, I think he's very comfortably ahead in that case. 20, yeah. He basically needs to not mess up and not do things like put his giant in the water now. I think that was a mistake. But in fairness, doing that did free up a lot of pressure off the city. Fun Gatch effect. I just did a Withering Wave survey today, and one of the questions was sort of see grand strategy element. Oh my god, they are really... They are really coming for the grand strategy audience. I didn't think anyone would want to be part of the grand strategy audience, but what grand strategy elements are there in battles? What does that mean? Sorry. What's a grand strategy element in battles? And he didn't... Wait, did he not move that? I mean, that giant's just dead. There you go. That is a very ineffective giant. I do not see universe for him putting that giant in the water. I see what he went for, but that was a mistake. There's no way you do that. That being said, I think he gets away with it as well, because to punish that mistake, Hudrik had to swing his boats around, and that gave him a decent chunk of time. Manalo now is a bit more under pressure. As I said, if he gets a third giant out, you're about to... the real breasts. Have you seen the, shall we say, anime mods for E5 already? Like, yeah. They gave everyone unique character portraits. You can imagine how that's going to go. It's all pre-rendered in beautiful glory. Yeah, like, what would you think? It's a full-on it's a full-on rendering engine as well. Yeah. You want to render your cat girls in charge of the Byzantine Empire? There's already the image going around. Someone made a very fascinating EU5 loading screen. I was just seeing. Does he actually defend this? I think he does. I mean, he's got like 4 archers over there, and this horseman can swing around. But yeah, for EU5, someone made a very fascinating loading screen as well, I will say. So yeah.
Is this what you start talking about when I leave for a bit?
Yes.
Oh lord. Okay.
Well, at the moment it's just Imperius getting an early economy leader disgusting spawn and getting so greedy and getting away with it.
Those roads? I'm guessing they must have a bonus towards roads then?
No, they don't.
They
They're just very expensive. They are just so rich. They just had such a disgusting spawn. The most painful part is you see Iplodo over there. That bridge was like 8 stars, and not building that would have spent him an extra turn. He greeded 8 stars into a bridge just to get a city 1 turn earlier. Which is disgusting. Like, the greed from Imperius here, and the worst part is he's getting away with it. Although we have our first successfully employed walls.
I don't even see where the bridge is.
It's on the left, on the non-contested cities, shall we say. They're currently doing some fighting, so they're looking at that, but... Yeah. Also, Imperius did put a giant out in the water, and as you may have guessed, Hudrik currently has a bit of a naval dominance, and there goes bombers. Okay. Hudrik's still in it, but god, that Imperius economy is disgusting. Interesting. Oh, of course, there's no wharf there. So to upgrade your units into boats, you need to be on a port. And there wasn't a port there. The bridge, by the way, so like, you see Luspire, there's one bridge line to the left between those 2 hills. Or, again, we just switch perspective to Iplo. See, there's a bridge when he gets out of the tech. Yeah, that bridge. He could have moved his rider onto the forest and then, like, 1 turn later into Iplo, but he built a road and bridge. I think 10 stars in total to save 1 turn on that cap.
It did not even clock for me that was water at all.
Nope.
Which is
the greed is disgusting. Thing is as well, at least, wasn't the best land fighting. Like he defended very well, but he did move a giant out into the water and that got deleted. So it's not a clear run for him yet. And now bombers are coming out for Hudrik, and bombers in basically his capital tile can already hit its 3 tiles, so they have an insane range, and they're there's not very little that Imperius can do to attack those bombers because of the naval dominance Hudrik has. I don't think he's anywhere near catapults either.
Did you say that land units can upgrade into naval units? Did I hear you right?
Yes, so when you put the way that naval units work is when you put a land unit, any unit, like a warrior or a defender or a swordsman or even a rider into the boat, they become a raft, and those rafts are used to upgrade into naval units. Like you see the sailboats, those are scouts, but they have like a 2-tile range attack, but they're mainly a scout, but better raft basically. And then
you see the icons for archers and warriors and the giant, actually.
That's just what they promoted into. Giants promote into their unique Juggernaut boat. They used to not. Then they can promote into bombers, which are quite weak but good at range damage, or rammers, which are decent defense, but that's what Imperius has below Manila. But it's mainly a melee boat, if that makes sense. And yeah, that bombers, as you can see, pretty decent damage output. Problem with Bomber, can't move and shoot. So you want to set them up and let it shoot.
Well, there's lots of good targets here, it seems.
Oh, there's plenty of targets. If anything, there's just not enough people to shoot at them. But we'll see. Yeah. It's getting quite late game though now. Hoodrick is still getting shut down. His early 2 giants were not breaking through here. And unfortunately, looking at both economy and land, Imperius just wins this late game, I think. It's a very awkward catapult setup for Hoodrick. There's no good
so much,
sawmills.
like a crescent of units around the coast. They're not going to roll over easy, for sure.
No, but it's just... Eventually, you can build new units. My question is, what's your late game plan? You trade units 1v1. You have less cities, you just run out of them. You have less eco, you can't build the same most expensive units.
Would he be trading 1-for-1 with his bombers?
Probably not. He's certainly trading better than that right now, don't get me wrong. It's just... He's making 18 stars.
Yeah. Uphill battle,
And
for sure.
is 25, yeah, like he... Time is on Imperius' side, end of the day here, and as you can see, he's now actually getting some boats out like those rammers, so... Oh, and if someone's on a raft, and you get a chance to smack them or shoot them, like Imperius just did there, great way of trading very cost effectively. Best way to... Giants on boats are very powerful, because if they just move next to you, they deal damage. That's, quite powerful as an ability, but they are very vulnerable in the water as well if they can get shot or smacked. As said though, I think Imperius is not going to repeat his earlier mistake of just putting out 1 giant on his own and hoping that works, because it did not. That said, what does he do? I think he's just pulling back. I think he's realized he has this advantage. I think he's just going to pull back and say, okay, you come and attack me, fight me on my terms, or your bombers are out of less effective, dare I say. And try and scale behind. He even builds a road to save the to save his rider. One of the things you may have noticed as well, is they are very keen to try and not get their units killed, and that does make sense in terms of preserving stars and not getting units killed. But also, if your opponent kills enough units to get the Slayer monument, I think that doesn't apply here. Both of them already have enough for that monument, but that's something you want to keep in mind, especially in a 1v1 scenario like this. The only way they can get that monument is through kills, and there we go. Those archers are promoting again. Damn, I'm actually seeing promotions inside the World Championships. That's what I expect. You don't really expect a unit to get 3 kills, do you?
There's been a lot of Archer TM gameplay this evening, so.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's a ranged unit that
Hoodrick,
doesn't imply spawns, and Hoodrick is been present in quite a few games, and they are the Archer boys, so it checks out. I mean, the thing is, Archers are just a good unit. The fact that as long as you can protect them, they trade very well. Once they get shots.
They don't fall off the way that often early game units do. I'm worried about Hoodrick's economy here. He's only at 18 stars. Am I crazy for thinking that's a bit low for this phase?
For turn 18, that's really, really bad, yeah. That's just really bad. I guess his main problem is, weirdly, okay, his cities are starting to get captured now, but even if he had a bit better economy, he doesn't really have the cities to... If you think about the 18 stars on 4 cities, he's got 4 or 5 stars per city. If the units he's building cost 2 to 3 stars, he has enough. Now you'd want more. You want to take tech. You want to build more expensive cities. Don't get units. But if your average unit that's the cost. Well, it doesn't do too much.
Use for the additional income.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It can certainly be more useful, but I can see why he's not going for it. He doesn't have any blatantly good sawmill spots.
Well, think about the BM bridges he could be building with the additional stars income.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's more of Imperius' BM bridges. The real BM is to build a, when you get an option to get a giant or not, is to build a park. Extra score. That said, yeah, I think he's got a bit of a desperation push for those archers, but that leaves them again vulnerable. And he's kind of caught Imperius here. I think he was bluffing that he would have more units than he, actually has. We'll see. That being said, yeah, okay, the nice thing with the promotions, of course, is you get the full heal of that, but Defender on a walled city, it's literally the peak defensiveness of the game. And there goes Catapults. Turn 18 math. Okay. I think he's realized he has to do economy now, as you can see up there. Probably going to be a giant. Border growth. I guess it makes sense for getting more lumber mills, but one would have guessed he would have gone for the giant there to try and defend against all those riders. No, he gets a warrior so he can push it out, and he gets pushed out in the water. That's a bit unlucky. He still goes for that giant, fair enough, well calculated. Just what do you do here? What do you do? Those riders.
It was 3 games in a row of him outscaling his enemy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that Imperius start was disgusting, and he could have scaled from behind still, but he didn't get the best start himself, and it's a bit of a coin toss for Hudrik, right? Because sometimes you just get bad distributions of your forests for good lumber mills, right? Yeah. But he didn't get the best distribution, and then on top of that, Imperius got a really, really good spawn for him. So, might have been a foregone conclusion. That being said, and there's Killer Monument. Because he definitely needs that. Yeah, you can see how well even those Rama units, they're like actually trade in melee against giants, considering the price of the price differential implied of giants compared to those Ramas. Like, if you can get those off in melee, and I think now that he's pretty much cleaned up Hudrik from the water. Now Hudrik can shoot Imperius's boats very well, but all the as long as the waters are contested and not clearly owned by Hudrik, Imperius I think just wins over land here.
Yeah, well, you see how well they're dominating the east side.
I think there just wasn't many units there. I don't think they expected him to send. I don't think Hudrik expected 5 riders to come bearing down. They certainly have, though. Not looking too hot for that. Not looking too hot for that. I don't think I see Hudrik coming back from here. I applaud him for not resigning, though. But given the swarm of riders, ouch.
I always appreciate, especially for newer esports and competitive games, like, show the audience why. Like, I know that maybe they know it's a loss or they know it's a win, but show the audience why it's a loss. Show them why it's a win. Even if there's nothing you could technically do to come back from it.
And there's always a case of, force your opponent to play it out. They can make mistakes here. The thing with Hudrik is his archer-heavy build here, and in fact a lot of his terrain, even though the riders here are relatively brutal, that's because he let them in. There's a universe where he shoves a defender on that mountain, north of Tyrannol, or even a giant there, and that's it. He clears out these riders. He punks a bunch of archers on the coastline. They're gonna have a very hard time breaking through, and he is behind on economy. Sure, I'm not denying that, but Imperius needs to still build up his economy. He hasn't really done that. He's still around 25 stars of income. You force mistakes from Imperius. You trade 5 stars better per turn than him on units, and you're still completing the game. I think Imperius has the advantage, but he still needs to play it and finish it. And Imperius did earlier, again, as I've said, pretty much donate a giant.
Hudrik is pretty far behind in tech here, it seemed, from what I saw.
That certainly isn't helping too, but Imperius also got, you won't believe it, quite lucky getting things like marketplaces from a very good, it's one of the endgame techs, or like TS3 techs.
From a hut?
From a hut, yeah. So thing is unlike earlier Civ games where I think there's a bit of a bias or difference in technologies, I'm not sure. It literally gives you random tech. So you can get a tier 1 tech, but you can also get a tier 3 tech. So there's a case of even taking tech and hoping to gamble that you get a tech and a good tech.
Yeah, in Civ 3, it's weighted towards cheaper techs. You could technically get anything that you're not researching, but it's weighted towards the cheaper ones. So yeah, I could see maybe even delaying picking up a hut could be a strategy to try to pop like a really powerful late game tech.
The other thing is that you also, what else can you get from a hut? Resources, you want those early. Population, you probably want that early. An explorer, well, you definitely don't want that now, right? So
you said there was a bonus for exploring the entire map, right?
Yes, revealing every tile. So he reveals that one tile. You just clicked on that. How convenient. How convenient. He just clicked on that one tile you hadn't explored. You do get an extra monument, which gives you... what's it called? It gives you +3 more population. So again, basically like half a giant. Or if you, let's say... Oh, that is a quite good giant move, although Juggernaut move.
Do they have like an area of effect attack?
Yes, so when you put a giant into a boat, they're very vulnerable. But first of all, they move 2 tiles instead of 1. They move 2 tiles on roads. So if you don't have a lot of roads, like Hoodrick here hasn't actually researched the concept of a road. It's the fast way of moving your giant around. And the way that they work is that when they end their tile, they cause a big splash, quite literally, and deal damage to every unit around them. This includes like units on land as well. So being able to like move into these tiles, or attack and move into a tile, is quite a good way. But as you can see, you have these small sailboats that are 2 stars plus 5 stars, dealing 5 damage to a giant, so trading very, very well. And those riders from earlier, they've pretty much been cleared out. So I think this is why Hoodrick's not resigning. Still actually quite a bit to play for here. You can see behind on Imperius, because he scouted them. He hasn't actually gone for the farms or much of that late game scaling, and he now does have his own catapults up. So Imperius does need to still convert this.
His turn timer is getting a little short there.
Lack of cities doesn't help. Lack of cities doesn't help. It's fascinating to me that you see that hut that Imperius can see on the left. Because he doesn't have a port or even any way to upgrade any of his cities to get a port there, he can not get that hut. The only way you can get that hut is if Oldengo in Hoodie... you can bridge, but then you can't bridge a hut spot, so you can't walk over there, as far as I'm aware. So you can bridge to look at the hut closer. So that's kind of that's Hoodrick's hut whenever he wants it. He'll need to commit a 7-star port. That's the price of a port to get there, and a unit. Or he's looking at math. Thing is, he's got marketplace as a great tech, right? And he hasn't built any yet because he doesn't have any forges. He doesn't have any sawmills. He doesn't have any windmills. The market trade is currently doing nothing for him. If he saves 100 stars, which, let's be honest, it's almost a bit BM-y in in the final to save 100 stars, he can get another monument, the Monument of Wealth. But please let me not build units for 5 turns while I save up for a 3 monument. Isn't, I think, a good way of spending your currency.
Not at all. No.
Like, does Imperius actually throw this? I know it sounds very ironic, but I talked about how Hoodrick can still win, and they've contested the water, but genuinely,
what would be the first sign of that? Like the income catching up, or
I don't think he gets Naval Superiority at this point. I think his best bet is to build some more catapults, and I guess he has enough catapults of his own. But try and get Imperius to try and commit a bunch of his units navally, because he should be able to sweep a bunch of those and then move in. Because at the moment, Lonmus is literally perfectly defended. He's going for cloaks. Ooh. Okay. He doesn't have roads. But I think if he starts roading his cloaks, if you start roading your secret unit, does give it away a bit. But unfortunately, Imperius can see his cloaks, because you can see them on the first turn when they're trained, but then they disappear. That being said,
And he can't get them to the front line very quickly without roads, right?
Without roads, no. And the problem is, again, if you start roading your cloak, it's a bit like, hello, please don't look at the road for my series. Yeah.
Big Brain would be road making a random road and send your cloak somewhere else, but...
I mean, to be fair, you can do that. The ultimate bluff, you start just building a random road that looks like it's a cloak, and then they counter that with a bunch of units, and their cloak actually pops up too. It's own all capitals, I believe, is the win condition. So the funny thing is, if Hudrick gets a cloak on Rescue right now, I don't think Imperius can recapture that, right? They don't have enough units to recapture Rescue if they get a cloak on that. So he just wins.
What happened? You said the tournament games could go to a draw, right? 30 turns?
So turn 30 is a there's two modes, deathmatch and perfection is called the mode, where perfection is at the end of turn 30, highest score wins. I believe they're doing deathmatch. If they are doing perfection turn 22, that means on turn 30, highest score wins, which is currently, well, let's take a look. Imperius is 775. Hudrick wouldn't be too far behind. You do get scores from City, but a lot of scores from cities, but you also get a bunch of score from improvements. And Hudrick has a lot of improvements.
Deathmatch? Is Deathmatch also...
Deathmatch has no
turn 30?
No turn limits. It's just, yeah, you keep going until the end. This thing
I was
is
thinking, like, maybe that's why Hudrick thought they could draw it out to a draw, but I know
maybe
he's got to
there
come back
is.
for the full win.
I'm actually not sure. Can they do a draw here? My, I guess, other question is as well, is if you take a look, I don't think Hudrick can see. Yeah, see the one tile Hudrick can't see? That one tile that Hudrick is concealed has another star on it, which means that if he actually builds, he takes the bomber tech, he would profit from that because 2 stars pay for the bomber tech. Well, he does have the bomber tech, but it actually destroys, yeah.
Earlier, yeah.
But he can't see the second star, so it would also mean that he'd probably profit off just building a unit to sell over there, get the ruins, get those 2 stars, but he can't see the second star because the one tile as an export has a star on it. And of course,
the water there.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
That other tile has a star on it as well, but he can't see that. There's no way he just marches the cloak. I guess it's so brazen that it might just work, because as you can see, cloaks can move 2. He's just moved his cloak forward 2.
Which one is the cloak?
One that's currently hidden. Olivexi on 5 HP. Between the 2 archers, the little eye.
Oh, looks kind of like a giant, yeah.
Next to the giant. Well, he's moved that 2 forward, which is like the most brazen thing you can do, moving it as forward as you possibly can. But obviously, you'd expect them to do that, but because it's like this kind of level of play, you probably wouldn't expect them to do that.
I know what you mean, yeah.
So if that actually works, that might work very well. Yes, you can't see that cloak between
mind game. There's the extra mind game of, if my opponent wasn't up to something, they surely would have conceded by now, so they must have some sort of hidden victory condition, and then they don't, and then you throw because you're expecting something that shouldn't be expected.
That's true. He did see the cloak. As you can see, you can see the cloak on Oleth. He would have seen it. So he has seen that a cloak has come out. He doesn't know where it is.
The one tile.
It's literally the one tile. Because
between a line of units, yeah, it's kind of a giveaway.
Well, the other thing is, you'd think that, but also if I've got a cloak there, I'm probably putting it behind those 2 archers, right? Because I'm not going to put it in the obvious spot, because then I can get it next to onto that hill.
The hills are the
mountain hills. Yes, the one he just put his warrior on and then stabbed.
I see.
Oh, so okay, that's interesting. So you see that warrior there next has a little eyesight icon next to him.
So he knows.
That indicates that a tile has at least 1 cloak next to him.
I suppose it could be south of the warrior or southeast. So
exactly, he knows that the cloak is within. It could also be 1 tile north because he hasn't had that icon appear there, but it can't because it couldn't have gotten to that tile this turn. Yeah. So he knows it's in one of those 4 tiles.
Well, he knows it came out of a city. So
yeah, he see that it came out of Olveres. So yeah, there you go. There's that cloak. He now shoots that. Okay. I'm really interested to see where that cloak goes. Wait, is it just... Oh god, I forgot how zoom they get. They just... Oh, because I think Enormous has a road there he can use... Yeah, so roads are much like Civ 2 and Civ 3. Roads are communal. Everyone can use anyone's road. So, for example, Imperius did road up north there, but, that allows that warrior to use that road, I believe. Unless that was being changed, I'm an idiot. but I think because of that road, that cloak might be able to get into Monomus. The problem is that he's got a lot of units there, so that cloak's not going to do much. Well, he's certainly trading very well navally. There was a bunch of naval units, and he's just going to go for it. There you go. That's the effect of the cloak. Those units aren't very good, but they spawn a bunch. He gets some stars, so like a refund on the original cloak, and very annoying. It's one of the late game tools to break stalemates. And you can actually see Imperius immediately grab a defender on Rescue, which makes sense. You know, it pretty much shuts down a decent chunk of those cloaks.
They kind of remind me of Dark Templars in StarCraft, but the effect of spawning rebels kind of reminds me of Civ 2. It's an interesting mix.
Yeah, I don't know, it's a Civ 2 diplomat. Sometimes. I guess they're not hidden.
Might as well be.
Might as well be.
With their ability to, spies can use enemy railroads.
True. Spies
ignore
can
zone of control.
I'm not sure if they do ignore zone of control, to be fair. Zone of control is a bit weird in this game, by the way.
Spies in Civ 2, yes, but maybe not if that's what you're talking about.
Fair. In Polytopia, zone control is a bit wacky. That being said, what was I going to say?
I don't like zone of control, so I'm happy it's not too aggressive.
Fair. I feel like it's almost not present in some ways.
I enjoy maneuverability, and like the map's small enough as it is, you should be able to.
That's fair, yeah.
Too.
I mean, you absolutely can. There's many ways that's what Imperius is doing right now. I think he's realized that Hoodrick is making this big push. That being said, 23 economy, turn 24, yet they're both not doing very well in economy. I think in some ways, Imperius
actually gone down.
Yeah, Imperius is almost forced to commit navally here. Like, he's forced to build units, which means he's constantly out of stars, so he can't really scale, and Hoodrick is keeping up. Again, he's got markets and absolutely great tech. He just can't use it on anything. He hasn't got the prerequisites.
Yeah, the cloak is down, but
and there's the other. He's just spamming these cloaks as well.
Are those the two cloaks in the water? Is that them?
No. There's it's like fading in and out, as you can see. Yeah. So those are the little rebels that they spawn. Not a bad unit, just
a dagger. Yeah.
Yeah, little daggers. In water, they're called pirates. Yeah, he gets a second cloak off, which is
Impressive, yeah.
The thing is, you can counter them, but you need knights, and he doesn't have the economy for that. I am curious what happens. Problem is, because of just the city difference, 6,200 score versus 7,700-ish. Yeah, I mean,
generally,
does he go for the warrior port here? I think he might, by the way. He's got, weirdly enough, spare stars on Hoodrick. Sorry, you're saying?
So Hoodrick has naval control here. He's got like a line of archers firing from the forest. It's tough for Imperius to push past his city and like control that line of terrain. That would stop the hidden units from getting in.
That's fair. I think again, it's like I don't think Imperius now can really push him on water or in the north because that's been shut down, or even like in the middle here. I think your best bet is to almost drop back and regret your earlier excursions forward, and try and like hunker down and get a bit more economy going. Because you start spamming out knights, you start spamming out catapults. You do win here because you just have more cities and more land to work with.
Sure, I'll be right back. Something.
The other thing I was going to mainly say is, of course, is that if you're getting your cloak off every other turn, that's like 5-6 stars. You're, if anything, making more money, or at least drawing on money compared to your opponents. I mean, I guess you paid for the cloak. He is checking chivalry. So we'll see. Randica, yeah. Big fan of I think it's got the opposite. Both are both have played very, very well. It might be a turn 30. I'm actually quite interested. Someone could check, that would be great, but I'll give them. Mode is oh. Perfection. I'm not sure if you can draw in Might. Hopefully nothing's important. Okay. If that's the case, if they've taken temples and it is turn 30 limit, turn 29, you should be able to. You should delete a bunch of your upgrades and spam temples. We'll see. Another cloak, people. Oh my god. I'm suddenly putting the pressure on. Can you actually get this capture off? And maybe I just spoke too soon. Maybe it is time for that Hoodrick beautiful comeback. He is running low on time. He should start making his. He should definitely move that Juggernaut. I mean, even does he at this point? 25 stars. You need to spend these, man. Come on. He might be a unit cap. 12 seconds. Oh. Yeah, he was in unit cap. He was in unit cap. Okay. Explains quite a bit. I think it might be turn 30 score victory. In that case, if they're both saving for it, which they might be the case, then you want to spam temples on the last turn because they give you a bunch of score. Completely useless otherwise, but yeah. No, certainly I'm surprised Imperius didn't go for anything. Genuinely. Oh, guess we shall see.
Interesting how the conflict seems to be really focused on this particular theater. Like nothing has extended to the southwest of the map.
They just can't really fight there. They can send over a unit, but both of them have vision on that area. So the best play is actually to get a cloak, but the problem is you build a cloak in Oloeth, and then you could spend 5 turns, more like 20 turns marching him over there, or you could do something useful.
I see, yeah.
I believe both are actually sitting quite close to unit cap at this point. That being said, so I did double check the mode they're playing. They're playing on Might, so winner is the person that owns the capitals. Every capital is the winner. So if he gets a cloak into Reska, he just wins. Is he going to get a cloak into Reska? No.
Well, literally there's a thick wall of units across the map blocking out the capital.
There is a universal
use. There's the BM statue that doesn't have a unit on it.
I think that's the City Connection one, but yeah, for 3 pops. No, the Monument of Wealth is... that's one of the things I do appreciate Polytopia. Like, basically everything has unique graphics and things. So, you know, people have put effort into this game from that regard. Certainly very appreciated. When do the Giant Death Robots come into play? Wrong version of Civ. Sorry, they haven't added it yet. None of them even have Knights yet. It's a bit like, imagine if there was a Civ 3 mode. So I don't know if you could say this, but like, where you're restricted to the ancient era only for your tech tree. Would you happen to know of such a mode?
There's a few of those, yeah.
Okay. Imperius was saving money for he's got chivalry. There goes Knights. He's going to be able to shut down these cloaks now significantly more effectively. Turn 27 Knights. I guess we'll find out soon if it is 30. The thing is, if it is turn 30, Imperius wins on score.
Fair enough, yeah.
If it's not that, then I guess we'll find out. My preliminary Google has not been much successful. Literally unplayable 5 out of 7. Can't believe it. Thing is, go around the long way for the capitals. The game's probably over in 3 turns, so you physically don't get there. He's got knight for 3 turns if it's ending turn 3. If it's turn 30 end. I like how he's just letting the cloaks spawn. He knows he can't really prevent them. But yeah, I mean, guess if you have enough eco, it's fine. He has a bomber on that, and a couple archers and a giant he can move in. He could actually go for a cap here, because he can Juggernaut move into Ormus, does the splash attack. He can get 2 archer shots.
Yeah, it looks like he's been pushed back quite a bit here.
He's also looking at knights himself, because knights would basically Knights one-shot archers and riders, so if you take a look behind the capital, can you please tell me what Imperius is?
The unit composition of Imperius, yeah.
Yeah, so you get 1 knight there, he will go on a 20-kill spree. And bear in mind, he kills 3.
They have the blitz ability, they can attack multiple units.
Well, not quite. More specifically, if they get a kill, they get to move and attack again.
Oh, sorry, when you say move and attack again, you mean they get...
They get their movement and they get their movement back.
Like go fish and...
Yeah, they get their movement back and see that knight? Look at that go. Look at that knight chain. This is what I mean.
Beautiful.
Yeah. But knights are expensive. It's 3 techs that are mostly pointless, to be honest, until you get knights. Right? No, I mean, organization's the first one as well, and you start with 2 techs, relatively. Then, Free Spirit is you burn forests to create temples, thank you, and you get temples, thank you. The game you played a few years ago is a World Championship. It's a great game. What can I say? It's a good game. But if you look at Hoodrick, he's got his own knight there. I don't know if he can sneak that in. But if he can, maybe this is the time he gets roads. Maybe this is it. This is that time to buy roads.
I can't believe it's turned 27, did you say?
28. After potentially 30.
Turn 28, yeah.
The last 6% of the game, you get your roads up. Okay. More knights? I think, yeah, more knights here. It's so... If you've played this game yourself against the AI, and the AI builds 100 billion units, knights can be very nice to, get through that glob. Yeah. Because the AI doesn't really play to... it does play around knights, but more in a sense of it doesn't have a perfect wall. So, in a case of this, where you have the player setting up, every tile is being used, right? AI wouldn't be doing that, so knights aren't that beautifully effective, but also can really be effective.
Here comes the cloak. Yeah.
And he gets the cloak up there! Wait, that's really... So that he has 1 knight. He has to make a choice. But the thing is, if Imperius loses a city here and his turn 30 score victory, Hoodrick needs to cap 1 city for turn 30. And he doesn't need to hold it, he needs to cap it for 1 turn. I mean, we might actually see it all being played for here. I could have called it too early. And he goes for the bomber. Okay, and he's gonna kill some of these archers, so he's gonna try and prevent them basically being able to kill the cloaks back. Yeah, pinging that giant to that giant to death. This is the 2nd Imperius giant, if not 3rd, that he's put into the water and let it get pinged to death. I'm going for those cloaks.
I mean, he keeps getting allowed to do it.
It's just you see them, but how do you stop them? You march forward, you go into a hail of arrows. Okay, the knight is going to clean up the northern cloaks. See, if it's an underpromoted knight, right? He doesn't actually one-shot the cloaks if they're in defensive terrain like a forest. So that's why you have to take a couple archer shots on them. But he now doesn't have the knight to clean up the southern cloaks. I think he has enough locally there. He seems smiling, he's like, oh god. The other thing is, he's got, 18 stars? 18-star economy because of all the sieges and all those raids.
It's been falling off, yeah.
Because cloaks, as you can see, put riots on so you don't get star income from the city when the cloaks do their turn, right?
He was 28.
Yeah,
20
20.
turns ago, so
Fair. But you want to save up a bunch of stars if it is a turn victory to last turn spam down a bunch of temples, because temples, again, give scorer not much else. And if he's not got the stars for that, but Hoodrick has, well, he's got the third pass to victory. And it'll be really funny if it plays past turn 30. And all of this doesn't matter.
Can we not see like the total stars that they have on hand?
We can on the top, it says stars 2 out of 18. He gets plus 18. And Hoodrick has 0 and he's getting 20 a turn. But it's not a fair comparison, because every time you incite a rebellion with cloaks, you gain, I think, 5 to 7 stars, depending on the city size. Like, I think it can be lower, but normally you're not putting a cloak into, like, a one capture, you know, one pop city kind of thing. Knights, the thing is, knights are very squishy. They are quite easy. They die to 2 archer shots, basically. So, for context of how squishy knights are, knights not on defensive terrain, so an open field, die to 1 shot from a catapult. So they're not like a win button. He's still getting cloaks. I guess it doesn't need to be subtle if it's successful, and he is running out of units. Like, that wall of units is getting lower.
Is that a defender in Conimus?
Yes,
Sort of
I think there's been a defender in Conimus for the last 15 turns. I find it fascinating they never went for those 2 stars and that ruin. I guess there's not many texts you'd want. He's moving the giant forward. I think he's making his play.
Blood in the water.
Oh god. Well, so far I'd say this is best closest game. Hyperscaled Imperius that just failed to pull off against Hoodrick. Is Hoodrick really that overpowered? Oh. What's happening? Oh, is it turn 30 as end turn?
Oh.
Is it? That's just it. God damn it. Well, that's anticlimactic.
Surprised by what happened? I don't know.
I thought normally you do get to play turn 30. Or is it draw or what happens? I normally you get to play turn 30, right? The turn 30 just happened.
It doesn't look like a pause.
No, did it glitch out something? If someone could hear the audio, that'd be great.
See if I can alt tab.
Did it glitch out something? If someone...
Yeah, I'll check my stream 1 sec.
Yeah. Me would also get killed in 1 shot if I got hit by a catapult. Yep, reasonable. It's a pretty reasonable statement. I'm not seeing any score go up. Maybe it's a glitch in the game where it's like, oh, turn 30, but it's like people are planning around turn 29. I'm trying to think of what it could be. That was very anticlimactic, if so. I wanted to see that last turn. Certainly peak, don't get me wrong, but yeah. No, it was incredibly well played. I think I would say Imperius could, like, you know, armchair sitting at the back here, like commenting on the application of heat to the souffle. I think Imperius got a bit too greedy a couple times, and he should not have contested the water as much as he did. If he had hunkered down and got a bit more on the economy, been more on the defensive, I think he could have done that better. But there's also cases where you're in the exact same position and you have to go on the offensive to push your advantage. So, again, this is armchair per specialist, right? All these players are head above heels better than me. Amazon outbreak, true. This Polytopia semi-final is brought to you by Amazon Web Services. Use our services because you can't afford our computer, because you can't afford your computer after the RAM shortage. Anyone want to quickly start their own fabrication? Start their own RAM fabs? That'd be appreciated. But I'm not seeing a score go up, so what happened? I realize I'm probably talking over it, aren't I? I just unmuted it. There's no music or anything. Is it rematch? Bug? Uh-oh. Did the game take too long? I think you were right that... The thing is, yes, I think in hindsight it's a bit easy to say. My main complaint is that there are a couple of situations where you'd have the same thing. You'd have a similar situation like this, where you have to go on the offensive to be able to press your advantage, and if you don't, you lose it. We have full vision of the map, we see everyone's units, we see everyone's text, they do not. So what we now receive as, yes, this was a bad play, and it would have been a bad play, in given perfect play, isn't. Yeah, Hudrick owning the sea is good, and a couple times, I think Imperius contesting the sea was probably his downfall, though. I think if it stayed on the coast and just pinged all the boats, could have done very well. Boats are squishy. Howdy flashback, I've been playing Rematch since I was 14 at lunch queue at school. Well, what can I say? It's a good game, and I've played it myself quite a bit, so... Thing is, 2016 does not sound like it's 9 years ago, does it? You don't think 2016 and go, yeah, that was 9 years ago. That was almost a decade ago. 2016 is almost a decade ago. 2016 will be a decade ago in less than a month. In 26 days, 2016 would be 1 decade ago. Oh, I felt myself feel old. It's just such a term, decade. Feels quite heavy. Yeah, it put a lot of resources into C units that got obliterated. Yeah, Hudricks. And the thing is as well with C units, because they're inherently more vulnerable, they are both in range of Hudrick's catapults and archers, and have less defense against them. We used to pass and play on the old Samson, only game we could really play, because the only game we could... Yeah, I did quite a bit of that, and then Risk as well. Yeah. 2016 was like last week. Just off, unfortunately, just off. Are they saying things? Are they saying things? Maybe on the left side. True, but then he wouldn't have been... He would have had one port to build a navy in, and the problem is that, meanwhile, Imperius had, like, 3 cities there, could build archers and catapults, and could shut that down. Yeah. 2025 was a long year. I would not disagree there. Still in high school in 2016, yeah. Oh, God. I would love an update of what's happening, though. Commentary isn't explaining it, thanks. Do I go ping Lace? Maybe. Hudrick was... They were both unit capped, by the way. That's the disgusting part, is that because both of them kind of set up in the ocean, like there were parts where one of the reasons that Imperius was not building units out of his capital until near the end, where he saw cloaks that he had to build defenders in his capital, was, you know, that unit cap. I think both of them also had very safe capitals. Like, there were contested cities, but there were no points where those capitals would fall. Yes, but the threat of a navy means that he puts 3 to 4 archers there and completely shuts down all your commitments to the navy. And him shutting down the navy in the left sea and then moving those archers to the right is 1 tile. For you, that's building an extra port, which is 7 stars, plus building a bunch of plus building a bunch of boats. Now, I would have built boats simply to go for those stars on the Starfish and the ruins. I would have gone for that. But, yeah. There are decades where, the classic Lenin quote. Is that actually Lenin quote? I think that's a Lenin quote then. Because on the internet, you see a quote like that and it'll be like, don't trust everything you say on the internet, and it's attributed to Washington. Yes, it's attributed to Lenin, but it's debatable whether he actually said it. But then again, that's according to the AI overview, so that could have been fabricated as well. Are we gonna get an understanding of what's going on here? We had a very anticlimactic... It's a point to Hudrick. What? There was a panel because it was turn 30 turn timer, but they didn't want to do a... I don't know if I like that in the final, you get to vote on the winner, but I think, yeah, turn 30 is the turn limit, but instead of doing score, they had a panel and decided to give it to Hoodrick. I'll be honest though, you are meant to play turn 30. The fact that it ended turn 29 I think was a bug, so they probably had to do an emergency panel. That being said, it's good to know from now on that there's this bug, so you want to be ending turn 29, and B, that is the turn limit. There are dozens of turns with no stars. That would be very sad because it means you have no cities. But okay, so Hoodrick has the first game from that. I mean, I'm not sure if I am happy with democracy being granted. I think Imperius was technically ahead, but fair enough. Fair enough. So to be clear for everyone at home as well, they are playing for money and not like a life. They're not playing for millions, but the prize pool is 10 grand. So like it's not a trivial amount of money. And I'll be very sad if the panel voted against me and I lost like multiple thousands. Like I lost a car because the panel voted against me. Yeah, the prize pool is I believe 10k USD, might be euros because it is a European company. Oh, it's USD. Guess America, so yeah. You need to get into EU0. Fair. Well, we're also immediately straight back into game number 2. But yeah. Could have been a time, but yeah, we're back. Back for game 2. Right, well, I mean, now... I didn't actually look at the map. Oh, that is, It's awkward, but now possible, I think. Depends on his forest board. Oh, there's a hut there. Hoodrick has playables. No, they're not good. I was thinking they were playable, but then I looked at it further. They're not very good. Ironically, Reslo has better... Reslo actually has better... what are they called? Sawmill spots. It's kind of funny. Okay, they're quite far away from each other again. He was looking pretty good there in the end, but I think on score, Imperius was winning, so yeah. We are back, yep. I will have to say, not a disgustingly amazing early economy start for Imperius this time, but Hoodrick's forests are... I wouldn't say they were... For Hoodrick's forests are... I won't say bad, but they are worse than Imperius's forests. I think Imperius has better lumber mill placement. Or scratch that, I think that city near the middle is going to have all of the fruit. And they did have 2 fruit in capital. Never mind, I take that back. Imperius had a pretty disgusting start here. They don't even take an explorer. Oh, they are reading that. They don't take an explorer there. I think they maybe take explorer in the middle city? We'll see. They probably want to get an explorer here and get some vision. Hoodrick going into 3rd. Could you enlighten us, by the way, what happened on that panel while we're still in the early phases?
I didn't catch the start of the discussion. They were talking a lot about the game in general, about the switch in momentum, and then it sounded like the panel had to make a call about who won the game.
I'll be honest. So having played to turn 30, there was... Let's blame Paradox Interactive for this one. A bug, because they didn't get to play turn 30. On turn 29 it seemingly ended, maybe crashed or something. But they didn't get to play turn 30. Because normally when you play a score game like this, as I drowned on like 3 times, your last turn you delete units and everything and put down temples for score. And you try and make last second captures. And obviously, if you're planning for that and then it ends 1 turn early, that's very unfair. So I think that's probably why they had to get a panel in that regard, but...
You gotta crank your happiness slider in the last turn, that's how it works.
Exactly. Wait, does that actually do that in Civ 3?
Yeah, sorry, in Civ 3 you get happy... for happy faces, we'll give you extra score. Having a happy face does absolutely nothing else, so it's equivalent to temples in that way in this.
Right.
And it's an interesting dynamic. It's
I want to very quickly clarify, and apologize, is that you can build a temple on a mountain that doesn't have gold, and you can't build anything else on that mountain. So technically, you know, it's better than nothing because a temple for 20 stars does give you 1 population. It costs 20 stars.
Sorry, what does population do?
So you see those little bars that fill up. When a city is just settled on 1 pop, it needs 2 like food units, so either or 2 like economy units to upgrade. So a fruit gives you 1, like building a road connection gives you 1, building a a park for killing 10 units, whatever, gives you 3. A lumber mill gives you 1, but then if you a sawmill gives you 1 per adjacent lumber mill population.
They're doing it right now. Yeah.
Yep, as you can see, they level up and then they pick the explorer. So you know that's that population. So technically, if you want to trade 20 stars for 1 population, you can do that with a temple. It's just, I think, about as inefficient as it gets.
Oh, sorry, but what's the output of a population?
Well, if you get so if you fill up the bar and the city levels up, it gives you 1 more star per turn. And as you can see, it initially costs 2
And it gives you the choice, right?
and then 3, yes, depending on the level. So the first level, you choose between an explorer or a +1 workshop, and obviously +1 workshop's an extra level. Then you choose between, and I do apologize if this is very wrong, reveal me as a massive noob. I believe then you have to choose between wealth or a city wall on the next level up. So either 5 stars or you get a city wall. Then after that, you choose between a border expand or 3 extra free population. Because every level after those 3 population gives you a giant. And the other way it works is that the cost to upgrade...
Sorry, my question was, what does population do?
It leads your city leveling up. And I explained the city levels up, sorry.
And your city levels up and you get population?
So I think the population is that little blue bar. I'm not sure how it's referred to. So once you get enough population, your city levels up, basically.
Huh. So it's kind of self-reinforcing. Interesting.
Yep. That being said, you can gather fruit for... Yeah. If you gather fruit for 2, for 2 stars, that's quite an efficient gain, because, you gain 1 costs it down quite a bit, but 20 stars for 1 population is probably the most inefficient thing you can actually do in this game. I think building a bomber in range of a catapult is inefficient because that costs 15 stars plus your unit cost, and that just dies. So it's probably less efficient.
Catapult's movement per turn. I don't know.
True.
It's not like they were spending on a ton of income last game to dump into frivolous things.
No, both of them did not eco-scale. Like, I mean, Hoodrick scaled more in the first game than they did in the second game, which is incredible.
It seemed pretty much like Hoodrick was playing a bit greedy here for the start.
I mean, he's seemingly getting away with it, but that's a lot of riders.
Yeah.
And the nice thing with riders is they can ping in the early game and then run back and do a capture, because you just need to end your turn. Nothing stops you running up, smacking, and then leaving to capture. What a beautiful turn. Double ruins, double capture, and he gets... Wait, he got free spirit. He's smiling. Oh, he's 1 tech away from knights on turn 8. He can grab chivalry now.
Yikes.
He's not going to. He's going to grab cities and do eco-scaling, but he could have grabbed chivalry this turn. That's disgusting.
Free spirit is a prerequisite for chivalry?
Yes. It's the tech that does nothing because it lets you build temples and burn a forest. But, yeah, I mean... There are times you would, like, hyper gamble, I guess, where you would take free spirit before you get a ruin to hope to get something like chivalry. But, it does help.
I'm guessing there are better things you could do. They're doing, like, actions with the city. Does the number of actions, what determines the number of actions you could take in a turn?
What do you mean, sorry? Like, per unit?
Like, he's clicking on things. What determines how much he can click on things?
Well, I mean, each unit get a movement, and in a city you can train things. But it's just stars. You need to spend stars to harvest resources, for example.
I'm spending in stars, okay.
So,
Thanks.
Yeah. This is why ports, for example, are actually 7 stars, so relatively inefficient. But my god, this giant push turns 8 giants on the front line. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I think Hoodrick was not aggressive enough against this Imperius. This is actually disgusting.
Yeah.
And he's got very good setup for the late game. Okay, this is the might of an eco-civ. But yeah, if you look in the top corner, there's the stars, gain per turn, and currently in cap. And this is things like harvesting a fruit, 2 stars, building a farm, building a mine is 5 stars, and things like that. So you use them for tech, units, and actions. In essence, stars are the economy. Bro did the actual evil anime smile. I mean, you got a turn 8 giant with 3 spirits on a map that was very, like... And you can see there is nothing behind in Hoodrick's land. That being said, because of the panels awarding him of a point, he can afford to lose this one. So, always look on the bright side. Oh, he has catapults, to be fair. So it's not actually over. But yeah, he's roading his giants. He's got 2 giants, he's roading his giants on turn 9. In a more conventional play, I think like a turn 9, turn 10 giant is pretty good, getting it out.
If you're not Luxador.
I mean, Luxador fair, but Luxador literally, starts specifically being better than that.
So, is this just how Imperius works, that they're can kind of steamroll a bit early, but also with good scaling options, or is there some downside to this strategy where he's going for the early giant and then?
Honestly, no. The main thing, one of the reasons Imperius and then Bardo, we haven't seen Bardo yet, but we'll see them later, is so strong, is that if we take a look at the tech tree again when they open, or feel free to just look up the Polytopia tech tree yourself. It gives you the early game economy, your harvestables, your fruit, your hunting to get deer, and the first tier 3 techs climbing, right? Those civs that start with them are, instead of needing to research organization to harvest fruit, or research hunting to hunt animals like Hoodrick had to do, they're able to turn 1.
Are being important.
Yeah, they are able to turn 1, get those upgrades, right? And if you have, in the case that, so that means turn 1, you're building units, so you're growing fast, so you can get things like riders, so you're able to, pretend to be Omarji, right? Like Hoodrick kind of, not Hoodrick, like Imperius kind of did here. And with Imperius' spawn, their capital plus 2 other cities were enough to level up early and get both workshops up, so a lot more extra economy. Just off rip, because they had enough fruit around them. So their starting tech of organization, which gives them, ability to harvest fruit, was enough for them to, get those super strong early stars going. And then they get that very good pacing into double city capture, double ruins,
And some civs don't have the early econ tech, so they can't get their engine up and running as fast.
No,
Okay.
basically, because they have to spend those stars they would be spending of harvesting to then, to get the technology, which means that they spend, extra turns before they harvest those fruit, which means that those, plus 2 stars on turn 2 is plus 2 stars for the rest of the game. It translates across 30 turns to 60 stars. But if you then get a couple turns later, it's worse. There's less turns that you have access to it.
So I have found the Polytopia tech list, the tech tree.
Mhm.
Better yet, I've also found a tier list of the techs, according to some random dude.
Perfect. The Reddit tier list is where it's at and never changes.
What do you think is the worst tech in Polytopia, according to Reddit?
Probably Free Spirit, because it exists as a waypoint to knights. It's basically a way of nerfing knights by making it exist. Maybe Aquarianism.
It is in useful tier, actually. Maybe this is single player? Diplomacy included, it says. I don't know if that affects anything.
I mean, diplomacy, this could be depending on the updates. You're not going to believe this, the diplomacy update. That buffed diplomacy by making defenders a thing, and defenders are useful. Okay, he's going to jump.
4 years ago, so.
Yeah, that would do it. So.
Damn, okay, yeah.
I think they did buff a bunch of them. In my opinion, it's going to be joined between Aquatic, which gives you more defense on your boats. Meditation? Yeah, I see meditation. But the thing is, if you get meditation from a ruin, which I sometimes do, the way meditation works is that it gives you an ability. It unlocks a challenge called pacifism. If you don't do an attack for 5 turns, you get a free, what's it called? A free park. And that can be quite nice if you are like on your own and you get meditation from a ruin. You can do that, the Altar of Peace, but otherwise, yeah, I see it. It's on the way to philosophy though, and if you are planning to play a super late game and you want to get all of the techs, philosophy 33% tech cost is quite huge.
Literacy reduces the cost of all techs by 33%, I'm seeing.
I thought it was philosophy. Did they change the name? Oh, it might...
Maybe this is an old list here.
Could be. By the way, Imperius is turn 11 with Knights. Oh god, yep.
Here it is, yeah.
Yep. I will not be mad if he GGC a turn 11 Knights and he's just cleaned up. Like, he can't prevent that recap, I think. Is he gonna play for it? God, this is a brutal matchup. So these are the starting civs. Imperius and Bardo. We're going to see Bardo sit because they start with hunting instead of organization. Like, you can't prevent the recap, no? Unless he giant pushes again? So if you, if you're unaware, Suede, if you get a giant by promoting your city, he giant pushes again. You push the sieging unit off you, and you get a giant as a defender there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's done again. He's done 2 giant pushes in a row.
Hoodrick, right?
Yes. 2 defensive giant pushes. That's disgusting. How do you even trade it? Not true.
So, yeah, from the tier list, if anyone's curious, it's 4 years old, so it might be outdated, but it said spiritualism was the worst one. Has something good been added to spiritualism?
No, it's been renamed to Free Spirit.
Oh.
There we go, there's the Uncon. Yeah, I mean, you see turn 11 Knights. You have to do 2 giant pushes to try and defend, and you're getting beaten off. Imperius gets disgusting opening land like that. You just don't have counterplay. Because Imperius is 1 tech away from being Umaji for its opening, early riders, apart from the fact it doesn't start with a rider.
I do think that Hoodrick was, like, their build seemed greedy pretty early on. I'm not sure if they were forced to go down that road, but...
I think it's fine. It's just ironically, Hoodrick, like, it wasn't like he got punished for this greed. It's just Imperius was such a strong open for him. 2 early cities into 5 cities, and then, well, the tech we just called the worst one, but it's the stepping stone, and then turn 9 Knights. Also, this was another 9 city map, by the way, which means that if you are turn 8 and you're grabbing more than half the map's cities, right? Oh. I'll see.
Right on to the tiebreaker, I guess.
If Hoodrick wins this through, getting out basically a tier 1 civ, the Imperius civs, tribe, before the final.
That's intellectual property of another franchise. You can't say that here.
Thankfully, I do not subscribe to copyright law. Unfortunately, I do, and I do thank copyright law, meaning that my videos are at least copyrighted as well. To be fair. Yeah, what do you call them? Tribes, I guess, is their official term. But yeah.
Could you imagine if someone was just like making the same video as you were making and getting a bunch of views from it?
God, can you imagine? Yeah, and then like imagine if you make a video on a certain video game topic and then someone takes that exact same video and makes it a different.
Yeah, like imagine you have a video about how slavery is handled in a big strategy franchise, and somebody made the exact same video.
Oh, I mean, it'll be quite inspirational. You know, I've inspired it, or maybe about how like late game is terrible.
Honestly, I even forgot that one was inspired by you.
I mean, it just is bad, but we'll see.
What do you guys think? Should Lemon Cake be forced to play Europa Universalis 1, 2, and 3 so that he can copy my old Sim video? The one comparing the older Sim games. I think it would do numbers. It'd be good.
Probably. I mean, the other Civ games have. I'll just be honest. Sorry, the other I've seen other creators in my genre play older EU titles, especially late. I've done quite a few of those videos, but like playing EU2, the peak European Versailles and things like that. But I'll be completely honest. I started halfway through EU4's development. Those games are too old even by my standards, and that's saying something.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I
Well, it
should
came
be-
out. I didn't realize EU4 came out 2013.
Yep.
That's incredible.
It's 12
That's like
years old.
Coney 20. That was pre the death of Harambe. You
Yep.
could have been. You could have like 3,000 hours in this game before the 2016 election and Brexit and all that stuff. So.
Yeah. There was a Flurry Warrior player you might have heard of, and one I very certainly will continue to commentate. Oh, Jesus Christ, Imperius, can you stop getting this insane RNG? Holy mother of God, what is that land? Apparently Rome just exists in like a field of prosperity.
How could you tell that it's good RNG? Is it the fruit or?
The fruit and like huntable food density, if that makes sense, because it's very efficient population per star cost. So a lumber mill costs 3 stars for 1 pop. Fruit and hunting are both 2 stars for 1 pop. And something like a farm is
And they
5
start with
stars for 2 pops.
organization.
And they start with
with
one of the
organization.
techs. Yep, and they've now grabbed it, turned forward the other tech as well. Probably before they grabbed it, so yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at the tech tree now, so I'm a little less in the dark.
Fair. It's yeah, like in fairness, they have those 3 core cities, but given what Hudrick has just explored, they haven't got many cities around them. So at the moment, they look like they're gonna have 3 pretty strong core cities, but if they don't push out from them, they are eventually going to be outscaled. But yeah,
You gonna go for the explorer here, or?
I think you have to just to reveal, and you reveal that you have neighbors pretty close to you. That is a terrible
Border
explorer.
to border.
Yeah. God,
God,
that is
like,
a terrible
wow.
RNG Explorer. If that Explorer went left, it would have revealed so much for him. And the problem is that Explorer has revealed no new huts. So he doesn't know that he's basically going into the void where there's very few settlements. It's a very strong Imperius play, but he has to be very careful playing here.
See,
Hudrick, meanwhile, has pretty decent... we'll need to check back in with him soon, but I think he had pretty decent enough. Finally good Forest RNG. But speaking of Forest RNG, can I just have a moment to say, look at Imperius's forests. Literally better forest than Hudrick, and Hudrick gets extra forest. The game is rigged to be pro-Imperius.
He's had
Genuinely
some-
rigged. Oh, and he's gone forestry as well. Yeah, I mean, he's going to go for lumber mills. He's going to out Hudrick. That's... I guess you almost have to feel bad when the game just starts to give this to you on a silver platter. Oh, yeah, Hudrick has good forests, but Hudrick also has waters where you want to put the lumber mill. You can't put in the
He does
water.
have that canal city. Have you considered that, though?
He does
Two
have the
canal
Canal City. I mean, if it was up to us, should we have a very quick vote? Should he win because of the Canal City?
Gotta... Yeah, let's say yes.
It's a 2-tile Canal City, though. It's not connecting much. You know, it's not even connecting to...
It connects to the other canal city.
Well, it's not placed, though. Doesn't really connect. I think it's more of a canal lake. I don't know if it's... You can see the lumber mill he's setting up, by the way. Oh god, he can get turns... I think he gets turn 7. He can chop here for it, but he can get a turn 7 mass. No, that's cruel.
He's eyeing it.
He can chop for it. It's just, okay, he gets it this turn, he can't build it. You know, so it doesn't do much, but... Turn 6, 12 stars eco. My god. Yep, that's Imperius for you. I think they might need to nerf Rome. Hear me out on this one. One of the things they've done, which I quite like actually, is they changed the amount of starting stars you have. You'd used to start with 6. Now, and that meant that, because you had 6 stars, let's say you had 2 fruit in your capital, you could get 2 fruit and a warrior, but now that they've nerfed Hudrick's, specifically Imperius' starting stars to 5, they can't get 2 fruit and a warrior, because that would cost 6. right?
But they're still too strong?
Yes, but for example, other civs like Hudrick, or tribes, sorry, copyright, would start with 6 stars, and some, shall we say, that need more help tribes start with 7 as well. And I think it's a good way of like keeping the core of the tribe and like bouncing around that, because that early 1 extra 2 star can be a big like. Can you get that 1 extra? You know.
That's a clever way of doing it. I should have asked this earlier, but how about first mover advantage? Like, is it being alternated who goes first, or?
I'm not sure. We could have probably noticed that. I think it's relatively simultaneous, where it's turn 6 versus turn 6, but I think you are right. Technically, there'll be a first mover advantage, but I'm assuming it is done either by dice roll or alternation. And I don't think it's that relevant in the grand scheme of things, because you can be at worst like 1 turn behind, but being 1 turn behind on turn 20 isn't that noticeable. It's just you take a turn.
But you can, like, if you're 1 turn behind or 1 turn ahead, turn 8, you can push that lead with military. It's yeah, it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh levels of
No,
like,
it's not.
It's not a game where you can win on turn 1, but
it's not Go certainly, but it's I think that's a non-trivial aspect. Maybe you get a bit more. I could be just making this up here, but I have this weird maybe Mandela effect, but you might get a bit more score if you're later. But as we've just established, score doesn't do anything.
a lot of games use some sort of bonus to the second moving civ.
But maybe there just isn't, and we've been doing random. I guess my question is, God, what do you do here on Hudrick? You've been going relatively fine as well, but still only 3 cities. Yeah, if you check here, Imperius, he gets his fourth hut quite far away, and there's math. There's turn 7 math. He's smiling. There's the sawmill. He's building a sawmill, and he's smiling. Is that going to be a? No, that's a turn 7 giant. That's a turn 7 giant. and Hudrick can't see it. I mean, he has the archers.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
That's a turn 7 giant. He can see the lumber mill, though. Oh, no. Well, for all the Hudrick enjoyers, I think Rome was nerfed to score the migration period. In TT 40k, taking the last turn to dominate objectives is a score advantage, I believe. Interesting. Take your word for it. That's okay. Hudrick, they're getting a port. Oh, Lake is a canal city. As you can see, that port he built on the other side, it does connect to the other port.
But he did not choose the city walls in Lyric.
He can't see the giant.
Yeah.
He can't see the giant. It's not visible in the fog of war. Oh no. The thing is, if he gets roads, he could have just roaded that in, but he doesn't, and I mean, fair. He's smiling because
there too. It's 2 tiles away from his city.
Yep.
It gets 2 moves, right?
If you road it 2 moves, so he's moved 1, and his giant have a property called stiff, so they can't move and attack. Otherwise they would be completely weird, but yeah. Stealth giant is a concept I wasn't aware I was afraid of until now. Reasonable, you know. And you'd think you'll be able to see the giant above the fog of war, but no, they actually hunch down before they leave the city. Oh, and he's getting riders from behind. Well, I mean, Hudrick can see the giant now. He's prevented a cap. That's something. He moved his archer away from taking a shot at the giant. Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess it does free that up. Maybe he's considering he's got more time. He has 20 stars to play with. Sorry?
If he thinks he can hold the city, then having control over the north and the south too.
He has 2 turns, very leisurely, and he's already got units there. So, oh, he's going for catapults. Or is he going to just get his own giant out? I think he's just going to try and go for his own giant. But there's no easy 2 pops that I can see. Sawmills and then giant, of course. That would be a very bad sawmill. But it actually doesn't have better sawmills, really. He's gonna... Yeah, he's gonna... quote it out in Laic. He's got 2 sawmills down. Sorry, he's got 2 lumber huts down. So if he gets a... He can defend with the giant. And Imperius notices this. So he doesn't move the giant in further.
Okay.
And so he's just going for the south to try and recontest that, which makes sense. Go for another giant? If I got a nickel for each Paradox Future Bill, so like Polytopia, I mean, 3 nickels, I think, if you count Jillian, although I'll let Jillian decide if that's a like or just a, I'll give it a shot. Who would win 10 Polytopia size DU5? Or, I mean, 10 Polytopias, oh god. Please don't. Can you imagine the late game if it's like 1,000 tiles across on this game? Can I not play that, actually? Can I opt out? What's the smallest Civ? I remember you did a Civ 3 game on the smallest possible map or something similar?
Not the smallest possible.
No, it was like when you had 40 civs or something. Not like 40 civs, but you had like all of the civs. Max civ count.
Yeah, they were spawning 2 tiles apart, yeah.
Spawning 2 tiles apart. It's kind of Polytopia, but even more dense.
That map, believe it or not, is bigger than this Polytopia map. Although I guess that has 32 civs and not 2, like here.
Mm.
But the funny thing about Civ 3 is that it depends on your resolution, your screen resolution. The game will bug out if the map is too small, if it's relative to the size of your resolution.
So you want to get the smallest possible screen?
Yeah, you need like a... Did you ever... You're a zoomer, aren't you?
Relatively.
Okay,
Give
you
it a
never had
shot,
like a Sega Dreamcast, did you?
No, I was poor zoomer, sorry.
They had these like VMUs that you'd get, whereas like this tiny little, like almost like a Tamagotchi that you could like play little mini games and like earn rewards towards your games. Anyway, it was a tiny screen, and that's what you need to play Civ 3 on, I guess.
Finally, to get the smallest possible map. It's a very weird thing where I'm sorry, the resolution's too. Oh, he's considering markets. That's disgusting on turn 10. I mean, he has 2 lumber mills, so I can see it, but my god. That's fair. That's fair. 1 tick will take 1 IRL day. True. I think he's going for it, by the way.
We have 44 viewers on this stream. This is heating up.
Yep. Well, I'll be honest, it's not EU5. It's one of the things I realized for views, that if I want to do views, I need to play Paradox games.
I've seen you like streaming like Ambinar and stuff with like 20 viewers though, so.
True, but that's MP. You know, you do multiplayer. Oh, to be fair, wait, this is multiplayer, yeah. Yeah, it's I think that it's the inherent multiplayer, but that's true.
But multiplayer is expected for Polytopia, I imagine.
I think yeah. I mean, the thing is with streaming single player is that by construction of the game, you can sit down and do an entire game of Polytopia on a huge map in like an hour, and that's leisurely taking your time, no turn timer, you know, on like max time. You know what I mean? So it's not actually a very good stream content, because let's say you're streaming for 4 hours. Hyper leisurely chatting, you'll be able to do 4 entire campaigns. And I think streams very much favor things like grand strategy titles, where you do a lot of game. You know, you do 1 big game, 1 continuous experience, if that makes sense, almost.
For single player?
Yeah.
I do agree what you're saying that.
But yeah, like a max size Polytopia map is, I think, oh my god, look at that market. He's already on 24 stars, turn 11. He's met his game 1 economy now. But yeah, no. So, like, on a super huge Polytopia map, right? I don't think a game's taking more than an hour.
Fair enough, yeah.
Ambinar mentioned, true. There's also the case that it's not just multiplayer, it's Ambinar, which is a mod. It's like, you don't do that for viewers. Double sawmills out, so I guess the question is catapults versus catapult, but we'll see. Double, say what you want about Hoodrick, but he's blocked off. He's got the space on lockdown. A giant steps forward, he's going to get pinged by so many. And another sawmill. Yep, and there's the giant from Hundrick. It is 4v4 on cities. We're going late game again, ladies and gentlemen. We're going late game again. The turn timer seems more harsh, by the way. Having played it myself in multiplayer, the turn timer usually isn't this harsh. Maybe I was just thinking less.
It's nobody's like really like running out of time to do all the things that they're doing. It seems like they're having to think fast, but
it's more so, well, one of the things you can do, for example, is if a unit has movement left, you can fortify them to heal. One of the things I've noticed is they're not bothering to do that, and they're just letting their unit like run out of time because it auto heals if it hasn't done anything on that turn. Maybe that's just a little micro optimization, but it's, you know, my brain is going, but you can move that guy. Oh no, I think they're just letting him heal because I'm yet to see a heal input. And it's a very weird thing to say. I'm just, I guess, comparing how I'd play. And catapults coming out. I think we might be getting catapults coming out. Thing is, you put a catapult from Pilok onto that sawmill, and any unit built in Laic, you get a free shot on. So you can pretty much shut down that production of units from there. But it's seen. He can see that catapult being built now.
is it 3 tiles of range on the catapults?
3 tiles of range, so not quite the city yet, but yeah. Also diagonals, because it's a square-based system, and I believe you mentioned this, discussing of the switch to the hexagon.
Yes, yeah.
It really makes diagonals more powerful than straight lines.
Totally, yeah.
But there we go.
It's interesting how they went for squares and not hexes for this.
I think it's, like, fine. I think a lot of people really, dare I say, how do I say this without sounding sacrilegious? Squares are perfectly serviceable. You don't need everything to be the perfect hexagon. And
So-
there is some simplicity in square.
I think
Oh, hey, right back.
hexagons look better, and they're more they're certainly more balanced, but they give fewer movement options. Like you can move to 6 tiles from 1 tile as opposed to a system like this where you can move to 8. So in terms of, especially if you're doing 1 unit per tile, like I feel for 1 unit per tile specifically, hexes are worse.
That's an interesting... I never considered it being that actually hexagons give you less movement per tile. God, they're rodent catapults. That's not something I would have really expected, but... That's an interesting point in that regard. It also... And this comes to... It hasn't really come up yet, but exploration, because of the square-based system, is you want to do zigzags instead of going in a straight line. Because you uncover more land, if that makes sense, when you do that. I think, though, yeah, there's a lot of Hoodrick defending up north. I think he's just going for the south now, and I think he might... Yeah, look at that. He's got a giant, so if Hoodrick makes a push against him, he has the time to defend with that giant from up north. But 33-star eco on turn 13, he can afford catapults from all his cities, basically.
Fully roaded.
Yeah, this is... And Hoodrick's doing very well. This is the other thing to say, but, like, what do you do here? I mean, I'll see if there's anyone who's going to pull it off. It's this Hoodrick play. He's been doing very well this campaign. Yeah.
Could go for stealth units again.
Maybe. That's quite far in the tech tree. That's past diplomacy. And does he have the stars to go for that while he's desperately defending?
Fair enough.
He does have quite a bit more troops than I think Imperius expected in the north, so I think he's literally looking at it. He's looking at cloaks. Suede, what a beautiful call. You say that and he looks at cloaks. You know.
It worked last time.
True. Well, it worked until the game said it didn't.
He doesn't even have organization.
Well, he doesn't need to. His economy is at, like, would you want to take a tech for, like, let's say 10, 12 stars to harvest 2 fruit? If you're not building farms, you know. Yeah, he's taking a ping. I think he's just attacking on every front. Was that where is he going for? If he's trying to confuse the opponent, then it's working. Because I'm confused where he's going for.
Yeah. The water distribution of this map is quite interesting. There's no like big relevant sea here. There's a 7-tile lake, and that's about it.
Yeah, there's like you get 4 little lakes on each corner, and the lake up north is also split up for a pathway. That being said, that's forested, so it's not like you can really swing riders around that. There's a lot. This is a very heavily forested map, which actually doesn't really. It does favor Hoodrick because they can use the forest, but also it's so heavily forested, both people can use the forest. If that makes sense, you know, having extra forest at a time when the forest is everywhere doesn't reflect too well. If that makes sense. Compared to, for example, Imaji in the first games, where Imaji would have like no forest relatively. Solo predictions. I want to say Imperius again, but it's going to be a uphill battle. Your best bet?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I thought you were talking to chat.
No, I was just saying in general. General predictions. I mean, hey, if anyone wants to make a prediction themselves, yeah, I think Imperius would be my call right now.
So they're on the aggressive, and they're also 39, almost double the star count of Hoodrick. I'm not seeing, unless there's some tribal bonus of late game of Hoodrick that I don't know about.
Well, normally they have more forest density, but
There, yeah.
Imperius
Also
doesn't.
map-
Yeah.
Map control for Imperius. Like, if they don't need more text, then he's rushed a lot of text. He could just pick up these cities along the east. I'm guessing there's one southeast of Myplus.
Might be, but I think neither of them have explored that. So
Get there.
yeah, it's a bit awkward. You know, climbing can really be a. Yeah, that rider I believe was actually off that port of Malpus and then landed. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think. Like that one mountain tower is quite annoying. Or I think he sneaked past the bison actually as well.
Which there's the triple mountain in the northeast.
That too. So I think that's the biggest proof that there's no climbing tech there, because that's just it. It's a very cautious advance, and I guess that's the thing with advancing into the archer guy, is you take one step forward and suddenly you're in range of all of the units.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, not much in the south. I think, is he just going to try and brute force us with catapults, or is he going to try go for some fancy techs? Maybe he goes for cloaks. No, I think he's just going to brute force it with a... How many giants does he have on the map? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 giants on the map. Jesus Christ. Well, that's 41 stars a turn for you.
Almost all the range units for Hoodrick are in the west and not in his north. It seems like he's just letting... And he's getting pushed in the south. Yeah, I don't know how he deals with this.
He did get a swordsman. That's a, somewhat of a counter, but swordsmen are excellent targets for catapults.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see also, like, yeah, you ping him for 5, that's great, but then you get pinged for 12 back.
The range there is nice.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
doing
like
that, though, he can't build a new catapult in that city as well now, so...
True.
He took the shot, but that's also lucky. Like, he's got stars 43, despite his lack of economy to do things, but my question is, what does he do here?
I'll say with the shape of this lake, yeah, like he'd benefit from more catapults, like along the... It's a 3x3, basically.
Yeah, along the south will be an excellent place to just put catapults and lock down. He's looking at the tech tree and in despair. He is looking at his own markets, but he's so far away. I think he goes for it, though. Yeah, I think he does. So he now gets... He's not going to be able to catch up on economy. There we go. Yeah, look at that. 27. It was a +5 eco turn. But his lumber mills are just not that amazing.
I'm guessing catapults can't fire the turn they move to.
Nope. Same as bombers. They don't have the rocket artillery promotion from Stiffline. Oh, and there we go. Knights out of Oh, that's just grim. And I don't think he has vision on Renu. If he does, then that's pretty terrifying if he can like sneak in a knight. Because if your opponent doesn't expect a knight, it's probably one of the strongest units to go run amok with. Turn 16, 5 giants, chivalry, and catapults online. Like, wow. The southern
There's, like, a
city is
good
shut
angle.
down.
If he goes northwest from Ropimo, there's a good angle on some of the Frederick units.
True. But there's 2 forests there, and that costs 2 movement to go. So with the uses.
Sorry, the different animations for the forest tripped me up, but you're right.
Okay. And there we go. There's the resignation. Well, I mean, it makes sense. I'm not sure if he saw the knight, but
Rome is OP,
such a
what can we
well-thought.
say?
It's such a well-thought first game, and the fact that it was so well thought.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say he genuinely like. I want to say he. Well, I think it was a coin toss in the end, right? Honest to god coin toss. And then the next 2 games just sheer domination. Imperious strong.
Imperious just has too much explosive starts too often, it seems.
We're gonna see Barda now, which is basically Imperious, but instead of organization, they get hunting.
I'm looking forward to it.
But that being said, Imperious is open now. It's brutal. And it seems as well with Arthur L 248. In both times, excellently played. I think his worst game was the first game where he contested Navy when he shouldn't. But in both of these games, I look at him, so I'm like, in what universe can I even like look and claim any of this as a mistake? It's just good land, perfectly executed down.
Okay, break time and see if we're...
I do believe so. Let me check. Well, I'm
that was the first semifinal. Yeah, there's 2 more rounds.
Yep. It's a long event.
Yeah.
Need to. I'm still not sure how they got the tips for these people for this, but yeah.
And the finals are actually a best of 7.
Best of 7. Oh,
I'm messing.
Okay. Best of 7. Imperious gets 4 wins against. Oh, Luxador versus Bardo. The thing is, to be fair, okay, with Bardo, is much like Imperious, right? Because of the early economy, they're going to be able to do a lot of early game pressure. And if they commit to that, and they end up pressuring Luxador's capital, not a great time for Luxador's capital. It's kind of what Luxador wants to do. They're very good at defending their free walled capital, right? So, and if Bardo if Bardo completely greeds everything and doesn't commit any early units or any early defensive or picks up things like archers, right? What it's going to find is that Luxador can get the early giant, like a turn 7 giant. Imagine you getting a turn 7 giant, right? Completely unheard of, and that could be a lot of trouble for Bardo.
You certainly need some special powers in order to get that.
Yeah, certainly. Like, let's say, like a very, very strong civ. It's tribe. Sid, please don't smite me down.
Anyway, see you in a bit.
But yeah,
Gotta get dinner.
makes sense. Right. I believe that. Let's take a look at timings. Is it like an 18-minute break? I think it might be. I'm going to stop talking over the interviews and let you enjoy that. But I will see you all very soon.
My name is Livingston. In game I lead that Lila, and Slimming Boy, also a name that a lot of people know me by. And I come from the city of Groningen in the Netherlands. Well, I'm still in high school and I live with my parents and 4 siblings. And I like to play water polo, and besides that I'm just very busy with my school because it's my final year. And also play Polytopia every now and then. I saw a video on YouTube from, I think it was like Chicken McNugget, and I just got hooked and watched more videos, and then at some point I just asked the game for like a holiday present, and I got it, and yeah, I just found it super fun to play. Yeah, in the weekends I often like to play a few games. That's it really. Well, when I qualified for Sweden it obviously changed a lot, but well, I couldn't believe that it was actually happening. And when the game was over, the final game, I was first just checking because if it was actually going to happen. And when it did, I was just super happy, of course. I couldn't sleep until like 5 in the morning because I was just so happy about it. I look really forward to it.
I'm Marco, known as Meister Lampe online, and I'm from Germany. I currently study computer science at the university, and in my free time I also play the drums, and I play that in the local wind orchestra as well. Well, I also play some other games and also like playing board games. Yeah, I really like more complex board games. Like currently one of my favorites would probably be Terraforming Mars. And of course Catan also is a classic I really enjoy. Yeah, so I originally started playing Polytopia in 2018. That was during high school, where I saw a classmate play Polytopia on the tram, and I thought the game looked pretty cool, and when I asked him what it's called, and yeah, that's how I originally started. Then I took a break for 4.5 years, and then 2 years ago I started playing the game again as a friend asked me to play it, and I got hooked by it again. To get here was really hard. Like, I had a lot of games where if I lost one more match I would be out, but I'm glad I made it here, and yeah, I think it's a fun time here.
German computer science? Oh boy, might be over. But yeah, hello everyone, welcome back. I have returned, and not only that, I have spent this time wisely. I have located the emergency tea bags, and so I'm back, this time with tea. Truly a real emergency. Tomorrow we're gonna go straight for the shops. And we're returning. Barbour, indeed, against Luxdor. I think Barbour has a matchup. Everyone doesn't like Vengir. This is bullying. This is bullying. Poor Vengir. They did nothing wrong. I mean, okay. Got pinged. But yeah, we're unfortunately back to that part where they discuss about starting it and then they don't start it. Because it's 6:30, so I believe it is in as. Can I call this kickoff? I guess it's not really kickoff. That should be the semi-final indeed, but we shall see. We shall see. Also, we'll see. Potentially, could be having an extra special guest coming on that you might have encountered if you watched the video yesterday for the finals. In chatting. Oh, there's an interview. My apologies. I'll go shut up now.
Luxdor generally feels like they have like similar resources to Bardoor, but they get like a much easier capital giant, and they have faster early game exploration. So I think it's probably one of the most favorable matchups I could get.
When I saw some games from Iceland, he was very scary, and he also has a very strong tribe. So I think he's definitely one of the strongest opponents out there.
My mindset is mostly that I'm playing the games for fun, and if I win them, even better. Like, obviously, try my best, but I think I also prepared like a little less this week than most of the other players playing.
I think I will be very nervous, especially when I get onto the podium, and there will be a lot of pressure. But usually I play at my best when there's a lot of pressure, so I think that won't be a problem. I think
absolutely did not expect that collab yesterday. Fair. I mean, neither did I. It was not the most organized thing. I literally just pinged. Oh, because Gideon was talking about also streaming this thing. It's like, oh, you're also streaming the Polytopia thing. Hey, want to do a game for my announcement video? Like, yeah, sure, why not? So yeah, very spontaneous there, I say. But there we go. Oh, I see, sitting down, so hopefully not too much sound about that. Right. Even the like desk mats and everything is set up to be around that. Neat. God, the tactical water. Computer scientist versus Dutch high schooler versus German computer scientist. Playing for 10k? Actually, in fairness, car prices have gone up quite a bit, so more like a second-hand car for 10k these days, God. Why is everything getting more expensive? I have nice tea though, so I am happy. 10k would have... Well, maybe now it's time for you to go, but please don't attempt to play it. If they do it as an annual event, I mean, I'm happy to cast it again next year, I'll put it this way. We'll see though, I don't want to make any promises, but they have me. Wait, 1 year to get really, really good at Polytopia, there you go. And also, not gonna lie, change your life by what amount? If you are a millionaire, 10k would also change your life because your bank account would increase by a number, you know, one of the numbers in your bank account would change. By construction, your life has been changed, like any single change, an extra cough is a change in your life, right? Not to be that pedantic, but... A $1 donation will also change my life. I'll be $1 richer. Be a lot of change. True. What's the Slovakian? Are you guys using euros? Yeah, you are in euros, so...
Hey, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah. Oh, it's 8,500 euros, to be fair. So, not quite 10k euros, to be clear. Welcome back, Suede.
What are we talking about? House and monthly rent in London?
Oh, 8,500. You know what's to laugh? I think the average is getting to around 3,500 now.
Pounds or euros or what?
Pounds.
Oh, that's disgusting. Wow.
But yeah. Well, they've already opened, and it's turn 3 and they're stabbing each other. Well, that is... Oh god, yeah, to be fair, the hut that's 2 tars from your capital being contested, but that's an early kill on Barda, and Barda did not get any settlements either. That's not... Barda did donate a warrior to Luxador here. I'm preferring this Luxador open already, just in terms of actions played. It's still Barda, but... Okay, yeah, unfortunately, the second village for Barda also has no hunting, so they're going to have to pick up organization, which they probably still want to do, but, you know. Get that
what do you mean when you say there's hunting in a village?
So if you take the little bears, if you look to the left of Floark, there's a little bear on that tile. That's the thing you can harvest for 2 stars. But as you can see on both of the villages, there's one bear up north, but there probably isn't a second. Maybe there is. But the other village they're standing on right now, there's no bears there at all. So they can't use their free hunting to level up.
I see, okay.
But yeah. Meanwhile, the Luxador has elephants. Hunt and organization is there.
They don't start with hunting, do they?
They start with no technologies, actually. They just start with big city. And they have a rune early as well. I guess they are in a pretty decent position now to tech gamble on that rune. So save up stars, grab a tech, then hope for a good one. But we'll see.
Between the civs.
They also have quite a bit of forest. It's a bit awkward forest. There's no perfect lumber mill spot, but honestly better than Bardo Forest, and Bardo also has an extra weight for forests. Not that you can tell much on this map, but there we go. Oh. Transport of a Fiver PLN. Thank you. Feel my Hey, appreciate it. I'm not gonna look to get forced on the mouse. But yes, you're absolutely right. You have indeed changed my life. With 5 Polish zloty. I was talking about the phrase, if you know, say people saying that an amount of money would change your life. Well, technically, even if you're a millionaire, an extra dollar would change your life because your life is now different. You have an extra dollar in your bank account, right? It's the scope of that changes. That's what matters. But yeah, appreciate it though. Thank you. I'm feeling my life changed right now. You did it. But yeah. Yeah, as you can see, by the way, second settlement, only 1 bear. So, I think they've taken organization tech now. But riders also coming out of... As you can see, they're running around on elephants. Bardo rides around on bears. It's meant to be a unique cavalry unit. So it's bear versus elephant cavalry. And unfortunately, unlike Civ 3, they don't get 1 extra HP on their funny knight replacements.
Tragic. It's just a skin then?
It is just a different skin for riders, basically. They have the same stats. There are, again, the 4 tribes that are very unique, like Aquarian, that has entirely unique boat types and everything. So if you want to go something like entirely different tech tree, then you want to play those, but then you'll be up against some anti, and then you'll be sad. Little centipede insect people. They're just very strong economy and rush down, so they're just strong. But they do lose out late game. Like if you survive against Samanti, they don't have the best pen game. For example, they don't have ranged units, really.
I see, okay.
Just, as you may imagine, isn't great. You hate the super
Yeah, it seems like
ones,
the League of Legends school of design where they're getting more and more away from default vanilla tribes. Notice how I'm saying tribes here, Lemon Cake?
Oh, okay. Okay, alright, that's...
As they're releasing more, they're getting more and more outlandish, more and more differentiated.
And I mean, I think that's fine, considering within an environment like this of the World Finals, right? I was about to say World Cup, my god. They are literally playing only the vanilla ones. I think there's enough deviation of, starting technologies and starting stars for it to still be interesting, but like you're not dealing with something ridiculous like the clear advantage I think Samanti would still have. And I think Samanti's been nerfed like 3 times as well. The release Samanti was disgusting. What's kind of funny, actually...
They start with -1 stars at the beginning of
Finally, yeah. What's actually funny is outside of Samanti, the other 3 unique tribes were really weak. Like, they were just weaker
Polaris.
than... Yeah, Polaris. The whole thing was turning tiles, like sea tiles, into ice tiles only they could use, which sounds really good, but they were just very weak in terms of everything else.
It sounds okay. I don't know.
I think it's fine. It's absolutely fine for unique things to be weak. It's a weird exception, I think, specifically with Samanti. And turn 7 Giant from Luxador. We had a lot of turn 7 Giants, yeah. Thing is, you can play without them, Sam's Schoolman. And I mean, they are certainly doing this in this World Cup, so that's fair. I think you can, when you go to like ELO rating games, like not play with the 4 super unique tribes, if that makes sense as well. But they can also be fun, let's be clear. Like doing something super wacky can be fun, right?
To people in chat, is there any tribe that you have not seen today? There were 6 of the ones who made it in that you would have liked to see.
If no one says the very specific and correct answer. The ones have been drowning on about. But no, people are known haters of that certain tribe.
The one that starts with a swordsman?
You said it, not me. You said it, not me. God. They're just not good as well. Let's be honest. Yeah, they know they don't want to see them get reasonable. I like how basically every tribe so far had hated Vengir. Also, speaking of hating things, Luxador can now turn 8 math as well. They don't have the greatest lumber mill spots, but certainly good enough. Surprised they haven't roaded as much as I thought they would, but yeah.
I do like the contrast between the terrains is more visible with this tile set.
Absolutely. I will also say, given how they played the opening, I think it's actually going to be a bit of a coin toss this game. I don't see Barda winning as much as they should be, if that makes sense, given the imbalance of their tribes. I think it's a good played opener by Luxador right now, and not the best played opener by Barda, but not necessarily a bad opener, right? It's just their terrain wasn't as disgustingly amazing as the Imperious terrain has been in the last 3 games, right? But that's putting them on a much more even footing, I think, going forward. And I'm not sure if both of them can see this. Like, Luxador knows he's got a good open. I'm not sure Barda is aware of how good Luxador's open is. They can see the score counter, yeah. Sorry? Yeah, he's gone for climbing.
Yeah. That would be a 2 gold smith south of Flark. These city
You
names,
want 3. The city names are both simultaneously amazing and very annoying because you can't pronounce most
Is
of them.
Is it just not worth going for the smithing technology if you don't have the 3rd gold?
I mean, realistically, you probably expect, if you know they've gone for now catapults, which I'm not sure if he sees that, but if he sees that lumber mill, he sees catapults, that's going to shut down your swordsman. If he doesn't see that, he can go for it. Barda's swordsmen, swordsmen are expensive, but Barda's one of those nations that has such a good economy can get away with it. We're also going to have a fight over that northern village, I believe. Both Barda and Luxador are kind of building up to get a stab at it. You know, 2 riders and a warrior from Barda. 2 riders and a warrior versus 2 archers. But they both seem to be sending troops there. I think they, Barda hasn't seen Luxador's forces over there yet. I've just realized. And he has not seen... Yeah, sorry?
You need smithery to get build swordsman.
Yes.
It seems odd that the unit is a bit underwhelming, but it's that far into the tech tree.
It's a very strong melee unit. The problem is it's a melee unit in a time when range units trades very effectively. So it's not weak, it's just for its actual cost that far into the tech tree. And one of the nice things with it is that if you have ruins, you do end up, for example, as the climbing people, Z, the Japanese aesthetic, right? You would sometimes actually open mining as your first economy tech, which means you have a non-trivial chance, like it would happen the odd game or 2, where you get smithing out of a ruin.
Fair enough, yeah.
And when it's free, it's very strong. I guess it can be applied to a lot of things, but you get the point. Barda just revealed something very interesting. Slimming Boy has, on this account, played against Meister Lamp 5 games before. And he's won 4 of those and lost 1, just before this tournament. Because he just showed his win-loss ratios. So, I guess if you're playing Barda with a positive matchup and you have a 4-1 win rate against this person before the tournament, it's reasons to be optimistic.
Not strong enough that I'd be flexing it, I don't know.
It was a misclick when he went to rejoin. It's very clear because he clicked off immediately. It's just 1 frame is enough to see it. He was not... He was genuinely a misclick. I don't think he would have paused more to flex. Still, I mean, 4 versus 1 win rate isn't bad, right? You know, you wouldn't be hiding that.
These are the first World Championships, though, right?
I believe so, indeed. It would be very awkward if there actually was one like last year. I just completely missed it. Okay. To the best of my knowledge.
So, starting things off with some BM. Not a good way to get a competitive scene going.
That's true. I do think it was just an accidental misclick to click rejoin. It's...
How about... So, when you play multiplayer competitive... I don't know how competitive it is, but multiplayer serious EU4, how do you BM someone if you want to BM them?
You just you get them to death for you, and then you just show how far in your countries and how you haven't been death for, and how you're absolutely, like, you can just take so many more loans, and how you have all the spare manpower and all these spare resources. So it's almost like, you know, oh, I'm fighting you with 100k troops, but I could have fielded 150k and I'm still beating you. Would probably be the way. But the main problem is, because it's a very diplomacy-based game, you know, it's like a lobby's anywhere between 10, really. I think 10 people is still enough for an alive lobby, if that makes sense. To 20, 30 players. BMing is a very bad idea, because you piss people off, and then they coalition you, and then they make alliances against you. So the best, you want to be, if anything, the gaslight girl boss gatekeep strategy. Of like, even the people you kill, you say, oh, I'm really sorry I have to kill you now, but you need to understand, you know, you're getting killed by these players, and if I don't come in and take your land, they're going to go extra strong and have to kill me instead. So I'm not roaching you, I'm just, you know, this is a realization. I can't fight to keep you alive, even though I absolutely can. You know, this is, I have to do this for my own good. I'm really sorry I'm doing this, and then you roach them. But, you know,
Reminds me of a
very
Commander
polite.
where
Yeah,
the
it's
whole skill of the game is convincing people that you're a nice guy who doesn't mean to hurt anybody.
Yep, or Catan. I'm not winning, guys.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
Who's winning, Lemon? Whoever's responsible for the Imperious Spawn RNG is currently winning. Like, hey, Tarkus there. That's the real winner. Imperious Spawn RNG is insane. Please nerf Paradox, please nerf. That said, the early giant is translated into the second giant, and I'm seeing a lot of catapults and ranged units.
Seems pretty mild so far.
Seemingly, there's one, shall we say, scout warrior? They both seem reluctant to commit, but both of them almost can. But I guess more specifically, there we go, those riders can do much more damage than I think he thinks they can. We're forming into one large huge... But it's also the lack of vision. He didn't really get any lucky explorers in that direction. Oh, he's gonna... Oh god, that's cruel. He's gonna road his... Okay, that was a good play. He built some very useless roads up there in the north, but by grabbing a tech you'd want anyway, plus those, he kind of wins the north here. By the time that Barda gets more units up there, it's going to be too late, and one archer's not stopping two riders.
Yeah.
So I think he gets the capture off, and if he gets the capture off, yes, he might even lose the second rider, but like he can train the units and he's fine. So he gets that like, settlement, yeah.
Seemed like a good flex.
Well, one of the problem is, you see that giant that was on 40 health? He put that in the water. Seems like a great idea. It's now down to 13 because of just how much weaker you are in the water, and I guess getting your face bolted with 2 catapults and a shot.
And like you said, they only heal 4 hit points a turn, right?
Yep. Technically, you can go take one of the worst techs in the game, Philosophy, because you get then the definitely not priest unit can also spend its action to heal another 4. So you could heal 8 or have multiple priests, but you're not doing that in this game. That is, I guess, another form of BM. Got the EU0 moniker, yeah. The Paradox Power Range. Yeah, and he gets the capture off there. The other thing is, as well, I think very much so, Luxor was not aware that he had, you know, the north actually kind of on lockdown, so he sent even more riders up there. But he's at least got his scouting sorted. I guess do you push this giant forward and try and deal some damage, or do you just drop him back and then wait, what, 5 turns until he's basically back to full health?
My instinct would be drop back.
It seems like the settlements for, sorry.
Nope. Yeah, he's
Barter. The settlements for barter just aren't that good.
No, and I mean, if you look at the just city differences now. 19 versus 14 income, 5 versus 3 cities, and I think no cities are truly contested right now. Like, nothing is going to fall. And he's got a giant on that very southern, like, slightly connected peninsula. Yeah, you're right, and he does drop back here. He's like, you need to attack me, and the thing is with attacking with catapults into riders is asking to be pinged. Riders cost 3, catapults cost 8, so if they smack you once, they've profited, right?
And like it was like a good angle with the like having his units along the snowy beach, but as soon as he has to like push through the narrow choke point, it's not gonna be as good.
Yeah, you're right. It's like, I mean, you can kind of get 2 units through because of the diagonality of it, but that's not good.
Not the worst, but it's not enough.
No, it could be 1. And it's also a weird case where it's still like thick enough where you can't really push navally. Like, it's not enough space to do naval expansion. In fact, those cities are very awkwardly placed for Barda. And he's gone for cloaks. Turn 14 cloaks. Getting cloaks also diplomacy reveals enemy capital.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay.
This is quite an early cloak, to be clear. Weirdly, Luxador has the counter to it because he's got 100 billion riders. So
And knights, you said, were the ultimate counter, right?
would be, yes, but I think Luxador's not close to that. That being said, 14 income plus versus 21, and
like, what's
big
the
cities,
delivery
yeah.
mechanism for the cloak? Like, he doesn't seem to have a port. He needs a port to build ships, right?
Well, that's the thing. I believe if you look at Krolin, right? He has not taken the border expand there, right?
Yeah.
Which means he can't build ports there. He has to go through the strait or go to Lac Lac and then build definitely not a port for my cloak port. Because if you build a okay, he's flexing his win ratio again. You can't by accident show that twice. you can't show that twice by accident, man. Come on.
You didn't show it that time. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Okay. I think they're having slight server issues. I can't believe it.
In a multiplayer strategy game.
In an error fails to send. Okay. This is the true experience of Polytopia sometimes, unfortunately. So we're getting the
I can only imagine with like a European Universalis, you said 20 to 30 people in a game. How
Yep.
often do like desyncs and drops happen?
So now that I'm partnered with Paradox Interactive, there's a very stable multiplayer experience with absolutely no issues at all, and it's a nice and strong. It's bad.
Are you explicitly partnered with Paradox?
No, not at all. They don't do partnerships. I just thought it'd be funny to say that. They don't really do partnerships. B, the Paradox community is so skeptical already of anything Paradox says that if you ever become explicitly partnered, anything you say, and if it's negative, people will be like, "Oh yeah," you know. I get called a page shill when I'm being negative about the game.
I got you. Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm actually going to change my name to Lemon PDX. True and real. But that's the long and short of it. No, it's... Well, let's put it so in bigger lobbies, you have regularly scheduled rehosts. So, no. There are times when it's worse and bad, but it is a non-trivial, pretty major aspect. Like, it is something you have to plan around. The inherent instability. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when, truly, when you have to do a rehost or desync.
Yeah, most strategy games have this issue, and then now that I think of it, like I don't remember 4v4 StarCraft having the same issue, and if anything, it should be harder with real-time games. I suppose Paradox is like basically real-time how it works, but yeah, it's a shame.
It's weird. I mean, it can be done right, but also in many ways, it's a chicken before the egg problem of not a lot of people play multiplayer. Paradox doesn't invent much resources into it. Because it's underinvested, you don't end up with, bug fixes to those things. And Barda... Oh, I think Barda's doing a fake retreat right now. So his cloak can get through. Barda's pulled back his giant and his catapults and archers. Which simultaneously is getting them out of range, but also getting his cloak in range.
Build the fake port. Build the fake port.
Build the fake port. He has not got sailing. That'll be a very expensive Fake. You'll need to grab the tech and build a 7-star. There's a reason you haven't seen many
The fact that
ports.
it's more expensive only makes it more of a better bluff.
Well, the thing is, he could have just get in the port tech and... Oh, actually, it would be a terrible bluff. Do you know why?
Why he got the
Luxador can't see that port place. It would be such an amazing bluff. Oh, but Luxador can see the... I think Luxador's going to body block the cloak with his riders, but
yeah,
that's just putting them in harm's way of the catapults, so if they die to the catapults... Oh dear. That being said, 6 cities versus 3. Luxador really should not have matchups in any of these games. But they are just winning this, damn.
It's an interesting map.
The pre-built canal in the middle.
Yeah.
Not canal, sorry, the, I guess crossing point.
Canal.
Could be a canal. Oh, the canal
Game
potential.
canal.
Think of just how good that canal would have been. If this was Civ, would you have settled that canal? Exactly.
Oh, absolutely. People like meme on canals, but at least in multiplayer Civ 3, they are extremely useful because naval combat, there's not that much going on, so defeat in detail, like having more units in the right place is more important. If half of your units are on one side and half of your units on the other side, and your enemy can put 100% on one side or the other side and alternate them back and forth, they're just going to win. So,
And I mean, as weird as it sounds, but I feel like, especially in things like Future Mod for Civ 3, and in games like that before they did 1 unit per tile, actually finding the enemy naval stack, because big ocean, you have like 30, 40 tiles. Where are the enemy naval stack? You need to kind of locate it.
oh, like the aircraft carrier bombing you and you don't know where it's coming from?
Yep,
Yeah.
it's like...
More mobility, definitely.
But it can also be a case of almost part of the naval combat is less do you have the stats to build it, but can you find the enemy?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's all kind of mind games where you like stick it in the most obvious place possible because they're never
Because you're not going to think like, yeah, you look at a way, you can approach to the top, you can approach to the bottom, or you can approach to the middle. We're going to approach to the middle because they would never expect it. And yet the cloak gets in. Cloak gets in.
There's like... Sorry, go ahead, finish.
Sorry, that was it, the statement the cloak got in.
Oh, damn right. Oh.
Yep.
There was like a Filipino game. I don't know if it's popular in the Philippines. I don't know if it's actually Filipino. It's like called Generals or something. It's like a chess, but with imperfect information where your unit's identities and strengths are cloaked. Have you heard of that one?
Nope, first time hearing it.
Let me see if I can find it.
Could be interesting, to be fair. We'll see. But while you are looking for that, I think Luxador is very comfortably taking the lead here. A bit higher in income, but 4 times the cities. They've just landed the Giants, so a bunch of damage done to their enemy catapults and backline. They do need to clear out these cloaks, but I think they just do that. I think they absolutely just do that. They have the units to do that.
Yeah, Game of the Generals, it's what it's called. It is from the Philippines. But it has some funny dynamics where you could, because your identity of your unit is hidden, like imagine you didn't even know like what unit was which. You could just walk at somebody with like the weakest unit and they'd be like cowering in fear because they think it's something strong.
Fair, like a lot of bluffs. No, I think that a lot of these dynamics can be quite good, and then calling bluffs and that whole thing then it actually is the strong unit. Oh no.
I'm seeing like a lot of the sub-tactics that I like from strategy games that I already like.
I mean, I will stand. I know it's kind of ironic to say when I'm watching the World Final, but like I do like this game. It's one I've said myself quite a bit.
The amount you know about the game makes it obvious that you do like the game.
No, I'm reading a script. The entire event is scripted. Every single play here, every single explorer move. In fact, this is also in the script. This is in the script. This conversation about the script is in the script.
No one would expect it, right? Yeah.
True. You would not expect it. And then you would say this right now, because then it sounds like it'd be an extra joke, but I'm actually still continuing to read off the script. Including that crash, and the earlier times when Slimming Boy would show off his 5v1 record that is about to become 5v2. God, that must feel bad. Imagine showing off... Imagine if it was actually an accident. You accidentally show off that you played this guy before 6 times, won 5 games, lost 1, and you're about to lose your second game to him, playing for 10k in the World Championship. I was sponsored to be part of the script. True. We're all paid actors. The real your check should be in the mail soon, real Bresser. Me saying that is also part of the script. It's all paid actors.
But no, how big of an issue is this in the Paradox community, where people they absolutely love the game, they've played the game a million times, but they hate it?
It's not as bad as League of Legends.
Yeah, that was the one I was.
I'll leave it there.
Okay.
In terms of the comparison, I think it really depends. It's also a case of, to really play Paradox games super fully, you're putting to learn that to understand that you hate something, you need to spend 500 hours learning it. And if you are spending those hours, it's at least a love-hate relationship at that point. Right? I can decide that I dislike, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something I can learn in 5 seconds. To help me out. Yeah, I can decide I really dislike tic-tac-toe in the space of, let's say, 10 minutes, right? But that means there's not much of a time commitment. Paradox games, especially once you factor in the monetary commitment of the DLCs, unless people bypass that by, shall we say, sailing the high seas, but we probably shouldn't talk about that. A lot of these factors combine in a way where you're almost invested in it. And that can be unhealthy too, because there are certainly a lot of things that are worth criticizing, right? But it's not all black and white. You can like something and, in fact, have a lot of opinions about its criticisms and what you dislike within the systems. For example, I'll say for Polytopia right now, having watched a lot of now high-level gameplay, I think a 3-tier fog of war of undiscovered terrain, a grey tile of terrain, where, you've discovered the terrain but you can't see stuff happening behind it, like units being trained, and a full vision would be an improvement. Probably much harder to do. I don't know if it's even doable within their current confines of the engine.
So what you're saying is the cloaks are not strong enough. They need to be buffed?
They've already been buffed them twice. But I mean, I can see what units my opponents are training, right, for example? And I can see a giant pop up because I've scouted it 5 turns ago. This explorer looked at the city, 5 turns ago. That means that I can now see this giant being trained, yeah. Sorry?
Even 15 turns ago, yeah. The difference between seeing somebody's, the frontline core city that you're fighting against and not seeing that city would be insane.
And again, it changed the dynamic because you don't know what units have been trained. And I can say I like Polytopia and give that very specific element of feedback, and this isn't, some people will be like, but you like the game. How could you say that this specific thing is bad? Also, if you take a look at the cloak from Flark, if you see, I think he's positioned in such a way which would indicate that yeah, there we go, that rider went on that tile because he thought that's where the cloak was. Because if you enter the tile with the cloak, and there we go, he now knows where that cloak is because his other riders discovered it. But he was trying to sneak his cloak through the left. So he's clicking on the tile, he's like, yep, there's a cloak there. They were going for it, but unfortunately a 2 health rider was enough to reveal. Oh. And I think with that cloak being revealed, Barda called it. That makes sense. I can't believe this. I did not think Luxador would be doing as well as they are. My god. They are not a top tier civ, but granted, he did pick Luxador, so this is the person who's played a lot of Luxador. And by the way, also for Slimming Boy, if he shows off his record again, it'll be a 5-2.
See if we can bring that to 6-2 or 5-3.
Guess we'll see. Or maybe we'll bring that to a 6-3 as well.
Ah, true. Yeah, if we go to 3 games.
Yeah.
He does not look happy about this.
He does not. I mean, you're playing Barda, you have matchup. You've played this guy 6 times before and you've beaten him 5 times, right? And now in the game where it matters, where you're playing for, a very non-trivial amount of money, you lose. That can't feel good, right? I don't think anyone will be happy in this seat. Oh no, Polytopia's pay to win. Add pay to win tribes. Don't allow them in the final.
Mm-hmm. Very kind of them.
To be fair, again, in my understanding, they did pick. So Meister Lamp is in here because he picked Luxador. So it would be a self-professed Luxador main.
I was gonna say that it seems like there must have been some sort of scripting to make sure that there's not 5.
That's true. Maybe what they would have done is you say, you self-select which category, you play Barda, that's probably going to be a very contentious category, versus you guys play Luxador, and the best Luxador player versus the best Barda player versus the best.
Yeah.
It might be how it's done. I don't know.
And maybe
You
some
can
of the
go
top
off
players
Sylvanas.
do. They just want to guarantee themselves a spot, so they play a less popular faction.
True. But also, if you're going into something like this with Barda or Imperial, still a much better chance of winning. So that would be a very cool thing to do. So I hope they did that. Although apparently Luxador is the one. What should Luxador get nerfs after? There we go. Right. Thing is, for example, if you take a look at the Luxador capital here, 2 water tiles is not good for your Luxador capital, but oh, he got population from his ruin. That's early. That's very nice. It's competing with the Luxador capital, but unfortunately, Luxador's capital, double fish isn't good. But then we wait for that for them to switch back. But he's got
Double fish is not good, you said?
No, double fish is good because you can harvest those. That's nice. So the lake isn't looking great, but at least there's double fish in that lake, so you can harvest that for 2 each. But look at his density of his now, dare I say, core cities. Right, they're so close to each other.
They are, yeah.
And Barda's still on 1 city, and he's about to be on 3.
I like
don't
how
think
he
Barda's
doesn't
getting
have a lot of useless lakes, though. I feel
Yeah,
that's
it's
really something.
quite good land for him, and he just takes population. He might get at turn 5. He double harvests there to promote the city as well. By the way, next turn I'm almost calling it. That said, unless he gets a border expand on one of those, and that's not something you always want to go for, he's not going to be able to contest much navally. And Barda gets his first round of core cities up on turn 6, because turn 5 he walks onto them, turn 6 he pops them. But look at that. He is 2 sawmills away, forestry plus 2 sawmills from giant push in his capital. Luxador capital is getting on down. Oh, that's so annoying. Look, there's a ruin on a mountain. The south. But Luxador with a turn 5 giant. Okay. While Bardo is going all in on 1 city for the giant, and they can potentially get it next turn, Luxador gets their giant this turn. Oh boy. Water bottles, the European style caps, they don't come off fully. Yeah, they do that. Yeah, that was a thing we did to save the environment. It was very annoying, and then I got used to it. Why am I not in the tournament? I'm bad at video games. Sorry, I can talk about the strategies they're doing, so I know barely enough about that. But then oh, he's gonna forestry into? I guess he hasn't even scouted him. Yeah, like you get a giant here, you can send him in the general direction, but
That also, the southern city from Barter just doesn't seem very good at all.
no, you get 2 fish and then sadness. It would be great if you have a large empire behind it, because you can put down like 5 ports and then have like 5 naval units a turn. But on its own, it's really not great. He's not ahead on techs. He's not ahead on capital development. He doesn't know that. He thinks he has first giant, because if you get a turn 5 giant, why would you not think you have the first giant, right? He just isn't ahead.
This is turn. Oh, it was turn 5 for him then.
Yeah. Both have
Okay.
turn 5 giants, which is disgusting. Also, look at that position of the Park of Fortune. Because that park, if you see that, you know they have a Metropolis, aka they have a giant. But he put it in the corner where his unit couldn't see it, so you couldn't see that his
Clever,
giant is
yeah.
there. It's a very subtle thing, but one I very much commend. And he's not taking an explorer here in any of these cities. He's going straight for the eco. Okay, he's taking fishing. He's taking a bunch of techs, and now he's grabbing this. He's got organization and fishing. He should be able to level up both, so he's going to start catching up. I think it'll be quite funny, because I think most of these players don't realize their opponent has a giant. They most try and sneak a giant into each other, so...
Just the Spider-Man meme with 2 giants.
Yeah, literally though, because I don't think you wouldn't expect that. That being said, if you take
You
a
wouldn't
look,
expect
Barda
a
has...
giant from Luxador.
Well, not on turn 5. You'd expect
enough,
it
yeah.
turn next turn to be built. But yeah, Luxador doesn't have many settlements outside those initial 2 huts close to him. Barda can eventually over the water expand into those 5, but... This is such a disgusting Luxador open. They can upgrade that Nilly again, double farm. And I think he's looking at that, and I think he wants to do it. Which is a bit of an awkward double farm. There's no good windmill eventually, but that's a whole process. The turn 5 browser was so... The turn 5 giant was so huge it made my browser out of memory. True. Yeah, there's no such thing as the world's best Vanguard player. True and real. And a border expand. Okay, can confirm now. Barda has revealed giant. There is nothing behind that giant, it's just one giant in a dream. I think his plan is to very aggressively, yeah, he's getting boats and transports to expand behind that giant. And, okay. Second giant, turn 7, 2 giants. That's smarter economy for you if they focus down on one thing and get nomads in their ruins. He can see both, but I don't think Barda can still see that giant, although by turn 8 you'd expect it to be coming out by now.
So what is so strong about Barter that makes you generally, like, before, like, your priors before this match, that they would win?
Barda and Imperius are tied in terms of their early game eco opening. Organization and hunting.
Just because they start with
those.
hunting, or is
Yep.
there something else?
Because of the hunting start versus organization start, that they are in essence in that way equivalent. Both starting unit. There's not much difference between hunting and organization. If anything, hunting is slightly better because it gives you earlier archers.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you both draw 2 riders, which means that technically, if anything, Barda's slightly stronger than Imperius, but Imperius is still very strong. And for what Imperius can do, please just rewind in the stream. But that's the thing, is that it's very explosive if you have those insane starting lands, which Imperius had 3 games in a row. Barda has not had bad lands, I don't want to say, but they haven't had insanely good land in any of these games, and you can now tell. His first game, Luxador had, I think, better land, and probably this game as well, slightly better, but
Who does
more
not eat
comparable.
bread chips? Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, because I'm not... Did I miss... Am I crazy, or did he not really have that many animals in his starting line this game?
Nope. He had enough to 2, but the other thing is, if you look at his settlements, 2 tiles between them, not 1. So the extra turn to get them, and he also had to scout those settlements, and he was not lucky in the direction he chose to go scouting.
Mm-hmm.
So I
And now
believe
you see
turn 1,
the
Gulon...
southeast of the map is really dense with furs.
Yep, well that's the problem with distribution, but yeah. But Gulon, I believe turn 1, he moved 1 tile left, and because of that mountain, he couldn't walk onto Orkland because of the hill for another like 3 turns. So it's just a case of lucky or unlucky. You don't know if there's a hut when you spawn in, you know, behind that mountain, not behind the mountain, etc., right? One of the RNGs of just choosing where you explore. Okay, and he's getting an archer behind that giant. Can he not see the giant boat? I guess he can see the giant boat now. But Luxador does need to deal with this giant.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to do that by getting his own giant and then marching him towards that general direction. But unless he gets roads, he does not make that in time. I think he gets roads next turn and then can move up, but that's actually not going to be enough. Is he going for a giant in Nilly? That would work, I'm just not sure he gets there.
Wondering what other military tech he has access to right now.
Actually nothing, he just went to train a unit, he can train warriors.
Is it possible to hold a giant off with warriors? It seems like you'd be...
Yeah, I mean, it's just more
really
efficient to
taking
take
that trade.
anything else, but, you know, it's theoretically possible. You can get 10 warriors and smack him. But you're trading... Okay, he's getting defenders now. So defenders are also, because they start with 15 HP compared to the other ones, that makes disproportionately cost-efficient boats. Because you have 15 HP boats versus
Well, you mentioned that defense with boats is quite difficult.
True, but it means that it's still extra health, right? You're not complaining. Barda smells like I can't believe it. Increased spawn rates of animals and fruit. Yeah, Barda and Imperius also get extra spawn rates for animals and fruit, but they have lower spawn rates for the for gold or iron equivalent for Imperius, I believe. I think it's actually still just gold for them.
We've been seeing
these
games, people are often skipping gold entirely.
Yeah, and I mean the one that would be not skipping gold got eliminated by Luxador because they had really bad gold as well. So no, we haven't seen much fun. Like we saw windmills from Imperius in the first game. We did not see windmills from Imperius. The only time we've actually seen windmills this game was with Umaji in the very first game, which were later.
Clear how windmills work, yeah.
It's in the same way that lumber mills are surrounded by that. You see the farms in Nili. They have the same bonus, but they get +2 instead of +1 for each adjacent farm.
Ah, I see.
Which is, if you look at the current map, is not a very good distribution for Luxador. Not many adjacencies. The late game version, though, is that in forestry, you can spend 2 stars to plant a forest. Then you can spend 2 stars to burn the forest, which creates a field. Then you can spend 5 stars to farm that forest. After you get all the appropriate things. So you can technically turn any field into a farm. It's just if you're doing that inside this game, that's probably BM.
That is like oddly specific, like historical accuracy that you, if you burn a field, it produces certain like nitrogen or whatever in the soil to increase the crop yields for certain crops. Cool. Interesting choice by them.
I'm a fan. It's just, by the time you can afford to do it, you can't, like, it's a flex you do in single player just for the sake of, I'll do that against the AI when I've already won. Because if you can afford to do that, you can afford to kill your enemy usually, is what I find. But yeah, no, I mean, I am a fan. It's also great if you want to get a windmill surrounded by 8 farms to post on Reddit. But, you can't do that anymore because they'll ban you, but go out with a ban.
Does anybody else like Petra starts in Civ?
What? Me greed restarting in single player until I get the Petra start? On my capital? As Egypt or something? No.
Mali.
Well, that's a NQ. It's the Civ 5 that's... Civ 6 Mali, they actually added. Civ 5 was... There was a very popular MP mod which added a Mali which was very strong. You'd think that the MP balance mod, if they would add a Civ, would make it balanced, but... Joke's on you.
Things to say about the NQ mod, Lek mod? Are you talking about Lek mod or
NQ? NQ became Lek mod, so yes, I'm talking about both.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, because while they did get an early lead here, Luxador, they haven't grown behind that start, and a big part of that was the lack of villages around them. And I think they're making that move now, but the early Barda Giants have basically let them grow behind those with relative impunity. And while, yes, they're still ahead on income, 17 income versus 15 income, with 4 cities versus 3. No, Barda's on 4 cities versus... Yeah, so Barda's actually slightly ahead in income, my apologies. Even. I think it's more even now. I think Barda made up for the fact that Luxador had a disgusting spawn.
Yeah, and I think they're gonna... They should be able to finally clear out that giant.
True, although with the giant facing another giant, it does kind of mean that, that stopped, if that makes sense.
Well, there's a defense bonus from the forest, right?
Yes, but there's also one from the city, so...
Sure.
The other thing to bear in mind is that the amount of damage you deal is proportional to your remaining health. And because the way the smacks work is that if I smack you, your health goes down, then that health that you have remaining turns into...
So this is Heroes 3, that's what you're telling me.
Yeah, sorry?
This is Heroes 3, this is what you're telling me.
Ah, of course. Well, it seems this game has taken a lot of inspiration. But
I don't know how much of an inspiration or just common sense, but yeah, it actually harkens back to a bunch of different popular strategy games in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, you'll all be right at home. But, I was going for that star pickup as well. it does basically mean that it kind of favors the attacker because you get a smack off, you lower their health for their counterattack.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a good way of actually keeping melee units more viable compared to ranged units.
So did he need the bomber tech to get access to the stars?
He needs them to be able to harvest them. He can sit on them. He can spot them before the bomber tech. He needs to take the bomber tech to be able to harvest them.
And the stars, what is the impact of harvesting them?
20 stars.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's quite strong.
Actually, they might have changed that. They've peaked that quite a bit times. Let me check very quickly. I think they'll be called starfish. They used to be whales. Yeah. Oh, they've been nerfed a couple times. They now give you 8 stars.
8?
Yeah.
From 20?
Well, no, from 20 to 10 to 8. So yeah. The other thing is, to be fair, back when they were 20, so now you send a unit over and have to harvest them. When they were 20, you had to build a city in range or get a border expand in their range. Then you had to harvest them as a resource inside your land.
I see, okay.
So I think they reworked them more specifically.
And that really depends on where your cities end up spawning. So
of course, in the case of the Orklin thing, you'd have to take a border expand there to get that 20 stars.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which you can do. You can also get a border expand in the settlement that they're about to get in that middle area. But next to Ayu, yeah. Although they are contesting that cap quite as good as they can. And they do deny the cap. I think they're going to move the giant to do that cap, but Barda is going to squeeze out ahead. And when you're on a boat, you don't get to smack back. He's left an open city. I think that's because he's assuming he can giant push back, but he could also be because he has nothing to defend it.
He seems overextended here.
Luxador, most certainly. As well. Oh, do you mean Barda?
He's pushing east with these giants over the water. I'm not really sure what he's trying to accomplish.
I'd assumed he was trying to move for Orklin, and then they got a defender out, so there's the end of that dream. Then he was soft exploring with them because that's a naval unit, and then trying to grab more land, but now that's been denied. And I guess his question is, does he contest that, or does he just go for the capture? And I think he's going to fight that in the water, which is probably not his best bet. He does have a giant next to his city, so he does defend. I wasn't sure. But it's not looking too good for him. Despite that very, very nice start. Maybe we're going to see a 6-2 now.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see. Still, one city behind, and Barda is about to capture another one. Literally, you can see them capturing that 5th. Can't be too motivational, but they'll be 5. Okay, there's a swordsman there, but it's at least close enough to embark him. I think the way he's done that is Luxador's going to have to prevent the recapture once on that archer, but now that he's done what he's done, and he just pick up the starfish harvesting. There you go. Bit of a discount on that tech, I guess. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if they can prevent the capture, because I think, again, Nili can be defended once, but I don't think it can be defended again. A full health archer is not much. And he has denied the capture of that 4th city for them while he's on 3, so he has to be feeling pretty good about that. And that's one of his 3 core cities that he's denying. I don't think he knows that Luxador has 3 settlements, but he can probably work that out by now. So he's certainly getting the economy up ahead on that front. Definitely swinging in his favour. I'm not sure what the Luxador giants going to the middle of the map on a boat trip were doing, but I don't think that was the play. I guess if you're 1-up, you can go afford to take risks, but... And he's still pushing to the middle. He's just Has he given up on those cities? Or does he think he can defend? Maybe he can. Do you think he holds this?
I think he has to take the risk.
I guess that's true. And I mean, he knows Barda doesn't have that much behind.
Yeah, this is kind of pushing into his income too right now.
Like, it's literally a third, give or take. He's finally moving on to both settlements, so... That being said, yeah, Barda just actually does have nothing behind that giant. He had a couple archers, but that was a very, very good gamble on that giant move there, near the splash.
Ah.
That being said... Does he port in? I mean, probably one of the only ways to make that settlement useful. What's, by the way, quite interesting is he doesn't have roads, so he's got a lot of these city connections, right? But they're not actually giving him the 5 population in his capital. If he takes a road tech and roads any of his coastal cities to his capital, they actually connect them to his capital. They're connected to each other, but that's not doing much. They're not connected to his capital. Is he going to go for the giant in the middle? There's no way. He sends, like, a defender and a dream down there, but I guess he does.
Can he interrupt the cap from the giant?
Yeah, if he kills him.
That doesn't seem very likely.
No. If you have 1 HP, that's enough to cap, but... Okay, he goes for the harvest there. Fair enough. He pokes with his giant, which is something. Just now down
the
to
giant
2
in
HP.
the water, almost dead.
That's the thing. They're extra vulnerable to ranged attacks. It's kind of a weird situation where both people know that it's so vulnerable to put your ranged waters in the unit, but the mobility that comes from that tends to be worth it, you know, if you get away with it. For the people playing at home, usually both of these players are playing very well economy compared to your normal campaign, and there's just in general a lot less units on the board in a more normal game against AI or that you'd play on, shall we say, lower elo. But this higher unit density, I think, actually hurts mobility in the grand scheme of things, and because it's playing slower, that's probably why we're seeing more archers and more catapults than we would normally. Because the ideal counter to archers is just, you know, 100, well, not 100 riders, but like 3 or 4 riders counter 3 or 4 archers pretty well.
That explorer just
uncovered the world.
Cleared out the rest of the map.
It does, like, it travels a certain amount of tiles, but it does prioritize going towards undiscovered tiles.
He knocked out the giant, okay.
Yep. He's, say what you want, I was talking about him not being able to defend that, but he not only defends that, he calculates that he can defend that, and then goes and gets those other cities, so... And he's basically got full map vision now.
Yeah, I think he's back in this.
Pretty much more than so. It's more, I don't think he ever stopped being not in this. It's just he calculated correctly, and I didn't. I panicked that he was going to be able to hold that, and that he should have moved the giants to the right. And what I guess I called a mistake earlier was actually the correct play. Well, there you go. And the bomber to the right. None of them have bombers, Radbag, and I know you're talking about Civ 3 bombers, but no. Bombers in here are a lot worse.
He's got the tech for bombers. It could happen.
It's true, he's got the bomber tech. That is true. It's just...
Are they too expensive, or...?
So first of all, you have to get the unit on the water. Then it's 15 stars for that upgrade.
Ah, fair enough.
That's 2 knights or 2 catapults, give or take. You know. Now, is it a good unit? Sure. Can it be very cost effective if it gets many shots up? Absolutely. But you put a bomb on the board and you just said, hey, you want a cost effective trade? Shoot at me. And because you can't move and shoot, if you move to a spot, then, you know, immediately, like, if you move to a spot that's 3 tiles away from an enemy, they can see that and move away, or, like, plan around that a lot more.
So for more developed game states, they're stronger, but, like, if...
They are the final step of pushing navally. Otherwise, like, the scout boats that you see there, that are scouts, they are the upgraded ranged raft, if that makes sense. They're just more cost effective, so they are in many ways just objectively worse bombers. The fact that you can afford a lot more of them makes them better. That being said, Bardo certainly assembled quite an impressive navy while I was complimenting that giant moves, because say what you want about those giants.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah.
They've
It's one
sacrificed
turn.
themselves to, yeah. Well, if you take a look at those cities behind, those 3 cities, you know, to the right of the map, are basically doing one of those scouts a turn.
Mhm.
And that's, you know, a warrior is still going to shoot as good as a scout as a swordsman and an archer are, so relatively cost effective. It's
Interesting the way this map has evolved, where like it was a pretty straightforward straight line 1v1 at the start, but now that they have their eastern cities set up, the naval, like the big inland sea, is really taking priority here.
Yeah,
and
I think
transferring into a naval game.
Absolutely, yeah. Would not have expected this to go as naval game as it has, but I think it's that swing to the right, and that's the other thing is I think Barda's cities on the right are closer in some ways than Luxador cities on the right or near the middle. They have an easier time recovering that. Oh, and look at that! We have the first bomber out of Barda, and that can shut down Udi. Oh, speaking of walls, Oyuyu, the city right in the middle of the map. You know, if you're gonna put walls anyway. You're gonna put walls anyway.
And we talked about with bombers how they like you can dodge them and they need a target to trade cost efficiently. This seems like good positioning on this bomber that he can range on the city in the middle of the map without him really being able to do much damage to the bomber itself.
Absolutely. And I mean the thing is by targeting a city, you kind of almost always have a target. Like now, if Luxador moves to recapture, that creates a target for your bomber. My only concern is that bomber is sitting on one of your ports, so you can't use that port for more naval units now. You've implicitly hurt your future naval production. But that implies that you have enough money to keep that naval production going. So if you're currently Barda and you spent your entire economy on that one bomber, you can't afford new naval units, so it's fine.
Fair enough.
So for context, that bomber that's a swordsman bomb. Oh, that's a veteran swordsman he got from a ruin, by the way, from earlier. So that's why it's 20 health. So I guess it is relatively free. But if that was a defender bomber, that would have been an 18 cost unit. So basically his turn's economy in that one unit. Does Barda actually recap that? I think he's going to giant push out. Yep, he's going to giant push. That's killing 10 enemy units, I believe. And they've, 5 enemy units, and they've killed 9 versus 5, so yeah. And 9 versus 11. Yeah, that's absolutely done. There is no more pop cap in that city. True. The thing is, also that we have to bear in mind, Luxador's actually pushing over land in the area I thought they're going to be screwed in. And speaking of the Barda Navy, that's gone again. The shift can happen so quickly. But if you look at Barda now, yes, that bomber has an excellent target on that giant, but it's a wall giant. You know, it can take a beating. That's a lot of... Wow, he just chopped 3 forests for that one archer. I won't say desperation, but he really wanted that unit. And there's the other killer monument. Okay.
So what's your call right now? Who's going to take this one for the win?
I am thinking, and I honestly struggling to tell. Interesting, he went for border expand there, by the way. Maybe for more ports. I don't see the Luxador push to the north working. I think I think Bardo has enough to stop that. But the problem with this naval battle in the middle is that if Luxador can get themselves set up with catapults or even just archers down south, and they have a couple archers overlooking that lake, neither side can really build a big navy without giving a lot of targets to their enemies, if that makes sense. My question is, I'm not sure who can even push here. I guess it depends on... But economy is also really, really close. Luxador's slightly ahead, but not in a relevant way. 25 versus 23, you know, it's not... As we previously
Luxador
established,
is actually up by 500 points on score, interestingly.
Mainly due to probably city levels or border expansion.
I just like how this guy plays things. I think I got a feeling about him.
It's... I see it. Yeah, it's just... Oh, God.
He threads the needle, yeah.
I want to see his tech. Okay, he doesn't have... he does not yet have catapults. I wish they would not check their tech so quickly so I could actually take a look. He's not gone for catapults, yet he can.
And if he would check his win rate against this guy, that'd be very helpful.
Oh, that would be very helpful, yeah. I think it's 6-1 from what I remember recently. Oh, no, it was 5-2. No, it's 5-2. You want to centralize and surround with some scouts? Yeah, of course, yeah. Oh, you know what would be really helpful? Cavalry. I can upgrade to knights, maybe? That being said, Luxador, even if he can afford to take risks, if he loses here, he goes to 1-1, right? Oh, his giants are getting brutalized right now. But he is also just 4 units behind. Normally, it's not that big of a difference. Okay, he goes for another boat. I just don't see Bardo pushing now, if that makes sense. And he has to push. He's a game behind. I think Luxador has the advantage. That's a wall of archers.
It is, yeah. 6
archers like that is pretty brutal. Luxador's best bet is this kind of naval wolf almost he has to the right to push out a lot of units. I don't think either have gone for catapults either, which is fascinating, because both could definitely benefit, but I think they...
Yeah, there's a few narrow peninsulas where they'd fit in well.
I think it's just the price. The other thing is...
They both just have walls of archers, it's...
Yeah. Okay, he's trying to push them. The thing is with catapults is you can kind of pay back for that technology somewhat if you get a lot of value out of your lumber mills. There's just not a lot of value for lumber mills for both of them here.
True.
In both cases, they're kind of very miscellaneous, if any, really, lumber mills. Okay. Alright, Luxador's gone for roads. Oh, that is cruel. So bombers are not very resistant. You know what he just did? He roaded his warrior to smack that bomber that was pinging him. It's you know it's bad when that's actually pretty cost effective. That's just how expensive bombers are. The fact that that's a cost effective move is
buying 2 techs, buying
2 roads, and then smacking a tier 3 unit with smacking a tier 3 unit with a starting tier 0 unit. Is actually not a bad play. That's incredible. But I mean, that's bombers when they get a shot off on a giant that's boarded. It's 9. He has to move that. I think it's just also a very awkward unit to move. He's not happy with that, and he's got defenders in the area. He was 1 turn away from basically blocking that off, but they got there. Okay, well, the archer wars are getting resolved, at least. Okay.
I think the winner is going to be the archer.
I'm not sure. I mean, have you considered Archer, then? He's been putting a pretty good performance recently. Also, with roads for Luxor, by the way, they can start roading a bit more up north, and that's going to help their general mobility. Interesting, by the way, play with Barda. They smacked the Luxor Giant down to like 2 health, but that Luxor Giant next to Nilly has been spending the last 10 minutes just vibing, and he's back to 18 health, which isn't good for a Giant, don't get me wrong, but like, compared to the 2 health he was on previously, not bad.
He can do something, yeah.
And Giant out of Rark is interesting. He invested a lot into that. Is he... Maybe he's going to try and do a push down south, but that's also where Luxador's trying to do a push. Is this like polygonal version of pike and shot here? This is pike and shot warfare. There's a big incentive, by the way, for Barda to get roads, because as mentioned before, 4 of their cities are not connected to the capital. Their capital's under siege with that rider. That's going to deny a bunch of stars, but you get roads, you build 2 roads, and you get 5 population points in your capital. So you basically get a giant if you take roads and build 2 roads. Now that capture's getting obliterated from the face of the planet. There are 4 archers there. You know, that's not lasting, right? But that's Herdizicon. That's 7 stars you've just denied. You in essence killed a catapult doing that.
Yeah.
And is he going to go for a... He does. He goes for another... He is straining that... draining that economy. I think both obviously get broken, but the opportunity cost, yeah. Also power move, true and real. Probably quite demoralizing if you're Barda. You know, you have to win this game to be in it for the chance, and then... Oh, Barda's on unit cap. Well, it's a good thing when you start hitting unit cap out of specific cities. There's also unit cap per cities if you train like too many from a specific city. There's a bit of an overlap between them, but yeah, you can't.
Interesting.
Have, like,
okay.
If you're fighting a long time on the front, you can't just have one city at the front training all your unit. You are forced in that regard to train from the back. He's not conceding, so he's gonna hit this and continue. But he has to, you know, liberate a lot of caps.
This is his life in the tournament, right? He loses this, he's out.
Pretty much. The thing is as well that to bear in mind is that what this has really done is that his archers, instead of defending and holding the line and preventing the Luxor advance, are now relieving his cities, which means that what's left of that poor Luxador archer line of 1 archer can advance, I guess. But, you know, they're not doing anything else. I guess they're still firing, so they're cost-effective in that regard.
I guess we were debating if the archer would win or if the archer would win, but I think the archer lost.
I think Ryder won, yeah. I think Archer did not win.
The giant who's just chilling in the back.
That giant was on 2 health. He's now on 22 health, so say what you want, but he's recovered pretty well.
Shit, yeah.
He's gonna be back for the last 8 turns. You know, on turn 25, after 5 more turns, it's gonna be full health again.
What's their base health, Giants?
40.
30?
40. 40.
40, oh wow.
Yeah, so he's taken literally the most beating, but he's coming back. They should have taken Philosophy to heal him, with the definitely not Priest Mindbender unit. It does not...
I don't remember seeing that unit in Avatar The Last Airbender.
Ah, yeah, no, sorry, that's... No, that's actually a DVD Blu-ray exclusive.
Yeah. Spin-off to Legend of Korra, I gotcha.
Oh, yeah, it's the prequel.
Ah, the one on Netflix.
Netflix adaptation.
It was in the M. Night Shyamalan movie that nobody watched.
But it's only on but it's streaming on Disney Plus on Wednesdays.
Is he score pumping? Am I crazy to think he's score pumping now? And
kind of with that border expand, but also I don't know why that border expand, honestly, compared to just great for score. Don't get me wrong, but it's almost an insurance actually. The other thing is he denied 10 whole stars last turn, and like, you know, there's obviously utility about removing 10 stars from the front line, but removing 10 stars also means you can't take tech, you can't be dynamic with them.
Exactly, yeah.
Those 2
Slows
captures
down the course of the game, and he's ahead of the score, so that benefits him.
Absolutely. I think if he gets the border expand in the middle city, which I'm not sure he still... I think he can't because he giant pushed from there. That would have been huge. but I think he's hedging his bets with those with that border expand. Actually, it's more of a case of I don't think I don't desperately need the giant here, but I would like to upgrade it for a bit more eco. Let's hedge with the border expand.
Is there another way to border expand aside from the leveling up in population of the city?
Nope, that is it. And if you want to border expand a city, but then your opponent takes it and then takes the not border expanding the upgrade, that's gone forever.
Oh damn, okay.
It's relatively strict, but also, I mean, as weird as it sounds, being that strict, I like it. You know, you have one option to border expand. If you don't take it, it's gone.
And giants are strong. It's not like you're giving up something trivial.
Well, it's not that you're trading giant versus border expand. You're trading, do you want 3 population out of the 5 you need for a giant, or do you want a border expand?
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, okay, sorry.
So it's not quite a... Yeah, no, but the thing is, if you take population, you're then immediately 2 away from a giant, so... You take... Yeah.
In this case, that's how it was, but not always.
You're trading a 22 health giant for a border expand. If you want to be super pedantic about, not really 22 health. Oh god, what's the math on that? What's 3/5 of 40? You're trading a 24 health giant. It's I've just realized, and I feel like I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but it's the fact that it's 3/5 of a giant. It reminded me of a certain other different time when something was 3/5.
Hey, after 6-7 lemon cake. Have we not been
okay.
Of the meme numbers?
Well, I guess they've at least moved on from the 6 followed by the other one. You know, 6-7 has taken over from the other funny number. What does Polytopia mean by this? By making the borders? Thing is, if you are also score pumping, like, I don't know if the southern city has had its border expand. It's got a bridge, a very expensive proposition, but...
How much score is the bridge worth?
None. I think it literally doesn't count, like, it doesn't matter whether you have a port is worth more score than a bridge. I will also say, we've been talking about Luxador winning here consistently, but if you look at the actual situation on the front, very recovered and Bardor seems back in control.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah. It can be very dynamic, like, with a lot of especially ranged units, you don't need a lot of them to remove many of them from the Fae. And we're getting a lot of... Actually, I think because there's a lot of concentration from Bardor navally, the riders from Luxador can shine a lot more in the north. More space for them to operate.
Fair.
Do you think any of them go for catapults in these last 8 turns? Or cloaks, maybe?
Maybe to stall things out for Luxador on defense.
That being said...
He is ahead by... Yeah, he's ahead by almost 1,000 points. Sorry, 800 points. But he's widened his lead.
Border expands do help. Oh my god, that's our 3rd promotion today.
Jesus.
It's just... He's looking at it, by the way. Yeah, Bardo's looking at that. He's like, surely that's a trap. And he doesn't know how it's a trap. But I think he was...
Archers are the meta. I don't know what else there is.
I think it's a case of both, like, all players at this level being good at economy. And if everyone has more economy, you have more units on the field. Which means it's a more static type of combat. Which disfavors, you know, riders and knights and favors archers and catapults.
True, yeah.
So I think it's more of a case of at the higher levels. I think if you do this at lower levels and you don't have the economy to play as they are, my best guess is you will be much more prone to rider spam. Or relative rider spam. It's also a case of a bigger map can be actually better for archers because they have more time to deal with riders, if that almost makes sense. You know, marching them forward, and then by the time they've been punished and brought, you know, knocked off, you can counter. I mean, he doesn't lose the city here, right? Surely he left that open willingly. Surely he has some kind of plan here.
He's been pretty calculated so far.
That is true. I want to see. Was that a scout to see how many... Well, he has the stats. He could technically double push. What?
He went for climbing just to move onto the mountain and shoot the city. He did have something planned, I guess.
I just don't see this being anywhere near enough. Like, where's the unit? Where's the magic wand he waves to giant push out of Uyu? Because he talked about score. You know how he loses score victory? Losing a city.
Yeah.
And he definitely had a chance to defend at last turn, I feel like, 'cause it was almost empty, so... I don't think that ship upgrade works, especially if you're not hitting the enemy ship. Waste of stars, yeah, because there was double bombers there, that's true. I mean, there's certainly enough time for a recap if that's the case, if you're sending 2 giants over, but now maybe that border expand was actually a bad shout.
Yeah, maybe more.
Talked about his
cloaks in the front line.
calculation, maybe he did not calculate, because I'm seeing a lot of movement, just not in the direction of liberating a city.
Mhm.
And with 2 bombers behind, and those bombers staying clear of any task for a warrior to run in and smack him.
Hey, Nick. It's going good. Almost at the finals.
Yep. Looking forward to those. Well, you say almost, that implies Luxador wins here, doesn't it? And I mean, there's the end turn. There's the cap. If you're talking about score victory, then the city in the middle with walls is about to fall, unless he decides not to capture it. I'm genuinely confused. I really would assume that he had some kind of secret plan, but he just did not.
Yeah, it just feels like he ran out of units.
You can really see the tech beelining to be like, you go down a very specific path.
Mhm,
Well,
yeah.
that's cloaks out of Vada. And the
Okay.
other thing with that is he has a couple backline cities. If he builds in his capital, which he's about to do, he just did, Luxor can see that. If he had built that in, I believe, Lacarque, I don't know if that's been scouted. Probably has.
I think he's
actually,
scouted every. Like,
They're all been
scouted
scouted,
every-
yeah.
so.
Well, he actually
he
hadn't
got-
scouted the Luxor capital until now.
He has 2 giants on the way to OO. Oh,
Oh.
this is. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna.
You're not going to try? Yeah, it's a bit too close to set in W,
Uh,
wouldn't it? Yeah.
There's a meme. OWO notices.
Exactly. We're gonna move swiftly on. There's enough people watch anime here.
City name is all I'm saying. Whoa.
I think it's oh. I'm just gonna go with oh.
Oh well, yeah. You got to do the glottal stop in between,
Oh.
which
Yeah.
British people are well familiar with.
Indeed, good sir. That being said, if you want to talk about economy, Barda on 28 now versus 20 on Luxador. Certainly enough on 20, but yeah, of course he sees all the cloaks. Can he punish that cloak by getting his rider in there to start hitting the city?
Is that what he's angling towards?
Could be. I mean, otherwise he just built some fun infrastructure roads up north for, I guess, the spare stars he has. And he just donated an extra archer with that giant. He still wasn't very high health, but still.
I'll say that generally, like if he knows that the cloaks are going on the northwest side of the map, having mobility with the roads in that direction makes a lot of sense to me. So he can like clear out more of the land and scan for the cloak.
That's absolutely fair. So, I mean, it does make sense in that regard. It's just...
It
It
looks
looks
he's
like
setting
it
up
was,
for, like,
yeah.
the cloak to move in next turn, and then he can shred all the tiles.
True.
I
And
just-
does...
He's got 2 giants all the way. Is he like aiming to get Oakland, or what's his
Maybe.
angle here?
A city trade, if you will, but that leaves Liyuki in the bottom there entirely vulnerable. Like, it's basically one
Yeah.
city production tile versus the Empire.
And those bombers can just sail right in and bomb the city, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Absolutely. I mean, pretty much unopposed. The cloak has not gone up forward. It's gone into the forest. And I think, if anything, it's probably expected to go straight here. We now know that it's a 30-turn turn limit, so they have 6 turns to work here. And that giant that was healing up has actually peeled up pretty healthily now, so he's got his giant back, basically. Same time, Barda has made progress and grabbed the city. So, he's got a bit more playing behind that. What's the score comparison? 7,235. Shame can't see that. Curiosity does inspire. I think you're right about him going for Auckland, by the way. And he takes the defender in his capital as well. Guess it puts Luxador in a very difficult situation. Do you gamble that the cloak went forward? Do you... And then you try and prevent that? Or what? Ooh. And I mean, that fleet made short work of those giants in the water, I'll tell you that much. I mean, he's going to start a capture, but that's a lot of bomb. Well, actually only one that can take a shot at that. Yeah, he's scouting for the cloak. He's scouting for the cloak.
Mm-hmm. It's not there.
It's not there. He can kill an archer, to be fair. He's gonna... You can see him scouting for the cloak. Literally.
Where's
yeah.
that fucker?
I mean, you get caught off with those, as you said, fuckers, and that's just it. You know, you get a backline city cloaked. That's it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he's
like
got chivalry.
The pace the cloak's going on, it's gonna like one or two turns before the game's over, it will maybe hit some other city on the map.
True, but that's assuming you didn't go forward, and he currently gambled on the cloak moving forward towards Niley, and he didn't. But that cost him 2 riders to find out. Although I guess both of those riders got some good swings on some archers.
They did, yeah.
But in fairness, those archers weren't doing much apart from defending from those riders, so it's not like they... Yeah. Now here's the question, does he... Oh, that's going to be a beautiful Juggernaut move in a second. I think
his
it's 3.
score is way behind. Luxador's score is way behind now.
Makes sense.
Oh god. Yeah, that's going to be a concession.
You think?
If he can retake Auckland, if he can clear the giant out of Auckland, yeah, that has to be.
I think he has to. If he clears Auckland, yeah. Because that giant's going to be pretty big. The problem is that those bombers are 4 tiles away. They can move 1 tile, but then they can't shoot.
Ah, fair, okay.
The scouts can move and shoot, which is why he's very desperately trying to get scouts right now. He needs to move the cloak. Okay, here's the problem. If he moves the cloak onto that pot, you as the player, if you're paying attention, I'm assuming they're paying attention in the World Final, the Auckland Giant will get a pop-up. Oh, I can see a cloak, by the way. So
Can he hit the Auckland Giant?
No, it attacks it. It's just a guy in a hood. It's a shy guy in a hood. Is he gonna reveal it there? I mean, he kind of almost has to, because it could also be on the land tile.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's moving the... Oh, I know what he's going to do. He's going to cloak Auckland with the cloak once it's been captured. To basically guarantee the recapture. Because, yes, he can take Auckland here.
Unit?
Sure, but also, you know... you do that, like, you can probably hold it now. And then what does Luxador do? Behind on score, behind on everything.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no, I think... Ironically, the city walls they built are... Yeah, see, he can see that... He's gone for bombers. Yeah, that's going to... You've done it. That is a beautiful bomber shot, actually. Sorry. Hit 6 units. Okay. Never mind. That was... Yeah. You can upgrade to a bomber and shoot. That's fine. So you can see the cloak. He's got the vision. There's a cloak there.
Does he knows there's a cloak in one of those 2 tiles, but does he know which?
Yep, and I'm not actually sure if you can cloak from the sea. You might need to be on land to cloak.
Like, when you say cloak, you mean like attack? And
They do the city thing where you... Yeah. I think you might have to be like... You can't, like, cloak off a boat. If that makes sense. I'm... It should be interessant, but we will find out. Ooh. Does he? I guess we'll find out very soon. My question is, if you're in this position, you do want to kill the giant, but you also want to kill that bomber. And I think you kill that bomber with your own Juggernaut. Juggernaut? I think the Juggernaut's the name of the ship, to be clear. But with your own giant in the water there. Oh, he's not cloaked it. He's going past. I think he's trying to sneak the cloak in deeper.
Interesting.
But because that giant still is going to have vision on the cloak, it's just going to tell him, hi, I can still see a cloak, right? So he could be thinking, okay, the cloak's now landed on land.
Ready to hit. If that doesn't...
Maybe. He can't actually... Okay, he can start a capture. Okay. I think it might be a Barda victory, despite all of this.
Yeah.
You don't really want to put a ship, by the way, in Auckland. You know the tile right below Auckland? I think he's thinking of putting a bomber there. But if he puts a bomber in that tile, that's going to be the most beautiful bomber shot. And I think also killing the cloak in the process. He's going to hit 8 units.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not going to give that. Which is fair, which is fair. It's like zone of controlling. It's fascinating to me as well. He's not going for the southern city. He's going straight for the core. Like a knockout blow. I have to appreciate it for the content, you know? Yeah.
Well, not just that, but it seems to me like he's pushing like the core force from Luxador back in. Like the southern units from his southern city are never going to retake the. Isn't that a walled city, the one in the center of the map?
Yeah, that one's walled.
Yeah, so it's like playing defensively too at the same time. Interesting bridge placement, though.
Very good bridge. I'd not even consider that bridge, and that's going to clean up shop. And ironically, because to capture on land, you have to put that. No, is he going for the capital? That rider we discarded at the top, is he going to go for the capital while all of Barda's armies are away? No, he's okay. That would have been very funny.
Mm-hmm.
The ultimate move to the capital. The poor 1 HP bomber. What do you even do? I mean, he's fighting for it. Auckland at least has put him kind of back in the game now, and he seemingly is defending that to the best of his ability.
Oh, did he stop the recap? Like he took the city and then stopped the recap.
Yep, he eroded that and then rided back that.
Interesting. And now like he's got a clean way to get units to the city despite having lost naval priority.
Pretty much, that's the bridge. But that's going to be a very good bomber shot. Look at that. Oh, and that Juggernaut landing. Oh god, okay. Now here's the question, can he defend his core territory? Like, he's defended Auckland, can he defend his core 3 cities?
Yeah.
And now I think I will also say, we've probably both forgotten about that cloak. And that cloak is 2 tiles away from where it wants to go.
Yeah.
And there's another cloak going to Liuki, and the question is, even if he sees and detects that, can he stop it? God. I do commend him fighting to the end here, even though just how dominant Barda is after that naval victory. I did not think Barda would just steamroll so much navally, but I guess that's bombers for you. He just doesn't need roads. The thing is, he's still, like, 2 roads away from getting Gulen online, but yeah. That being said, this naval invasion force has been whittled down, but has it done its job? Has it allowed Auckland to be captured? Like, how are you getting that defender off Auckland? And he resigns. Yeah, he sees the fire and says he resigns. Okay. Oh, right. Well, we do not go to the final yet.
One more.
Last best bet. Okay. A recovery by Barda, but now... Luxador has been playing incredibly well for basically not playing as one of the top tier civs. It's incredibly well played. And I guess you get a turn 5 giant. And then your opponent gets
Creative
to
use
turn
of
5 giant.
roads. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, creative use of roads, absolutely. I love how you think you're doing really well, you get a turn 5 giant, and then your opponent also has a turn 5 giant. Yeah. No, this goes to show you don't really need roads. I don't think there's a single tech you really need apart from, taking techs, but yeah. I'm going to give you a quick control for a solid 3 seconds. I'm going to have to pop out to the loo, and I will be returning shortly while they do more setup.
I'll take a break till the next game, I think.
Fair enough. Well, makes sense.
See that.
Oh, they've restarted. Oops. They should turn it. Oh god, I don't know. They might be quick. Oh, that is a disgusting spawn. I have just realized how close that spawn is. That border city is literally outside their capital. Uh-oh. Key defense that capture, though. And that's a lot of early units out from both of them. And early riders. Well, there's archery. Never mind, with that archer, he shuts down the recapture. Jesus Christ, and he gets another unit trained. For those wondering, by the way, your unit cap when you have one city is 3. So, Barder, Luxador might be a bit higher because that's slightly higher capital, but... What is he hoping there for that ruin? A swordsman? That will do it. Might win him the game, but... He can't prevent the... There's a settlement there. He has to go for that, I think. Oh god. This board is so disgusting. Jesus Christ. Well, I guess we're getting straight back into the action. Thought I'd have a bit more time with that before we jump straight into the deep end. And in a spawn like this, how do you justify spending money on any technology that isn't just immediately archers or warriors or riders? Like, he gets a swordsman. He gets a swordsman. Oh no! Turn 5, 20 health swordsman. Now you're about to see why people don't like Vangear. Now you're about to see why people don't like Vangear. Pop RNG, he pops the strongest possible ruin unit. That's probably literally the best thing he could have gotten there. That's disgusting. You buy the pay to win deals. I mean, just to be clear, the price for winning this is 10k, so if Luxador wins this because of RNG spawn... he popped the hut for a settlement. For a city. I mean, he gambled and it paid off. And he's taken the shot. He's seen that swordsman. He's gonna have to try and shoot. Oh boy. That's about to clean up shop. This feels like the reason Goody Huts, yeah. Has to be sick. The V in Vengir stands for victory. True and real. I mean, look at that. He smacks a full health warrior into that. Deals 3 damage, takes 10 back. Like, on the defense of that swordsman. That is disturbing. What's worse is I think he might get away with it. Depends how he has to use that swordsman very, shall we say, wisely. Because he currently has 3 riders and the swordsman. Like, one swordsman can't solo everyone, but yeah. And look at now, 3... He has to be at Unicap, though. That's the issue. He has to be at Unicap. I don't know if Luxador doesn't know if there's an extra... Okay, he goes to the capture. That makes sense. It's a bit of a safer play. I don't think he can prevent that. Even if he moves his archer off, I don't think he can prevent the capture. Great gamble, and it's a very great gamble that it paid off with another settlement over there. He's taking gambles and he's just taking W's. And he heals that warrior. Now, if he takes the capture here, there's, like, he misses a very good opportunity to ping that Luxador swordsman. He picks up forestry. He's harvesting all the forests for stars because he knows the city's lost. Literal Scorched Earth tactics. Literal Scorched Earth tactics. He's taking those 3 stars and he's getting out. Watch him counter pop a swordsman from that ruin. Literal Scorched Earth, bad BM. And he knows his Unicap's getting down, so he's grabbing whatever units he can. And another early hut for... God, Luxador's spawn here, if you actually take into account, if you just move Barder away, 3 huts, 2 tiles is very good. And then he's... yeah. Oh. Beautiful. I think, yeah, you have to go Explorer here. Discover what you're up against. Get the start. Nice, nice, nice. You get that capital. That's a very, very good Explorer for him. A lot of very crucial information. But it's going to be 4 place 3 on this side. And a swordsman on the table right now. Luxador gets roads. Roads to Boruk. Swordsman goes onto the fruit and then just kills that archer. And I don't think Bardo can recapture. By the way. And I mean, do that on the capital. And I think Bardo knows that. So he's moving those units off the capital so you can't, like, ping an attack into the city. Bardo's having to abandon his cities because if he puts the units in them, they can be capped.
This is early to be neck and neck, huh?
But, yeah. Oh, no, he has... Okay, never mind. There's a universe here where, if Bardo grabs roads, he can road and just move into the capital, and because it's like a 15 health swordsman, they might not be able to recap it. And that's just game.
It's turn 8,
hunting.
I'm confused. Where are the giants?
I know, right? Well, both of them spawned 3 tiles away from each other. 4 tiles.
Legitimately, yeah, 4 tiles between. That's impressive.
Okay, well, swordsman? No, they got climbing from the ruins. It's almost as good as a swordsman. Like, normally swordsman isn't a great drop, but you get it there. And I think your game just went from over to you're back into it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another... I did not think there'll be another hut there.
Who do you think's in the lead?
It's way too early to tell. I mean, I thought Bardo just had it because of early RNG and, like, interactions, but then swordsman, and I think Bardo has to be really careful to just not straight up lose to Luxador.
Sorry, the swordsman for Luxador. I see.
Yeah, and then if Luxador doesn't, like... if Luxador doesn't use the swordsman very well, he can definitely just throw that away into the void. but he's now very comfortably on 3 cities, going into 4 against Luxador's potentially 3rd. Like, if Luxador at this point, if Barda at this point gets a swordsman from that top ruin, that's not going to be as impactful as that turn 4 like swordsman next to Tabarruk. Yeah. I think Barda retakes 2 Archer 2 are enough. Yeah, but he needs to have like his archers to retake. He needs 2 archers on the the line where his cities are, and Luxador can see that. So if he moves forward 2 archers, 2 shots, then 2 warriors, yeah, but like on that approach, Luxador can probably like counter that, and he's got riders, so he can punish an aggressive approach. Oh, retakes capital. Yeah, that's true. He now can retake capital. That's very true.
Is Tofbuark?
Tofbuark?
The city of Tofbuark. That's not the capital, is it?
No, Gaiam is. But Urgalak is the border capital, and he got stars from the. He did it. He got stars. Oh, I think he gets a giant though.
Oh.
Well, that's an upgraded swordsman.
One big game in the series without a giant right up in your face instantly.
Well, it's turn 10 to be fair. I think it would have been earlier if they both of them were just like desperation warring each other.
So somebody mentioned, yeah, they should make an anime based on this. So what do you think, like, if we could sum up the different performances of this tournament in terms of anime power arcs, how would we do that here?
I mean, the problem is it's a very sad power arc. Imagine just like having like one of the greatest games ever, destroying an early game rush civ as an archer. So you're as Hodrick, your whole arc is that you get countered by cavalry, you counter your counter, you have like a really, really well played game up against Imperius, but then Imperius just steamrolls you anyway. Like, what's that arc of just like the time of your life, the best build up, and then you just die anyway?
I feel like that have been in some anime somewhere, but like I'm sure next year he's gonna get his revenge. That's how it works.
And Luxador, I think, is like definitely the underdog that no one's expecting, like doing that weird unorthodox strategy, and just frankly getting away with it way more than he should.
Kind of reminds me of like the Yoshi mains in Smash Bros tournaments, yeah.
Oh god, yeah, this is by the way why he can't really advance his archers. He immediately gets pinged by riders. That being said, how does he deal with this giant? And I think the answer might be his own giant. Yep. That's a good answer.
Usually, if you're not sure what the answer is, that's a good safe bet.
Yeah. I mean, neither of them really have the economy or capacity to go for catapults at the moment.
Too bad, because they could like range each other's caps from their caps.
That's actually surreal that like a capital in your capital genuinely shut down your enemy capital.
Real MPT gameplay right now.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I just need to see the faction that has them do... No, there is. I'm not sure they're in this tournament. I think the other missing faction. Instead of warriors, they start with shields. They start with defenders. But I think that might be a very boring faction to go up against. Well, it could have been interesting, you know. The whole thing is start with defenders, right?
Can you do like really troll things, like put the defenders someplace where the enemy needs to get to?
Yeah, so for example, if I put a defender on a fruit, until that defender's gone, they can't harvest the fruit.
Yeah.
So yes, you can just cover their field and defenders. It's just, I'm guessing that's, yeah. And the problem with countering that strategy, especially if you do that early enough to stifle someone, is even let's say you do something like, something ridiculous. Oh god, a second giant. That's pretty ridiculous. You get knights, right? For example. Well, that's just not enough. Like, knights won't one-shot defenders. So.
Those are mountains in the northwest, right? Like, he's just boxed in this corner here with the.
He would have been,
cities.
But he got climbing from a ruin.
Of course, yeah. God pull.
Yes, as opposed to the 20 health swordsman on turn 4 that basically kept him in the game. We got climbing. He didn't capture throat. True. He could get double Jenkins. Yeah, I think maybe. The first 3 turns, and I missed those. I was out in the league. Oh yeah, Hoodrick was the mentor character that's getting avenged. There we go. Giant arm race didn't capture. I think the problem is that if you capture here, is that okay? You deny some stars, but you just also donate them a unit. Fact is, he is fighting 2 cities versus 4. But if you look at the development levels of those cities, Luxador is 13 income with 4 cities versus 12 on. Hoodrick has actually got an income, despite having 2 cities in a dream.
He's tall, yeah.
Nah, there's archery. There we go. We both know how this ends. Time for that wall of archers. Yeah, I think that swordsman is not going to be with us. Yep, there we go. Turn 12, that swordsman finally dies. Rest in peace, swordsman. Did his best.
Wondering if Luxador overextended here.
Kind of, but at the same time, he got 4 cities and kept him constrained down to, well, now 3. That being said, is that what you want? Like, how do you kill that giant? How do you kill both those giants, I guess, is the better question. Well, shooting them for 3 doesn't hurt, but not too helpful. He's definitely hoping for some extra settlements down there as well. He needs them. 10 stars to work with, though. Maybe now is the time for roads? Like, roading through those forests will definitely help. It's got quite a decent... yeah. Plus enough, welcome back, Total War, true. Oh, did he run out of time to collect the village? Oh, rip. Unfortunate. Yeah, the turn time has definitely seemed more harsh.
Did you hear they announced the next medieval Total War?
I have heard Medieval 3, yeah. I'm gonna have to wait a bit more. They've said like it's an early development 15 times over, so you know, it's a bit hard to comment, but then again, Creative Assembly has not had the best reputation for the last decade.
Yeah,
and I'm a Paradox gamer, so you know that's coming from, you know, by my standards as well, that's even worse. So I think I trust the Medieval 3 and Medieval like name enough to still consider it, if that makes sense. Like I will give it a fair shot, but I will be honest, I think cautiously optimistic will be an overstatement.
I did not like Rome 2, so depends what direction they take it, but
I mean, again, I trust the name enough to like not go based on reviews, give it my own fair shot. You know, I played enough Medieval 2 to respect that. But you know, they're getting the benefits of the doubt enough for me to try it. But
enough,
yeah, not more than that. Oh, okay, climbing. Is that literally just for archer positioning? I think it is, yeah. That's not going to be enough, is it? Is he about to lose that? I think he's about to lose that. No, that has to be calculated. That is literally with 1 unit to spare. That has to be calculated.
And did he get the upgrade on the knight?
On the rider. That rider has 3. That's our first veteran, by the way. That's our 4th veteran. That
but
knight.
First, all the others have been archers. That's our veteran rider. It's
yeah. Well, to be fair, if you look at the amount of Barder archers, there's literally an archer square. Like genuinely, there's 7 of them, and you can march in the other archers to make an archer square. The amount of archers here that can take very good... the amount of riders here that can ride forward, take very good shots is quite a few.
Yeah,
that's quite a war, though, advancing. Oh, dear.
That giant in that city are not...
Does he go for the cap or go straight for the cap? Like, does he go for the capture or go straight for the capital? I realize saying go for the cap or go for the cap doesn't help much, but yeah. A knight would be juicy, but both of them are broke. So
It's riding.
it's riding Free Spirits Chivalry and then 8 stars for the night. Broke boys. Yeah.
Did Barter build any riders last game?
I don't think they did.
Because it looks like
Let's
his
see.
rider rides a bear, which is something I think I would have remembered.
Yes, the Barter Riders do ride bears, and the Luxador ride elephants. I think they might have, because I think I mentioned the bear versus elephant encounter, but that might have been the first game. Oh, well, I guess he couldn't prevent the recap, and he's put his hands up and resigned. There it is. We're moving on to the final. You know how I thought it's going to be Barter versus Imperial, about the 2 best tribes winning? Yeah.
Yeah. Who would have thought it?
Who would have thought it? But yeah, I mean, he put his hands up in resignation. He got the little arc with the whole spearman potential recovery, the whole swordsman early recovery, but that just wasn't enough. And he's like, yeah, I can't do anything there. You have a square of archers against you. It's just over. But, right. Okay. I believe finals.
I'm gonna make you call it now. Who's gonna win the finals?
Given on that spawn RNG, I'm just gonna say it. I think it's gonna boil down to spawn RNG, because if Imperator just continues getting the best land, if they keep spawning in Italy, like what does Barter do? They just get outscaled. But very slightly based on.
Not gonna be any.
They're
battle
both just
teamwork
good
or
players
here
as
or
well.
there.
You've seen it from both of them. And they're both like, there's no civ matchup. Very technically, Barbara is better. So because if you open hunting, you're 1 tech away from archers and you're 1 tech away from riding. Compared to opening organization, you are 1 tech away from riders, but you're 2 techs away from archery. And as we've seen here, archery is very crucial, right? Mm-hmm. The thing is, if you are actually Imperius, aka our Romy boys, you can, if you have a lot of good grain spots, so farm spots, you see those right off the bat, and then you are 1 tech away from agriculture, and that means that if you get a good spot with a lot of farms, you can take that like first tech literally, because you open the prerequisite tech, and that could be insane for your economy. Because yes, you are paying 5 stars for 2 compared to 2 versus 2 stars per 1, but still you get like 3 or 4 farms. Great.
So Real Bree, so you say you're going to cheer for Barter because you think Imperius is the evil anime villain. So
Yep.
I would generally agree with you, given how explosive their starts are. But in that first game, like, it had to be taken to a judge, and the judge ruled against him, which I don't think is something. I think for the anime villain, the kind of cheaty one, 100% the judge would rule in his favor.
True.
So
I don't see that.
He's tried his best, yeah.
I think he's definitely like the main character getting bailed out with really good land, because I think the first game as well he could have certainly played that quite a bit better.
He believes in the heart of the cards, the heart of the land.
Exactly.
Okay. So I'll say I'm cheering for Imperius, and you're cheering for Barter then.
I wasn't say I was cheering for them. You asked me who's going to win, not who I support.
Okay,
I want to be very clear here.
So you're a fatalist, someone who cheers for somebody who's not going to win.
You didn't ask me about who I supported. You just asked me if you think I'm going to win. I have not decided upon that. I
just
don't have my
assume that
vote.
everybody is as biased as I am, and they only give wish fulfillment answers.
True. I think Barter coming back to win the second game after that, after very nice open, and then getting hot popped, basically a swordsman on top of your face, and still coming back. I guess I have to almost back Barter, but let's make it interesting. You're backing Barter, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll have to, No, you're backing
Imperius,
You're backing
all the
Imperius. All right, well, Barter, I believe in you. The technically strongest tribe. It will be finally justified everyone calling for a nerf if the technically strongest tribe wins.
Fair enough. Who is Lath? Raptag's asking about.
So Lath is the currently most popular Paradox YouTuber, I believe. He was indeed the reason I've heard about this event was that he is currently being flown out there and he's commentating it. He's the main caster. So if you do watch the mainstream, you will find Lath's insightful commentary. Not that I would hate to reveal anything about that, but he is not previously played the game before the event. So, but I think that's what they were going for, an outsider to take a look. But yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And I like over the course of the tournament, I feel like I'm starting to develop an attachment, and I'm understanding enough to know when to say things and when not to say things.
That's fair. I will again say it's an excellent game. I know it's ironic to say that in a video where I'm hypothetically, I guess, promoting Polytopia, but genuinely, if you want to pick this up yourself, it's a great game. Do be cautious. You've seen a lot of metas that are very archer and catapult heavy. And when you're playing, because you're going to be scaling your economy slower, it's probably the swing to the other way. High mobility is going to perform better against that because you just will have less units on the board. And very much depends on map type. We've seen a lot of, we've seen a lot of maps that seem to. I don't know. I think if the oceans were allowed to touch the corners, that could have been different. But we'll see. We'll see.
I think I'm at the very least ready to try it against the AI after this.
Oh, absolutely. The other nice thing is, thankfully, is that the tutorial is quite nice, you know, to you as a player.
Sorry, what did you say, sorry?
The tutorial is quite nice and so on. Walks you through pretty much everything. So, and the AI is certainly not going to be playing at this level. Okay. That said, should we invite Jillian over to join us?
I was going to take a break before the, of course, but I was going to take a break before the final starts.
Fair enough. Let me figure out how to start a call with 3 people.
They are running a bit behind schedule, so I'm wondering if this will be accelerated at all, the pace.
Fair. Let me... How do I add a person to a Discord voice call?
It says that we got 10 minutes before it starts.
Excellent. Plenty of time. Okay. Do I need to create a new group? I'll just create a DM. There we go.
I think you just need to create a new group, yep. Okay, see you in a bit.
See you. Alright. There we go, professional casters. Oh. Hello.
Hang out. Oh!
Hello.
Hello.
Did it.
I don't know if the stream can hear you yet. Let me make sure I have that set up correctly.
Fair enough. I hope my guys can hear you as well, but there we go. We are joined by Jillian, hopefully Suede in a second. Thank you very much, Jillian, for joining us for the final indeed.
Yes. Okay, I think they can hear you. Yeah, let's go. I already had it set up correctly.
Excellent. Well, now they're going to hear my very insightful commentary.
Yeah, you've been live. I've been live for 3.5 hours. You've been live for 8.5 hours?
Yeah. Well, what can I say? Doing for the love of the game. So we finally have the.
Fun to watch?
You know what? I have genuinely enjoyed it. I cannot even take a dig with it in jest. I will have to say, it is kind of ironic after all of this fighting. Beautiful Lux will come back. The 2 strongest tribes are winning in the final.
Yeah, you did. For full disclosure, before the last event or the last match started, Lemon Cake said, what did you say? She basically said, I think it's going to be a furious part. So I was like, haha, yeah, haha. The Arthur guy seems really cool, and it seems like everybody's really scared of him.
Thing is with Arthur and Imperius as well, is that he had 3 games, and Hoodrick pulled out an incredible performance, right? But all 3 games, he just got given the best land possible. He had such good land every 3 games. One of the things as well with Hoodrick is they get an extra way to get more forests, and in his 3rd game, he had more forests than Hoodrick. So despite being weighted to have less forests, he actually spawned with more. So he kind of out-forested the forest people. Well, I'll have to see. I'm sure he's still a good player, but it's kind of ridiculous on that matchup level.
I just set up your Discord, Fugi, and I see you already have it. When you start talking, the lemon cake splits in half.
Yes, I remember. I can't remember what. I think it was Lady Saffron was doing a little thing for that. And I was like, okay, I need to do a Discord Fugi. So my most professional one, indeed, was I just cut that. It's the old lemon cake as well. I forgot how to log in to change that, so I think that's going to stay there, because I think I forgot the password to log in and change that.
I think it's just your Discord login, but it's okay. It works for today.
Well,
we'll
call that.
Someone says it looks like he dies every time he speaks. You do kind of get ripped in half, yeah.
Just the passion going through. There we go. Yeah, I set it up once, I think, for Lady Saffron's request, and I don't tend to use that myself.
Yeah, I very rarely use my own Discord.
Makes sense. Just your 90%. Well, we are both PNG tubers, I believe, is the formal term. So.
Yeah. I don't really call myself a PNG tuber though. Like I wish I could just be a streamer. I don't know that we always have to put labels on what we are.
That's fair. I don't bother with communicating now. I just show up and start making videos. Labels are a not me problem. I mean, I've technically prepared this. Look, I can appear on screen on my stream. There we go. See? But I've just never bothered to.
I see it.
I can do that. And you know what the best part is? I can spin. I have the attention span of a Paradox player because I will also entertain myself for 10 minutes doing this.
It would be such an involved stream if you actively used your 15 different lemon cake PNGs.
I'm just swapping them out.
And you were just swapping, yeah.
Oh god, can you imagine? I don't think I'll be able to do. Might need to hire like a full-time. Imagine that you get hired for a job, and all you do is you're in a live stream. Like you look at someone's face like a bad camera, and you just swap out the lemon cakes to match, like a live reaction.
I mean, so you know Ludwig. I've been watching his streams lately, and he has like a separate person who can like control like the music and his sources and everything and like put stuff on screen. So like for example, he's been like speedrunning Minecraft lately, and he has some dude who like literally will like replay his deaths or whatever, like put the clip up on screen.
Damn.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Now that's professionalism.
My brother has just brought me a Red Bull. That's fucking good.
Understandable.
Oh wait, sorry. Can I swear on your stream?
I mean, saves me swearing. I actually don't mind swearing myself. I just don't tend to do it because the, dare I say, generally conversational, presentational tone. You know, I can communicate my incentives without the need to resort to vulgar language.
Yeah.
But who cares?
If you're scripting your videos, it would be funny to put a fuck in there.
Yeah. I have actually a couple times, and it can be used to great effect when you don't expect it. When it's like, you know. So it has been a thing, but it was also a couple times I did a small series. I think it was like 2 years ago now. Played England. Well, I famously never play England to do a specific challenge. Famously. And in that challenge, true.
Why would you ever want to live there?
I mean, you live in America, you can't do it. It's literally worse. Oh no, I've just doxed the VTuber, it's over, I'm sorry.
I'm not a VTuber, and it's obvious I live in America. Every part of that sentence was wrong.
Anyway,
yeah,
was playing with a bunch of other MP players, and I was editing down like the 4-hour recordings down to like 10-minute episodes, and genuinely like the swearing uptime was around 50%. I think swearing was the only form of communication there, just constant like swearing.
Yeah. It's funny, before I started streaming, I would never say that I was someone who swore a lot. And in fact, like my internet presence beforehand, I was kind of known among my friends even for not really swearing. But I don't know, something about how bad I am at games just makes me say fuck. It's so, I think part of it for me is because, you know, I have this like high VTuber voice or whatever. It's fun to hear me swear. But
so you're not a VTuber, but you have a high VTuber. Okay, well, let's keep adding to the allegations list. What the fuck is that?
I'm not even a GIF today. I got rid of my normal blinking animation to give myself creepy little Polytopia eyes.
Oh, that is dedication. I have not done that. Because I've also not even streamed.
On my stream. Yeah, but
sure.
Your eyes are very small.
Also, they probably jump around. Also, and the phrase "I can give you some eyes" just sounds deranged.
I mean, you already have them, but I can give you more eyes.
Would you like some spare eyes? Got them in my pocket.
Spare ones, especially. I've moved my pupils around too a little bit to look at different stuff. It's been really fun.
It's been a bit awkward with Suede because I'm like talking about specific things like, oh god, how is he going to do this recapture? Oh, he can giant push here. Oh, can he, does he take the certain tech here? And then Suede hasn't played much. So it's like, oh yes, commentary. But he'll rejoin us soon. I feel that might be.
Okay, I was wondering.
See, much like me, he's also streaming the whole thing, but he's sane and taking more breaks than I am. I'm doing it for the breaks. I'm taking like 3 in this last 8.5 hours, but doing it for the love of the game. Quite literally, this
The
game.
love of Polytopia.
The problem is that people can't accuse me of not playing the game, given like how much I'm offered specific commentary about things, you know, the tech orders and thinking about like, oh, spiritualism. Yeah, that was free spirit, but they changed the name of that tech, you know.
Yeah, there hasn't been any of that on my stream. It's been most of the time I've had the feed muted, and I'll talk about something random, and then I'll be like, wait a second, he's got another city. I actually feel a little bad, but it's been fun.
It is a fun game. I will again commend it. It's one I've genuinely played myself as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's really fun to see how they've been putting this together, like the little videos and stuff that they have, and the interviews. I just love esports, and I love the idea of like organized competitive video games. So it's fun to see it come together.
I will have to say, like maybe this is just me, but them doing the poses when they're like, I love it.
It's a little cringy, but like it's cringy when like actual athletes do it too. Like there's no, it's just fun.
I think it's just fun. I think it's a case of beyond the cringe. Like, come on, you're playing the block game World Championships. Let's have some fun with it, you know?
Yeah.
Come on.
Exactly.
Oh, welcome back, Suede. You're back in time just for the start.
Of course, yeah. Good timing on my part.
Yep.
Hello, Suede. I'm Jillian. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh, how
So
fun.
you've also been live for the eight and a half hours so far?
I've been taking more aggressive breaks than Lemon Cake, but yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I've just been live for 3.5 hours, and I have a Red Bull here, so I'm good.
I've been ill for the
You're gonna have
last
to carry
3.
the commentary here. We're out of.
Oh, yeah,
Actually, I
and
think
I
we're
know-
we're actually. Sorry.
No, you're good. I don't know it. I don't know how much Lemon Cake has told you. I have played a couple, as in 3 games of this. I
Two of
do
them
know
are on
strategy
YouTube.
gaming a little bit, but
2 of them are on
one of
YouTube
the-
on my channel.
2 of my
Yeah.
3 games are televised.
I did not watch the video, but I saw that the video occurred, and then Lemon Cake's caption of the video.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it was a little bit of bullying, I would say, but it was fun.
What are these allegations? Look, I offered a fair 1v1, and I just misheard when you said you played 1 game. I said you played 1,000 games. You know,
Yeah,
lost in translation.
I do.
Well, to be fair, like if you're mostly playing Paradox games, 1 game will take 1,000 hours, so you'd be an expert after 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
The new CK4. It's actually real time.
I did see people in your chat earlier, Lemon Cake, calling this EU 0.
It is EU, yeah. It is though, isn't it? I do have to say, like, out of the genre it's taken, it's like respectable enough as a game to be a computer game, but it's quite playable on mobile as well. So I'm in a weird spot where I don't know if I can call it the best mobile game, maybe I haven't found it, but it's certainly a very respectable mobile game, especially clearing the standards of mobile games, because it holds its own as a computer game as well. If that
Well,
makes
just not
sense,
being
yeah.
filled to the gills with microtransactions will do that. but,
Yeah, sorry. You need to watch an ad before you're allowed to build this archer. Watch
but
an
for
ad for
comparison-
population.
I think it's funny that people are calling it EU 0, but they were calling it Civ 8 in my chat, which just tells you a lot about the direction that the different series have been heading in.
My chat's just been, what is this game? So, got the full gambit here.
I got the force. Yeah, Civ 8. Oh god. Well, I'm sure eventually they'll have to fix it, right? They can't just abandon a franchise like Civilization, surely? Right?
Well,
We'll get
games
Gwendolyn
are-
Christie to narrate the next one.
It was a good call. There's a lot of things I liked about Civ 7, but most of them were very superficial, and the core systems were not among them.
Well,
So my
we'll
name is
recover.
Arthur.
Oh, back to the interview.
My
Should we shut
in-game
up for
name
that?
is just Arthur L248, and
Oh.
I'm from Toronto, Canada. So outside of Polytopia, right now I'm a university student in Canada at McGill University.
Oh, he's Canadian. I thought
I
he was
study
American.
finance and computer science, and then some of the things that I like to do outside of that is go play badminton and also going out to watch movies with my friends. My favorite movie is probably the Now You
Yeah,
See
I
Me
can't
franchise of movies. I haven't watched the 3rd one yet. Really excited for that coming out soon. Or has that come out already?
Those are my favorite
I should
movies.
verify that. Okay, wait.
Can't hear this thing, so
let
I'm
me
gonna
re-say
agree.
that because apparently it has come out.
He said his favorite movies were the Now You See
I
Me
started
movies.
playing back in
I don't know what.
2019.
Sorry, I don't watch
And then
movies.
I took about a 3-year
They're
break
so good.
between 2021 and 2024.
Sorry, that was a very
Polytopia
dramatic
had started
gasp, but I got
hosting the
really, I
Polyseums
really
that
like
they do
them.
every month outside the World Championship, and so that's what really brought me back.
Um,
In terms of how much I play every week,
Fair enough.
honestly, I'm not sure. I would say it ranges between 5 to
Maybe it's like
20
class
hours
assignment
a
for
week.
people who play computer strategy games.
In my total lifetime, I probably spent a couple thousand hours playing
don't know
Polytopia. I would
Oh,
never have
Knives Out,
imagined
Knives
that
Out,
I'd be
sorry.
able to fly
Sorry,
across
no.
continents
I
to
play
play
Paris games that are very narrow.
Polytopia, and I've
Do you
been
not
playing
have
this game
Netflix?
for a very long
Okay.
time, so it's really
I
interesting
don't watch movies,
to
I told
know
you.
that all that time has not
You
really
already
been
play a
wasted, and I
game,
got to
okay.
have this really cool
Well,
experience as a
yeah.
result of all the time that I've put into this game.
And also watch YouTube videos, come on. Oh, right. Break of the interview. Yeah, sorry, the way that the broadcasts are set up, I've tried to fiddle with them unsuccessfully. I can't hear the interview, so this is slightly awkward. I'm sure they talked about some very insightful revelations. I'm just not privy to that. And I've also talked a couple of times over the interview because I couldn't hear it. So my formal apologies on that front.
Did we miss anything good?
Jillian? Jillian's muted herself, so I guess very, very crucial things we missed there. All right. But yeah, I was also going to ask, Jillian has to make a prediction. I am going to be backing Barda for this one, as technically the strongest tribe, and making that comeback against an Imperius has been just dominant throughout.
I've been going with
You're
Imperius.
Going Imperius, so I guess Jillian will be the deciding vote of
Oh god,
the match.
I was deafened. We're trying to figure out who's gonna win.
Yeah, well, I'm backing Barda. Who you're supporting? Not who you think will win, not who you think is stronger, but who
Who am I
you're supporting.
I don't know. I think they're both cool. Have you been listening to the casting at all today?
I have unfortunately not been able to, because otherwise I would have heard it twice, if that makes sense. I would have broadcast my listening to it
Yeah.
in a constant
Maybe
loop.
10 minutes across the whole day.
Okay. What they were saying about Slimming Boy that I think is really funny is that in the last day or whatever, when they've all been in town for Polytopia, all the other dudes have been practicing and all the other dudes have been playing against each other or strategizing or whatever, and Slimming Boy has just been chilling. And so they've been calling him quote an enigma because nobody really knows what's gonna
My name
happen.
is
I don't know if that's
Livingston.
just a storyline they're going with, but I think that's really funny.
Lila.
And in one of the clips they showed of him, he was just drinking a beer. Maybe they'll replay it here. But I think he's funny.
One of the things that was Slimming Boy that was amazing, I thought it could have been an accident. When he was doing the Explorer, leave the lobby to rejoin and then see the Explorer movement, he clicked on the game and saw that he played the Luxador player 6 times before, and he's won 5 times and lost once against him outside of it. And then I thought it was an accident he clicked on that, like a mistake. Then he did that twice.
And then he
Yeah,
lost the first game, right? And then
Yeah, he
didn't
lost
do
the
it?
first game and then
Yeah.
sweeped.
Chicken McNugget, and
Yeah, he's funny.
I just got hooked.
I
and
like him.
Watch more videos.
I like
more
them both. I
videos,
think Arthur
and
seems really cool too,
then at
especially
some
now that
point
he
I
said he
just,
see, look, that's the clip
asked
where he's
game
holding a
for,
beer.
a holiday
And it
present,
literally 30
and I got
seconds
it,
before that,
and,
he's like, yeah, I'm in high school.
yeah, I just found it super fun. to
Everyone in
play.
my chat was like, yeah, that's just how Europe
in the
is.
weekends, I
But-
often
Yeah.
like to play.
Oh,
UK.
you're American, you
That's
can't
it.
drink until you're
Well,
old.
when I qualified for
Well, I
Sweden, it
mean,
obviously
everyone
changed a
still
lot,
does, but when you're
well,
21,
I first- I
before
couldn't
that,
believe
Is
it
you
Jillian
want to get
confessing
caught
to a
up.
crime on camera?
and
Martin?
when the game was over,
I
the
actually,
final game,
I don't think I
I
drank
was
until
first
I
just
was.
checking because if it was actually going to happen. And
Martin,
when
Jillian's
I was
confessing a crime.
super
No,
happy,
no.
of course.
No,
In
it's-
Canada,
sleep
the
until, like,
provinces,
5,
some of them are 18, some of
in
them
the
are
morning
19, but they're
because I was just
staggered,
so
you
happy
can always
about it.
go to the neighboring province
look really forward
if you're
to it.
18 to drink, even if it's supposed to be 19.
It's kind of
Yeah.
crazy that America's is so late when we're so lax on so many other things, but I
Yeah.
guess we pick our hills to die on.
So, but
Um,
here they're moving.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that was a
right, don't-
dark turn of phrase that I didn't mean to use.
Stay away from politics, but
Moving swiftly on. No, I mean, I'll put it this way. At the age of 21, I realized I really need to cut back on my drinking because I was drinking so much. I was like the part where, all right, I need to cut back. This is a problem. And I want to say I have in many ways. So yeah, it was just very surreal because it was genuinely the part where okay, last 3 years, a bit too heavy.
Damn.
Anyway, you're backing Barbara or Imperius. Move swiftly on.
I'll go with Barder.
Okay, sorry,
like-
sorry, you've been outvoted.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm
I
ready
like the
to
little
be proven
bears.
right.
Oh, okay. Okay, there's a fighting talk.
The bears are admittedly pretty special.
Slimming Boy has one on his hat.
I like that Arthur, like the game was given to the other player, the first of his best of 3, because that player had made like a really good comeback. But he seemed to take it in stride, and he came back and he won the next 2 games with solid performance. So I think he's a stand-up guy.
If he keeps his spawn lock going, he's just gonna win again. Because that spawn RNG, he gets that again. Oh damn! I also love how every single tribe dislikes the venue, and then they've been bullied so much they're not even invited.
Do you think we're gonna see some turn 4 giants this game?
I'm not sure that's possible. I think there's a universe where you double pop vaults. If the vault result from ruins to get stars, and then you spawn with like 8 fruit around you. If that's possible, maybe we can see like a turn 4 giant, but maybe double nomad vault actually.
So which one of these guys is Lathe?
Ponytail.
Yep. The one who
The
doesn't know what
who's
he's talking
standing
about.
apart from them for some
I was
reason.
gonna say the handsome one, but they're all very handsome.
Can you triple stack it? I don't know what that means. Sorry.
I think he's been doing a great job, Lathe, when I've been listening. And they had him even doing like some announcer type stuff, like when the people walk up onto the stage. And it's so cool to see.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the reason I'm aware of this event, basically. Thanks, Lath. But yeah.
Yeah. Some people
To
just
win
have
the
that like
final would
magnetic
be honestly
streaming
amazing.
performance,
I've
and
been
then
playing this
I
game for
have a
so
script.
long, and to do it on such a big stage with the live.
Oh yeah, we
crowd,
are. By the way,
I think
Jillian, you've got your
everyone
script, right?
who has
Everything here,
been
including
doing
this
it
conversation. Talking about the script is all scripted,
hoping I
right?
can do my best and
Every single explorer move, everything happening.
To
Yeah.
win the finals would be.
We actually
Yeah,
already know who's
expected
going to
for me
win.
Because
Yeah,
people
me.
know each other
Well, the
so
comments are
already, but
scripted, all the interviews
I never
are scripted
expected
too.
to even be here.
Every
And
single
then
misclick.
win the
There's no
event as
misclick. It's
well.
actually they just watch you on the
I would
iPads
just
like a
be so
pre-recorded
happy.
footage.
Would mean the world to me.
Playing against Slimming Boy in the finals is definitely going to
There's
be
no
interesting.
panel.
It's
I don't know why
honestly
they keep
amazing
mentioning
to
a
see
panel.
how he's integrated into the community.
It's all
and
CGI,
just
there's
been
no
able to talk
audience.
to everyone in the most pleasant way.
Arthur
It actually
is a
looks
very
like a
strong
cute little
opponent,
event to go to in
playing a very
person.
strong tribe.
Yeah.
But I have won.
I do like how they
against him
prepared for
before,
it. Yeah.
And I'm
right.
confident in my chance to beat
Well,
him again.
Esports
Best
get a
I
lot
hope
of
we get
hate,
a
but
good
I think
series
just
and at
for
least some
community
fun
building,
games
they're really cool.
to look back at and to learn from.
I think they are
and to remember
so
the very
wonderful,
first
and I can't
Polytopia
believe
World
everybody who plays video
Championship
games
as, a
doesn't
great one.
keep track of esports in one way or another.
Yeah. And of course support their favorite streamers constantly at Jillian Dot.
It's a bit
Yes.
biased, but
I don't know. It's
I think it's just a coincidence that a lot of the worst games became popular in esports. Not the worst games, but more
worse for esports.
games that get a lot of hate.
I see what you mean. Yeah, controversial games.
Bring back
Right.
StarCraft is all I'm saying.
Look, people have been trying. I think even StarCraft themselves tried. I'm not sure how well that went for them. That being said, how many is we playing best of 3 or is it best of 5 for the World Championship? Does anyone
That's
know?
a good question.
We are of course co-streaming the event, and so we are aware of these technicalities like the format.
And this is all scripted. We all do know.
we actually do all know the
This
answer.
questioning is just for your benefit.
No, this question is actually in the script.
We're thinking out loud on behalf of you.
Indeed. So you don't have to ask the awkward question. Yeah. Oh, Suede, you did mention it's best of 7. Thank you, real.
Let me go to the mainstream. Maybe someone else has asked.
But yeah.
Um,
I would like to see one game where they both spawn like next to each other, like their capital.
Well,
they can see the other person's terrain from their other capital.
Oh, sorry, I found
didn't
the
they
answer.
in the last game?
They did, but that was 4 tiles. I want to see like 3 tiles. I think that's the minimum between.
Sorry, it says best of 3 each round, so the finals would be best of 3 too.
Okay.
Wow.
Damn.
Looking forward to that series-changing RNG in my favor. Sorry, in.
I'm sure the
Imperius'
Imperius
favor.
is out of luck. I'm sure Imperius is out of luck. Like, he can't
The-
be.
The idea that there's RNG in an esport is so interesting to me. I mean, like when you think about like League, Valorant, CS:GO, there's no RNG there. It is purely. I mean, I guess in terms of like
tiny bits in League, I think.
Yeah,
but,
like
pretty much, yeah.
I don't know anything.
bullet
about League,
distribute. Like
except that I
there's
hate it.
there's a weird bullet spread thing in shooter games that
Yeah.
I'm aware of, and I'm not qualified to talk about. Sorry. Oh, they're the
And it's
opposite
so
side. They are on the opposite sides of the map.
But this is like, keep
Two
in mind, this
bears
is like
survived?
early in this game's history. Like, season 1 of League, like that you had dodge % chance on your
Oh,
chance.
yeah.
True. Okay, sorry. What the hell is that forest for Imperius? I think he's gonna. I'm gonna call now. That's screaming for
Let me get my
capitals, and
predictions
yeah.
started. If you want to gamble, we've been running predictions over on my Twitch stream.
Oh, of
It's
course.
just channel points, but
But you can access channel points by buying them by donating to.
I don't think you can actually.
Oh,
I think you
okay,
have to
no.
actually watch the stream.
Can't believe it. Oh, you can't even pretend gamble. That is looking pretty good for Imperials, that spawn. I think his RNG has continued. I'm not going to
Yeah.
lie.
And this, for Barter, it seems like he's like an awkward, stuck in a corner, kind of icy lake type. Am I?
It's
crazy
just
for thinking this is
more-
not great. Two
It's
mountains.
not the best. It's not the worst, but like it's not even good. And the mountains are in a very awkward place where, let's say you get the best climbing RNG and you have all 3 gold. Still not getting good for forge spots. And he goes for climbing, so he has, I guess, like 1 good forge spot where his warrior is.
Mhm.
They're both moving towards the middle. That being said, he's what? That's second city? He's about to move on to the second one there. Explorer has revealed for him that he has the, and he takes stars. I think Barda is just behind here. Imperius, very good, plays into both lumber mills and, if he wants, into sailing here. He has enough ocean to work with that, if that makes sense. Although, a decent distribution of goody huts. And he goes for the ruins instead of this settlement. So he's definitely going for some tech plays. And checking score. Okay, they're keeping track of each other's there. There we go, sailing from Imperius. We're gonna expecting some boat plays, and goes for the Explorer.
Why did they leave and rejoin like that?
So normally, if you start an Explorer, the camera will follow the Explorer for the full movement of the Explorer, and if you're trying to play the game, that can be a bit annoying. So you free the camera up, and then the Explorer reveals all the ties instantly.
Oh, interesting.
It's a weird tech. I think if they just put a skip button in the game, that would work. But this rejoin feature is something Paradox has really struggled with in their own games. But it's something that Polytopia has managed to get going well.
Incredible.
Yeah, not the best explorers out of Barda either, but that settlement, by the way, left of Urork. It's going to be awkwardly contested, but there's no climbing from Imperius yet as well, so it might be a Barda free game, but I'm not sure if Barda knows that.
He's also at a disadvantage because he just played a whole game. A very long one as well. I mean, that middle one went for an hour.
True. God, can you imagine playing a video game for a whole hour?
Oh, that'd be crazy.
Okay. By the way, you joked about the turn 5, the turn 4 giant. Might be a turn 6 giant from Barda here. From Imperius here.
Happy to see it.
I don't want to call it too early, but Imperius's land is looking really good, and this, he still has the whole game to lose, but I'm very optimistic for him right now.
How do those naval trade routes work? Could you explain a bit
There
about
is a range on them, but in essence, if your port has access to another port and it doesn't go through enemy tiles, so it can use either neutral or your own tiles to connect, it connects. And that counts as a city connection for the purposes of pop to your target city and themselves. He gets another explorer there, but now he sees that that city is pretty hard to contest for Imperius. Interesting. I think we might see a south-north divide split here. Because Imperius, if anything, with those boats already in the water, is going to have an easy time going for those 2 huts south of the rock.
There are, I feel like, more villages on the map than when we played against each other.
But
But maybe that's just because I didn't get very many.
We play the same settings. Julian.
Okay,
I took the
okay.
settings. I took the villages.
We
sorry,
noticed
never
this
mind.
in earlier rounds though that
It's between
so
9
actually-
and like yeah. It's a bit of a
it's
swing.
not the same every game, so you might be onto something.
Thank you.
Um,
Did they
sometimes
pop
in
swordsman?
yes, he got a swordsman, and it's relatively close to the front. But those mountains for him are very awkward, and he doesn't have climbing. And I think he doesn't
Yeah.
realize he needs climbing to prevent a capture because he have no real reason to suspect there's a hut there. That being said, actually, Jedian, I don't
That's
think
a
we.
good forge spot actually for Imperius potentially.
Oh,
not
true.
gonna
That's
get
a 3. I don't think he has climbing though, and that's a
I
bad
think
thing
he
for
might have to get
gambling.
it.
Oh, and they both popped archers. They both. I think he has to pop climbing to drop that back.
Oh, but he's gonna lose the tile.
True. It's oh god. I don't know if an early fight favors Barda here. Like Imperius is just gonna get onto a bunch of those villages, and I don't think Barda realizes there's that village that hidden in the ice as well.
True.
Okay, but Barda Giant is just 5 business days away from the front line. Wait, swordsman from did he pop swordsman tech? Yeah, climbing.
Yeah,
So, you
I
know,
don't
'cause
know.
it's, yeah. I think he might have popped swordsman tech while we were not paying attention.
Does score matter at all here?
Technically, if they got to turn 30 instead of asking a panel, score would have determined the winner. But instead they decided to do a panel, so I guess no. You can still use score though to have a gauge of how your opponent is doing, because you gain score from territory and settlements. If you know your opponent has a certain amount of settlements, but then their score is lower than you and you have the same amount of settlements, that means you're ahead on technology or behind on technology. So it's like a soft method of scouting your opponents, if that makes sense.
I think technically the tiebreaker should be score, but
I would agree,
something
but I
odd
guess panel,
happened.
yeah.
with the last Imperius game.
In my understanding for the Imperius game as well, that you should have played turn 30, because there's a building called Temples that costs 20 stars, that give you a lot of score and not much health. And I think both of them were going to build last turn Temples, but the game ended turn 29 instead of turn 30. But that's my off the top prediction. And apparently they're doing the evil anime smirk. Okay.
So Jillian, I have not played Polytopia yet. I've observed a lot. I'm interested in what should I be excited for and what should I be scared of for my first game.
I actually, so I know Civ is in your name. I haven't played a whole lot of Polytopia either. What I enjoyed about it is the same stuff that I enjoy playing Civ.
That's nice.
Like just the idea of like expanding via tiles and gathering resources on one tile to improve another. I'm not like a very serious strategy gaming player at all, but I just thought it was satisfying and fun, and like kind of where I get turned off of Civ is in how long that it takes, and at least in the games that I was playing, it was pretty quick in Polytopia. In terms of expanding, and you know, there's the tech tree and everything, and I kind of was trying to go for like a very like trying to get everything on the tech tree. As I'm watching these guys, that is not what they do. They pick a route and they go down it a lot of the times. But then also like it was just fun to play with Lemon Cake and to play with another person and against them. Whereas I feel like with these kind of games, typically it's by yourself or against AIs or anything, or at least that's how I normally play.
Okay, yeah, that's good to hear. Noman Cake, I'm gonna need to pencil you in for 8 hours of game sessions tomorrow.
I mean, if it's Polytopia, we'll probably be able to play every single tribe in every single map.
Oh yeah, the
type.
tribes are so interesting too.
They're not playing
All the
any of
different
the super wacky ones, because there's things like Cymantian, Aquarian, and no prizes for getting what Aquarian specialty ability is, but they play like they have their own different tech tree and everything. But they didn't.
Wrong
put
guesses only. What is Aquarian's special power?
Friendship.
Being quirky and intellectual. That's what
I feel
the
like both of
Zodiac
those were the
sign
right answer. What do you think, Clemens?
I mean, I do think quirkiness is a measure you can look at.
They're
a
not
tech tree.
good, so they have to be quirky, and they're different. So
That is true. That being said, Barda Giant, right outside of Imperius, he's got his own counter giant there, but maybe I spoke a bit too soon. That being said, he's certainly been able
Do
to
you know that
expand behind this.
Do
Sorry?
you know that Aquarius is actually not a water sign? Every zodiac sign is split into earth, air, water, or fire, and Aquarius is an air sign.
that's wild.
Isn't that just the craziest thing you've ever heard?
I
It has aqua in the name.
I did not realize zodiac signs were split by Greek understandings of the natural world order.
Yeah. We won't get into it. I feel like your guys' streams won't appreciate that. But if you want astrology talk, you can come
I'll
to
put
my
it
normal
this way.
streams. We talk about it a lot.
They're watching it. They're watching Polytopia. You know, if we decide we're watching astrology.
Wait, hold up. There's 12 signs of the zodiac,
Mhm.
and there's 12 tribes in Polytopia.
Wait a minute. Is Vengir
We can do
Cancer?
something here.
No one likes Vengir. I'm very sad no one likes Vengir.
I caught what you did there, Lemon. Thank you. It's a good joke, but it's like such a good joke that it turns my joke into just a setup for you. Was this all a scripted way just to call?
This was scripted the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Real Briso.
How does... I mean, I say how does he do it? I think he does just defend his giant here, but... Barter has really gone for it.
Yeah, he's kind of pushed his back's against the wall a bit, but...
And it just goes to show how much the meta is very archer and like ranged heavy. Because I am... If I understand this correctly, because he had a non-veteran swordsman out, Barter actually got the swordsman tech for free. And he's still not using swordsman. It's a tier 3 unit tech he's gotten and he's not using them. Maybe this calls for swordsman buffs. Hypothetically, this would also buff a separate, different other faction.
That's their problem, right? If you just add one more attack power to the swordsman, I'm sure it will definitely not get chased down by archers before it can even hit anything.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think, you know what would be a very good upgrade to the swordsman? +1 movement.
Oh god, yeah. That increased the cost by like 33% though. That'd be too OP without that increase.
Interesting. You know, we'll run it through. Maybe, but only for a very specific, only for like a Celtic equivalent nation.
Definitely. Oh, they don't have a Celtic equivalent nation yet. Well, that's something for them to work on.
Exactly. New corner here, newest update. Yeah, I think I was wondering how he defends that. The answer is very well and very cost efficiently.
Interesting.
19 versus 18. He's not that far ahead in economy as I thought he would be. But there we go.
He
He's
does
getting
still
that
have
forward.
priority over most of the city spots. So there's maybe one in the top left, the top corner. But
yeah, and no navy at all out of Barda. It's if he can start building a navy up from Rimia. Is that Remus? Up north? Or from Romus. If he builds a navy from Rose, if the Rome-looking faction starts to build a navy from Romus, he's going to have an uncontested time in that northern area. Damn. That has to be a sign. The Rome-pretending faction has a city called Romus. It's preordained.
Fair enough.
Canon event.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Lots of good
I found a
spots.
personality quiz for what tribe you are. Sorry.
Oh,
There's a...
I'll send it over if you want to find out.
let's do it. How long is this?
The rest of the stream is announced. It's a buzzard quiz. That's 180 questions. Question 1. What are the first 3 digits of your social security number?
Question 2. What are the 4th and 5th digits of your social security number?
It's easy to remember.
You have
It's
to
my pin.
Yeah, you have to spread them out. I could say this now, but because I got a new debit card, but for a period of entirely 4 years, the 3 digits at the back of my debit card were 1, 2, 3. Made it a lot easier to remember, but I literally couldn't talk about that for like very painful 4 years because they were the 3 digits at the back of my, debit card. But
What
it
are
just
they
goes to
now?
show they are. Let me check 1 minute.
I can relate to that. There's some like details about myself that my audience would find very, very funny and amusing that I can't share without doxing myself, sadly.
Your real name is Suede.
Boy named Sue. Yeah, that's how it is.
Damn, that Barda giant just got pricked with 4 arrow shots and then smacked with the big club, and he's longer with us.
I got the IMO.
Ah,
AIMO.
the IMO tribe. That's fascinating. You also said you'll send it, and then you didn't send the personality quiz. What is this?
Oh, sorry, because I've been taking it.
That's more important. Okay, I'll take the quiz next. You two hold down the stream.
Oh, you start with the worst technology in the game. Meditation.
This says they are guided by emotion and their heart. Is that true in the game as well?
I mean,
They enjoy home-based hobbies, relaxing in nature, helping loved ones, and a good meal with friends.
I'll put it
They're
this way: there's a
emotional and
reason
sensitive.
they're not in the final.
They are quick to help others and avoid conflict with those who are close to them. Oh, this is so cute. Yeah.
That's
It's
really
basically
bad
just
for
like-
a final. I'm
You
gonna
like
avoid
being home.
conflict with the one enemy I have.
I literally told you when I was playing this game, I was like, this is fun. I just wish there wasn't any war.
Well, hey, I did research meditation in our last game, and I did say I was going to build the altar of peace, but you unfortunately died before I could do that.
Yeah, who killed me?
The wind. My
The one
friendship.
who's gonna
I
build the
was way
altar of
too
peace.
friendly with you. You know,
Yeah. Your bears were a little too friendly.
You wanted to pet the bears.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a bear and their little ears?
Yeah,
I would love to pet a bear.
Yeah, I
But
think.
you're kind of not supposed to.
Yeah, they're usually a bit more dangerous than that.
While Suede is muted, I feel like he's very serious about this, and I feel like you at least know that I don't know anything. Anyway, what do you think about dogs?
I will having to pick between cat and dog. I find cats are a bit too stuck up, and while they can be cute, I'm more of a dog person because they tend to be genuinely happy to see me, and I like it when people are happy. So I'm more in the dog aligned. I'm sorry, but how do I say this without doxing myself too much? I have been very much around both working dogs in the sense of, you know, preventing intruders sneaking in like guard dogs and more like sheepdogs, and also cats that aren't house cats but more of like live in a barn and eat mice cats as well. So I like to think I get along with both, but having to
I
have
love
a
when
choose
dogs have jobs,
job dogs fair. They're so happy.
like livestock guardian dogs. Yeah, that's what they were born to do.
The sheer
But-
joy, and then yeah, but
Okay, because this was something controversial. I was asked what my controversial opinions are. That's what we've been talking about this stream instead of, you know, the game that I'm being paid to restream. Welcome back. We're talking about dogs.
well, I
What
mean,
did you get? Oh.
See, I got Polaris.
the ice ones. Okay,
Yeah, I'm Canadian, so I guess that checks out.
I
I
didn't.
feel they
start
just
the-
stereotyped me and didn't really listen to my answers, but okay.
I clicked the quiz and then there's a bunch of reading to do, so I'm watching the world final right now. I'm wondering how Imperius is going to get the recap on Pilo.
I was gonna say like
Okay.
you can mute yourself and take a break, but like I'm not sure we have enough technical knowledge about the game to hold this
Yeah,
down.
I would just talk about dogs.
I think Barda gets the recap here, but it's going to be a painful one, or maybe he just doesn't go for it. Like, that being said, I guess if you want the technical breakdown with all the professional casting, you're probably not in these streams.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Arthur looks like he's chilling. That's a lot of what else I've been doing this stream is trying to analyze their body language to try and figure out what's going on because I don't actually know by looking at the game. He seems like he's hanging out.
Yeah. Is he planning to join push Pilo? Because how else is he gonna free that? I'm not seeing the vision, you know.
They're both they're even in stars or in income.
Give or take. He's got 21 to play with. And he set up, what, 6 going into 7 cities now against 4? He'll be... Oh, for God's sake, I forgot I'm not allowed to count on the internet anymore, sorry. Counting is forbidden.
You were saying?
Now that he's going into a 7th city after the number that preceded 6, going up against 4, like... the late game favors him, and yeah, he's gonna giant push. Does he have a monument? Oh, he doesn't need a monument. He gets a city connection, and there we go.
What would the monument do?
Gives you 3 population, but obviously you can only build each monument once. You know, once you made a monument, once you build the peace altar, you can't build the peace altar 2. Now with more peace.
2-piece, 2 altar.
2 peace 2. Is there something I'm missing here with the peace reference?
No, it was just a bad, stupid joke.
Making fun of sequels, yeah.
Yeah.
Now with double as much peace. Okay. Okay, and immediately. Okay. I forgot I'm not allowed to count 6 followed by 7 on the internet. That is a forbidden technique to do. I'm sure we'll move on from that sooner rather than later. That being said, Imperius yet again pushing a giant. I'm not sure that's necessarily the best play, but one he can afford, and he just has a wall of archers. It's one thing we've seen a lot this like tournament. Archer walls.
Do you think archers are good?
Potentially. I think it's just a case of both of them scaling economically well, so they can afford a wall of them. But yeah.
Fair enough, yeah.
I
It's
guess
more about the money. Yeah, because there was the faction that started with archery and they got knocked out. So money to pay for archers is the second ingredient that's important.
The thing is, the counter for that is money to take free spirit and... Okay, Jenny, what's your opinion on the free spirit technology?
Well, I think it is good.
Mods, remove Jillian. Wrong opinion.
It's,
Worst second
okay,
the game.
Okay, I think it is bad.
Yes.
Jillian is pretending to be a bad gamer girl. She knows everything. She's a professional
True.
Polytopia gamer right now.
I know the whole tech tree. I have it memorized. I actually don't even need to look at what I'm buying when I click it because I know where all the circles are.
She's actually so good that she pre-recorded this entire conversation and stream. She's actually at the event right now playing as Barda. Yep. This is all
It's an
pre-recorded.
interesting twist in the script, I guess.
Yeah. Haven't you read it?
Well, I'm actually a Dutch high schooler.
Well, I mean, that's the twist we were not expecting, wasn't it?
We should have guessed by the fact that you're like 6 foot tall, I guess. I don't know. I feel like all Dutch teenagers are like that.
That is true. Dutch people, like, they don't come in short. They're only tall. What is he doing? Does he want him to walk into pillar? Oh, is he gonna... Okay, he's gone riders, so he can go for roads. And now with Treskia up there, yeah, if he wants to shut down... The problem is, okay, he builds a big navy, and then he just takes Aurora, and it's like, okay, well, I can't push further than that.
I feel like the ability to build navy in this is dependent on like where the city spots are. Am I incorrect in this?
No, absolutely. And for example, Dolodo, because of Rora there, even if you get a border expand, just for the explicit desire to build a navy, you get 1 tile as coastal. Not really worth it, dare I say. But God, I'm just looking at the Barda lands here. He is 1 beautiful night away from a chain that keeps on going.
Uh-oh. Arthur's got his head in his hands.
Oh, yikes.
What are you doing, buddy? Somebody asked me earlier if they're allowed to use calculators. What would they be using calculators for?
Well, technically, if let's say you want to take knights here and you're 2 techs away, you could be like, oh, what's 13 plus 11? I have this really advanced, complicated strategy when I take 2 techs plus a unit. But 13 plus 11 might be a bit beyond me. I think that's about it. Or I guess if you're counting, like, I have 11 stars and I have 3 units to build, 3 cities I can build units in. You know, what
Like
units
an
can I
abacus.
afford?
An abacus would be better for that.
Or your fingers. 1, 2, 3.
Do you have 11 fingers?
No,
New
but you
Jillian
can
Law?
count to 11. That's why I'm so good at volleyball. No,
Like a Dutch teenager.
like
Is
a
the-
Dutch, yeah.
Jillian, like, well, to be fair, she's American, so if you look deep enough in her DNA, it's probably 0.02% Dutch. That is how that works, right?
Doesn't it work that
Yeah.
way for the British too?
Yeah, but we just say we're British.
Fair enough.
Mm.
So yeah, like I
But,
feel like
mhm.
it is very map dependent, like naval control, because even if like Imperius pushed for naval control here, Barter would just move their units towards the center and
Yeah, like
uh,
you take Roro
win
here,
the
but you
Winter War.
probably lose the 2 cities in the south because you're putting so many stars into that.
exactly.
And
yeah.
then you build a big navy, and what? You can bombard Floor a bit. You know, not doing
Sometimes
much.
it's game breaking though.
Does he? He might lose Spillo here. There. That being said, Barda has been fighting, despite being, I'd say, a bit on the behind. He's been fighting very well, and he might have Pillow here, or at least force a lot of stars in an awkward way. Another giant out of Roro, my god.
Imperius's economy is still much stronger.
True, but spread
He
over
needs
what?
to do some,
more
at
else?
least
And
like
math,
some solid
okay.
damage here. To...
Speaking of solid damage, there's math.
Okay, yeah.
That sounds Do you want to do some solid damage? Mathematics.
Emotional damage or damaged my ego. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
How much is math involved in the Paradox games?
Well, you kind of have to, because the UI is going to lie to you. You know, you can't trust the UI to calculate things for you. You're going to have to do it yourself.
Civ 3 is a lot of 5th grade math that players still struggle with. So,
to be fair, there's a lot in most games, but addition is... One day, humans will get better at addition.
there's some light multiplication too.
Okay, slow down there. Jesus Christ, we're not at the professional level, thing.
And occasionally, a fraction or two.
I mean, have you even considered ratios? This is like very advanced things. Next, you're going to be telling me ratios are involved?
At least there's no... sorry. Anytime where you have to like have like 2 stats where it's like 10% of 25%.
Oh no! Oh, that's it. So, but thankfully, Paradox doesn't force you to do that. It just lets you multiply. Right.
Okay, I just undeafened. You said it's over?
No. We said about it's over regarding that. Suede said there's unfortunately you have to do multiplication sometimes, not just addition and division.
Oh.
It's over my full
Math and
capacity.
strategy games was the topic. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I'll let you get back to dogs.
No, I definitely just the finger discussion. It just reminded me of a funny story that I wanted to share that I didn't think either of you wanted to hear, and also I had to think like a follower and all of that.
I see.
But...
Recently.
You're doing 2 streams at once. Okay.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna go take the Polytopia quiz. 1 second. You know, I have to give it my full attention.
Damn right. Okay.
Okay. So your name has Civ in it. Is that the game that you mostly play?
It is, yeah. I've switched to just Suede on YouTube.
Suede, okay.
Attempt, yeah, to sell myself out and generalize myself. But yeah, have you played any of the games of the Civ franchise?
Yeah, I played Civ 5 and Civ 6.
Ooh.
And I've seen Civ 7 and all of the things that people have to say about it. I haven't played it myself though.
I'm a huge fan of the older games of the franchise, and I've been getting into really Civ 6 recently, so there's that too. But the older ones are what I'm known for, I guess.
I mostly play Crusader Kings, if you've heard of it.
Yeah, I've watched one of your videos, but it left a deep impact on me. Like the Santa Claus one, the Crusader Kings.
Oh
one.
yeah.
That one was fantastic. Yeah.
I'm working on its sequel right now. We played as
It's
Krampus.
just the season, right?
Yeah. It's a lot less wholesome of a video, though. That one was spreading Christmas cheer. This one is about kidnapping and beating naughty children. So... Anyway, I cut you off while you were talking about the Civ games.
I don't think you did.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I've stolen Lemon Cake's idea of the video essay meta, just writing endless think pieces over discussing strategy games, and hopefully people learn something at some point, because God knows I do.
Yeah, I don't really watch his videos. I don't like play any game smart enough to really deep dive into it, but I have made video essays myself before. That's how I started with YouTube videos. Is I actually made a series of video essays about esports, and they're so fun. They combine everything. I love to write essays and I love to present and everything, and so I really respect people who make their whole channel around it because it takes so much more work than I think people who listen to it expect.
Damn right, yeah.
So there will be a Polytopia video essay this week, I guess, then?
I've got to fly back to Canada at some point in the week, so not that soon.
I'm
Welcome back.
I'm back.
What did you get?
I got Imperious.
Imperious. Oh. Would you like to switch your prediction, seeing how this current game is going with the 32-star income to 21?
I mean, I was like saying when I saw the Imperious spawn there, like they have it here. I'm very surprised Barda's held on as much as they have. Now, I mentioned this earlier before we even started this whole thing of who are you going to support, and I said Barda. But in the question of who you think you're going to win, I said Imperious from the start.
What is the
Isn't
quiz
that
say?
Imperious
What
disgusting?
that has to say about your personality?
Well, you asked me who you think is going to win, and who I support and who I think is going to win is two very different categories. Who I support is Barda, who I think is going to win is Imperious.
Fair enough.
No, I meant what does the quiz say getting Imperious says about your personality?
I'm loyal, organized, kind, hardworking, and practical. And what the problem is, you say that loyal, but of course I say that because I'm going to backstab you, so I need you to think I'm loyal. Am I organized? No. Kind, I wouldn't go that far. Hardworking, probably not. Practical, I guess, maybe, potentially. Weakness, shyness, no, I don't shut up. Worry, no, I don't believe in worrying. Overly critical of self, no, I'm perfect. And all work and no play, that's not true.
Does it say good comedic timing in there too?
I wish, but no, there's a whole bunch of other words, but I'm not reading that.
I guess the lesson is all roads lead to lemon cake.
That is true. I did in the video essay claim that I am the successor state to Rome. Not like the country, just me, personally.
Speaking of which, while you were gone, we were talking about how we don't watch your videos.
Oh, that's reasonable.
No, but I played my first game of EU4 just this week, and I've been trying to get into Lemon Cake's like deeper, more technical stuff. But I think it like assumes a certain level of. I'm trying to watch videos to learn the game, and his videos assume you already.
It's
like I watched your trade goods tier list, which was satisfying, but at the same time you didn't like put the pop-up on screen of like what the different trade goods do. So
no, there's a very much more made, shall we say, like second monitor in its format.
Yeah.
And very much when I made them, I didn't expect them to be that long. I thought, yeah, I'll just spend 10 minutes talking about each trade good. But then I had a, full-on breakdown. Oh, it depends. I'll mention all the other things. And it became like an hour long. So I kind of moved on from tier lists now.
EU5 videos. Before it came out, when I was working on my video for it, and I didn't know what I was doing, I watched yours and Tarkus's videos about EU5 to be like, okay, well, what are they saying? All I remember is every time you said bug, you put a picture of Hornet from Silksong. And I
oh yeah, I
made
a video about the top 5 bugs in EU5, and then the ones they fixed, and they added like another 100 bugs since then.
Yeah.
Well, you talk a lot about Imperious winning here, but say what you want about Barda, they are getting a lot of sieges off pretty constantly.
Sorry,
and they've got Nights out
we'll
as
come
well.
back to that, but I think that speaks highly of Paradox Games, because here, like, to unlock the bug faction, you have to pay for the DLC. But with Paradox, they just give you that for free, right?
Yeah, well, no, you do have to pre-order the game and play the early access.
I think I was looking for a bug that I could exploit, and all of the bugs were like very niche little like modifiers, and I was like, oh, this is not what I'm looking for. Why can't you make my content for me?
Well, I mean, it's also the case that every single one I reported there would already been fixed, but it's Paradox, so it's like, yeah, they'll fix this stuff, and then they'll also, add a bunch of new things.
I've seen that people are not happy about the latest EU5 update, but this is not the EU5 World Championship.
Which one? I mean, they've in the space of 30 days, they did 10 patches.
Oh, I think just the
Can you
latest
clarify?
one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw El Zabo that his soldiers were hunger striking. I thought that was funny.
No, he put his army in the one province in his country that had a shortage of food, and he was surprised why they weren't getting any food. Now,
Hey,
granted, the game did
him.
not communicate that very well. The game could have communicated that much better, but What's
don't think I've
extra
ever paid
better
attention.
was that the province in question was also out of food. So he was having a local famine because the soldiers ate all the food, and he was like, why don't these soldiers have more food? Now again, could they have communicated that better? Yes. Does Paradox do a lot of bugs? Absolutely. Is this the fault of the Paradox UI? Again, Azabo certainly played a lot of these Paradox games. He's not bad at video games, but my god.
That's really funny.
Also, on topic of the actual game that we're currently streaming,
Yeah,
Imperius has got a catapult out, so Pillow has been under siege quite a few times, and he's got a catapult in the city right below that, over the water. And I'll be telling you one thing: that catapult is going to help unsiege Pillow, and there is practically no way Barda's getting rid of that catapult.
Oh yeah.
How do you counter a catapult?
Friendship. You ideally get a knight over there because knights one-shot catapults, and then if there's another catapult next to it, it's going to one-shot that one, and then, yeah. Also, catapults are expensive. It's a tier 3 tech, and they cost 8 per pop, and they, like, die if you breathe on it too too well. So,
But just the setup of the map here, it's impossible to get to.
in theory, he could run around, but if anything, Barda himself is getting flanked by that rider swarm, but he's got a knight out in Gerolf, so...
Another catapult.
Yeah. I mean, he can't even see those catapults. He hasn't discovered those tiles. It's like rocks from the
Imagine
void.
getting hit by a catapult you can't even see.
That'd be crazy.
Radbag is complaining that Suede would never watch a Nuba clan players' videos. How do you respond to these allegations?
Rab, I watch your streams all the time, Rab. And I will chill your streams more aggressively in the future because you do put out good stuff. And you have the unwarranted confidence in your ability to close out games you have clearly lost that many players in this tournament have, which I admire about you.
He's calling him bad and overconfident.
No, I'm calling him... Are those roads made of gold?
No, that's just brown on ice. I think the disproportionate look. And the statue is golden, so it looks a bit like part of the road, I think.
Okay.
I mean, if he was playing with gold in the World Final, that would be quite a flex, but... Say what you want about the knight, but it has cleared out a lot.
Where is the knight?
Well, it's currently gone on a zoom trip from Urakok. Is he? Urakok. Yep.
Is it the bear with armor on it?
In the one in the south, yes.
North of Oh.
We've now switched perspective. Sumuis.
It's kind of like a badger.
Ah.
Imperius is moving towards his own knights. By the way, they've been like fighting for their life here. It's a very well played game by both of them, incredibly so.
Yeah.
Imperius advantage certainly, but Barda has not been letting up. They both absolutely, in this case, I want to say, deserve to win it, but at the same time, yeah, that naval presence up north and so many units that have traded relatively badly into Barda. Oh. Speaking of, someone just resigned and I spotted it. And I missed that.
What?
But given that, Imperius is smiling a lot, yeah, Barda resigned. Makes sense. He's like, yeah, I can't stop that. Votes.
Okay.
Imperius continues by getting a really good spawn for the 4th game in a row.
Damn.
And winning a 4th.
Yeah, there's no skill involved. You're just getting really lucky.
No, it just helps. Barda did not give that game for him, let's put it this way. He made him fight at every last step.
I love how they're breaking it down.